Testing. Can anybody hear me? Do I have audio? Can you hear me? Hey, awesome. Okay, to answer to all hail Caesar, no, I am not an attorney. I am a 20-year police veteran. So ask me, what questions does people have reference self-defense? Typically, and actually more specifically, more towards the use of deadly force for self-defense. So for anybody that's not familiar with my channel, I am a 20-year law enforcement veteran. I was a police officer for 20 years. Plus, I was also involved in a self-defense police action shooting myself. So I've got a lot of experience on the job and then personal experience with the use of deadly force and self-defense. So all hail Caesar asked how to defend yourself against gang stalking. So that is, I mean, that's a very difficult question to answer because that's just so many variables. I mean, are you talking like every time you leave your house, several gang members start following you? I mean, if that's the case, if something like that, then you might want to just, I mean, I know this is easier said than done, but if you live in an area where you have gang members constantly harassing you, you probably just want to move from that area. Stephen Polkinghorn asked, have you read or do I agree with the teachings of On Combat with Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman? I've actually seen Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman 2 or 3 times in person. Somewhere there's a picture of him and I together, and I've got his signed book. So yeah, a lot of what he says I agree with. I can't say that everything that he says I agree with, but a lot that I do, a lot that he does say I do agree with. I do like him and his teachings quite a bit. Andrew Peterman, thank you very much, brother. I appreciate that. So all hail Caesar says, no, it's not gangs. This is an organization of people that you angered. All hail Caesar, you're going to have to articulate a little bit more clear on that. Z Baked says, as I understand, no guns allowed signs are unconstitutional in their nature. If a gun is exposed during concealed carry and a concealed weapon license is possessed. So on that, a lot of that depends on where you are at. So like Walmart and grocery stores, they are private property, and those business owners do have that right to say if guns should not be allowed or not. Now, I make a personal choice that places that don't allow guns on their premises, I make a personal choice not to shop there. So Z Bake said the store can tell you to leave, but no charges. And I think Z Baked is like 90% right. I think there's some really strict states that have some different laws, but in most states, if they have a no guns permitted, sign and you go in there with a gun and the store management sees you and asks you to leave, and if you don't leave, then if they call the police, typically the police will come and then ask you to leave, and then if you don't leave, then you could be arrested for trespass. Melanie, I want to thank you very much. I appreciate that. Folks, I'm going to give you a heads up. I am saving up to buy a small utility tractor for my bug out property. And so everything that I do is with cash. My wife doesn't let me charge. She doesn't let me charge or finance anything. So I'm wanting to get a small utility tractor. So I think that very much. Instructor Anderson, and I hope I got your last name right, Lima. Instructor Anderson Lima. He says, I'm an instructor from Brazil. Thank you for your tips. In fact, I'm using them in my videos. I appreciate that. One of the whole things was when 20 years in law enforcement and then coming upon scenes where people had defended themselves. And then once I was involved in a self-defense shooting myself, that really, really opened my eyes. Luckily for me, I was doing a lot of studying on how police action shootings affected the police officer themselves. So when that time happened for me, I kind of knew what to expect. But man, until you actually expect it, there's no understanding it. They're truly understanding it. There's no preparing yourself for it. To this day, I have a hard time really finding words to properly articulate. It's really hard to properly articulate what you experience mentally and physically, both right before and during and after that self-defense shooting. Now, I like to be transparent on my channel, and I've already done a video explaining this. But when that police action shooting happened that I was involved in, I was not cool and calm. I wasn't like Dirty Harry, go ahead, punk, make my day, doing some zippy one-liner right before I pulled the trigger. We don't even know if one of my rounds hit the suspect or not. Two of us fired at him. I fired first, and then the other officer fired second. And he was hit twice, but we don't know. The outside police agency that investigating the shooting, they never told us whose rounds hit him. And I don't know if they even did ballistic tests to even decide to try to figure out if it was my rounds or my beat partner's rounds or both of his rounds or one of each. I don't think they even did ballistic tests, because the shooting itself was so justified. I mean, he came out of his house, and as soon as he saw me, he pointed the gun at me. And as soon as he pointed his gun at me, then I returned fire. So, and so let me kind of scroll up here. Have I ever had my jurisdiction challenged while on the stand for cross-examination for any case? Yeah, I had one case where a sovereign citizen I charged him with credit card fraud. He'd stole somebody's credit cards and then went on a spending spree with them. And so I charged him with the credit card fraud. And then he represented himself in court. And so he wanted to challenge my jurisdiction and challenge the court's jurisdiction and everything like that. And so, yeah, I've had people challenge my jurisdiction just in court. And that's the only time I can think of that I've had somebody challenge my jurisdiction. He got found guilty it was a jury trial, and he got found guilty. I had him on video swiping this lady's stolen credit card. So he broke into her car, stole her purse, and went on a spending spree with her credit cards. Mr. Harold Lasagna says, hey, buddy, do you use Bitcoin at all? Do I use it? No, I've not purchased anything with it, but I did recently start investing in Bitcoin when it started. Well, so when I very first started investing in Bitcoin, it was at its all-time high. That's when I was first really introduced with how to invest in it. I didn't know anything about it. Now I've bought some more since we've had this crash. Now I'm kind of holding on to it to see if it dips even further. So I've gotten several $100s worth of Bitcoin, which is what, 1/100th of one coin. But I've got a little bit of Bitcoin now, and then I'm going to wait buy some more to see if it dips more, because I keep hearing that it might go dip down to $20,000 or $28,000, and then I hear that it could be shooting up this year to $120,000 to $200,000. So I don't have enough money to buy enough Bitcoin that even if it does take off and triple in price to actually make myself rich, but it would be nice to turn $500 into $1,500. Okay, so to use Bitcoin to store my value, no, I do not. I do not use Bitcoin to store my value. That is too volatile to do it. Now, if I could buy it, if I could have bought it back when it was $16 a coin, then I'd be using it to store my value. The other thing too is, man, there's a lot of fraud in the the crypto markets. I mean, a lot of people are getting scammed, and then even some of these wallets and stuff are getting hacked into. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I just do know a lot of people are getting money stolen from them. So USCCA member 2021 asks, I've got a question. He recently bought a Glock. He's carried a 1911 45 for 4 years. I don't have much experience with the Glock. Are they safe to carry one in the chamber on safety? Just a question. Are they safe to carry one in the chamber on safety? Just in question. So I think he's asking not if the gun is on safety, but as a safety measure, can you carry one in the chamber? And the answer is yes. I will answer this. My belief is yes. Glocks are very well designed that even if they're loaded and you got one in the pipe, you can pretty much bounce that thing off concrete walls, drop it, and it will not go off unless you pull the bang switch. If you pull the trigger, then that will cause the Glock to go off. So as long as a person has good firearm safety, finger safe, they don't put their booger hook on the bang bang switch until they're ready to go boom. Then I myself, I'm not going to tell anybody else what to do, but I myself, I carried a Glock for 20 years. I now carry a Sig Sauer P320 9mm. I think it's the mid-size 9mm. Don't quote me on the model number. I can never remember all those. Anyways, I always carry one in the pipe. I know it's real popular with the Israelis not to, but man, I tell you what, when split seconds count, and having to rack one before you can get your sights lined back up. So I carry one in the, I always carry when I leave the house, and I always carry one in the pipe, and I have my magazine fully loaded above that. Andrew Peterman asked, did you remember hearing your shots? When I hung and I'm focused on the deer, I don't hear the shot. So Andrew, in my police action shooting, I never heard my gunshots. And that's called auditory exclusion. And so for anybody that's watching here, that is a very common phenomena. Hey, I'm a hillbilly. let me talk the way I talk. That's a very common occurrence. When your adrenaline and everything shoots through the roof, you will have what's called auditory exclusion. And so, like I said, in my shooting, I fired 8 rounds and I never heard my shots. The only way that I knew that my gun was firing was when I had my sights lined up and I was aiming at the suspect. The only way I knew my gun was firing was because I saw my slide going back and forth as I was trying to keep the front sight and the rear sights lined up. If I had been shooting a revolver, if I would have been a cop 30 years prior when they still carried revolvers, I probably would have believed that my gun was not firing. Again, because the only reason I knew my gun was firing was because I saw the slide going back and forth as I was trying to keep my sights lined up on the suspect. So Hawkeye says, look into Solano. I have. I couldn't tell you what it's running at right now and what it's previous all-time high is. I have been kind of looking into it. I do think I want to invest. That's probably going to be one I'm going to invest in. Mr. Harold Lasagna says Bitcoin values in the network itself. You're exactly right. It's what kind of from what my understanding is what people believe it's worth. It's kind of my understanding. I am definitely no crypto expert. The complete opposite. I'm a crypto idiot. But it's kind of my understanding is that when you buy like a Bitcoin, there's not a physical coin. That's like a token of a stake that you own in that company. And that's kind of my understanding of it. This is like pure, simple thing. So when you buy cryptocurrency, you're actually buying into that company. Now, what makes cryptocurrency different than other normal investments is, let's say I buy a Bitcoin, and I decide I want to transfer that to somebody else. I can do that. And if I am incorrect in that, somebody please correct me in the. So, and I'm going to get back to this Cavi, and if I mispronounce any names, my apologies. Kavi Jackson. How does self-defense apply to authorities and government if it comes down to its worst case scenario? So, Cavi, could you do me a favor and could you clarify your question? Like, will government be allowed to get away with more if a police officer uses self-defense or deadly force in worst case scenarios? When you say worst case scenario, are you talking like SHTF? Because since I'm a prepping channel, are you talking about in a worst case scenario, will government, whatever government is left, will they be more lenient on self-defense and stuff like that? So if you don't mind, clarify your question for me a little bit more so I can better answer your question. Red Ranger Edwards asks, do you think that 308 battle rifles such as the G3, the FAL, the AR-10 are good choices for SHTF? I don't see anything wrong with them. If I could only have one rifle, would it be one of those? Probably not, but I think, guns are obviously like tools, and so I don't have just my 223. I've got several different rifles and different handguns that that I would have, that I purposely got if and when SHTF were to hit. Mr. Harold Lasagna says you're buying real estate on the Bitcoin network. So I think he pretty much agreed with me. Alexander says, man, I wish I was as brave as you. Man, thank you, but I don't feel like I'm. Thanks for your advice on your videos, and hello from Puerto Rico. So, Alexander, thank you very much. And actually, so my wife was born in Puerto Rico, born in San Juan, and we spent our honeymoon in Puerto Rico. And we was in different places on the island, visiting and staying with family members the 10 days that we were there. At 20 ET 2012 TE says, training and preparing will be very important when they use the Great Reset against people who believe in liberty and their constitutional rights. Yeah, I mean, let's face it. The type of people that go after constitutional rights and stuff like that, they have a tendency not to be firearms lovers. They have a tendency not to be trainers. What we got to make sure of is that each generation of police and military, luckily for us, because there's going to be some people that are going to disagree with me on this, but luckily for us, most police, or a lot of police and a lot of military, have a tendency to be conservative. And now the one thing though is a lot of, especially like military guys, go in very, very young, and where their brains are very shaped very easily. But luckily, a lot of police and military have a tendency to be conservative. A lot of them aren't as conservative as, like, say, us. That's really thrives around the Constitution itself. But that's just because they haven't been exposed enough to it yet. So that's one thing. I still give a lot of training to a lot of police departments, and one of the things I will do is I will quiz them on the Constitution, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, not so much the Third Amendment, but obviously the Fourth Amendment and the Fifth Amendment, and really making sure they know these pretty good. Nancy says, tell the folks about your four-part series, Choose Your Own Path. Yeah, she really liked them. She's watched them numerous times, I remember. So I did a Choose Your Own Path video series several years ago, and I'm wanting to do another one. It's trying to find the time, but I have been kind of writing a little bit and kind of messing around with it a little bit in my mind. But you know, when you come to an end of a YouTube video, the person that did the video, they can put up 2 end screens on the very end of their video, and you can choose one of those videos that you want to watch next. So most creators, video creators, they'll put up their 2 latest videos. So when you get to the end of watching that video, you can, oh, that video looks interesting, and you can click on that screen and watch that next video. So what I had kind of an idea to do was, if you remember the books when you were younger, the Choose Your Own Path books, where once you got to a certain part of that book, you could go to page 10 to go to this type of an ending, or go to page 20 to go to that type of ending. So I had the one video, which was the storyline, and then there was 2 different videos, and they had their end screens. I hope I am explaining this correctly. And you could choose by clicking on that card which way you wanted to go, and then whichever way you went really was you had to make a choice, and then those videos was the results of that choice, because all choices that you make have consequences, either good consequences or bad consequences. And so then whichever way you went, then it would go back to the next installment or the next video, and it would just continue on. I think there was 4 videos that was like that, and they each had their different alternate endings depending on which one you chose. So Nancy, I don't remember what that's called right off the top of my hand. The day SHTF happened, I don't remember. Nancy, if you can look it up and tell me, or you guys can check it out. Oh, you know what? If you go to my YouTube channel on the main page, it's somewhere on that main page. Copper Skies asks, question, you wake up on a 2nd floor bedroom overlooking left of your front entry, and a gang of 4 people are trying to bust into your home. What do you do? So, Copper Skies, that is very much going to depend on where I live at and that state's laws on self-defense. So one thing we always have to remember is that each state has their own self-defense laws. Some states, like mine, have very strong self-defense laws. And some states, let's say California, New York, or what have you, or Hawaii, or especially once you get outside of the United States, then you start getting different. They have sounds like they hammer the good guys more and coddle the bad guys more. Me, what I would do, because my state does not say that you have to allow a burglar to make entry before you can use deadly force. It does not say that you can use deadly force on a burglar only once after they cross your threshold. My state says that you can use deadly force anytime that it would be reasonable to use deadly force. So, if I got 4 guys kicking in my door, and I feel like, and they're hitting it hard enough, and I'm hearing the bangs hard enough, it's rattling my house, and I know they are just seconds away from making entry into my home, myself, in my state where I live at, I would probably open fire. Actually, probably what I would do first, and this would be from habit of 20 years of doing it, is giving voice commands first, and then if they make a stupid move, such as pointing a gun at me or starting to point a gun at me, or they continue their actions, that's when I would resort to deadly force. But that is me in my state with my state's use of force laws. Again, my state says you can use deadly force as long as it would be reasonable to use deadly force. Would it be reasonable for me to be in fear for my life? Would 4 gang members or 4 dudes, whoever, trying to kick in my door, whether it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon or 1 o'clock in the morning, is that reasonable for me to be in fear for my life at that moment in time? Yeah, because I know if they kick in my door, they're going to reach me within seconds. So they are an immediate threat to me immediate threat to my life at that time. Now, in my state, because every state has its liberal city, in my state, in the liberal city, that prosecutor might try to go after me. But then the rest of the counties, their prosecutors would probably say, good job, that's 4 less bad guys on the street. So you got to know what your state's self-defense laws, and then you got to know what your prosecutor is like that's in your county. Because my state says if it's reasonable for you to be in fear for your life, then it's reasonable for you to use deadly force. Well, 4 dudes kicking in my door is reasonable for me to be in fear for my life. But you get a real liberal prosecutor, and he's probably going to try to argue, well, you had 10 more seconds that you could have waited before you shot. So that's just something to think about there. Rocky Mountain High 41. What's my thoughts on CCW Safe? Rocky, it's been a while since I looked them up. I don't remember. So a while back, I went and kind of compared all of them, and or several different ones of these self-defense, legal self-defense associations. And of course, you guys know I really promote firearms legal protection. And then of course, the USCCA, who I used to be an affiliate with, is a huge one. And so let's put it this way. I don't remember there being anything bad about CCW Safe, and CCW Safe might work better for you, and where something else might work better for something. Here's the deal: is all these different self-defense legal self-defense associations, they're going to be like Coke and Pepsi by and large. All right, they're going to be like Coke and Pepsi or Nike or Adidas. I'm showing my age probably. One will work for another, where another one may not work for another. Now, the reason why that I like firearms legal protection so much is when you get involved in a shooting, you need to be talking to an attorney ASAP. If you live in a conservative, and I should back up here, if you live in a conservative area where they actually if your state actually has strong self-defense laws, and you've got a prosecutor that actually respects self-defenders and doesn't want to throw self-defenders in the slammer like you probably have in some areas in California, New York, and places like that. Like with my police action shooting, I was not worried about criminal charges. This dude came out of his house pointing his gun at me, and then I opened fire on him. What I was worried about was the civil suit down the road. And contrary to what you hear in the news about qualified immunity and it lets cops get away with whatever they want, blah, 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 that's a bunch of malarkey. When we get sued, we get individually listed on that lawsuit. So that lawsuit would say the city that your police department or your county, list your police department or whatever, then it lists you individually as the police officer. So your police department's, facing losing money, and you're facing losing money too. Now, anybody can sue for anything. The question is are they going to win that lawsuit? I could walk out in front of my neighbor's house and slip on an icy sidewalk in front of his house, and I can sue him for my hospital bills for my broken leg if I slipped on ice on a sidewalk. Doesn't mean the judge or the civil court or the jury, the judge in the civil court or the jury in the civil court is going to award me that money. They're going to look at things like, was that ice, was it actively icing right then? Was that ice 2 weeks old? Had you asked your neighbor to remove the ice and he failed to do it and then you slipped on it? So anyways, kind of getting back. If you live in an area that actually has strong self-defense laws, and it's reasonable for you to be in fear for your life, and you use reasonable force and use deadly force to defend yourself, I'm not worried about criminal charges. I'm worried about that civil suit because anybody can sue for any reason. And what you got to worry about in civil court is you get this high-powered attorney. And, okay, let's make a scenario here. You are at the gas pump. Dude comes up, pulls a knife on you, says, give me your money, and you shoot him. All right, so the next day it's in the newspaper. Guy shoots in self-defense at the gas station. All right, and then the newspaper says the dead suspect was identified as Bob Smith or whatever. So this high-powered attorney now looks up Bob Smith, finds Bob Smith's family members and say, hey, you guys are the surviving people. We can sue him and we can sue the gas station for compensation. And so this attorney's like, now I normally charge $1,000 an hour, but I think we can get $5 million from the gas station. And because we kind of got to, we're going to go after the self-defender himself too. Well, the thing is, in civil court, if you can't afford an attorney, you don't get one afforded to you like a public defender in criminal court. And so you don't want to be going up against a high-profile attorney by yourself because you don't know the court. You don't know what questions they're going to ask you. You want an attorney representing you in court. And that's one of the things I like about firearms legal protection is, and I was kind of got to get back to that. I'm not worried about criminal charges. I'm worried about civil court. And right after a shooting, when your adrenaline's through the roof, you've got these mixed up memories that are running around in your head, jambled up in your head that you haven't had time to process yet. And again, with your adrenaline through the roof, your heart rate through the roof, your blood pressure through the roof, you can say stuff very easily that's innocent that can be misconstrued and twisted and turned. Plus, you will have lapses of memory. Plus, you can say stuff that's out of sequence of how they happened. And plus, you probably just won't use the best words to describe things at that time. And so having that with firearms legal protection, you can call the 24-hour hotline. An attorney will actually answer the phone, and they will actually have an attorney start heading your way. Now, it just depends on, these attorneys are usually located in the major, bigger city. So if you live an hour away from that big city, then it's going to take that attorney at least an hour to reach you. But anyways, before that evening's over, they'll have an attorney with you. He'll do the talking to the police and everything like that. And so I think firearms legal protection was cheaper in price for what you get. Pound for pound, is that the word I'm looking for? firearms legal protection was a little bit cheaper in price for what you got pound for pound. You could get that same coverage through other associations, but it might cost you more. But what I really liked about firearms legal protection is boom, boom, boom. I get into the shooting. Somebody calls 911. I call firearms legal protections hotline. That attorney answers. I just got into the shooting. He's going to say this, say that. I am heading your way. And then he's going to be heading my way. So within an hour or so, I'm going to have an attorney by my side. And that's the thing is, again, I'm worried about is not criminal charges. I'm worried about civil court down the road because anybody can sue anybody. And I know this from experience. When there's legal troubles that happen, these attorneys hunt these people down and offer their services if they think they're going to get a lot of money. I got to kind of back up here a little bit. Oh man, I must have talked for a really long time because there's a bunch of stuff up here it looks like I'm missing. Hey, look, if I missed your question and you really want to know it, re-ask it again. Nancy says it's called The Day the SHTF Happened, a 4-part series, Choose Your Own Path. That's what's the name of them. So, yeah, check them out if you want to. That's, I think if you go to my main page, my main YouTube channel page, and click on series or playlist, you'll find it in the playlist. So Copper Sky says, thank you for the answer. I'm in Texas. Wonder if I'd snipe them before they kick it in. You know what? In Texas, you probably good. I don't want to say for certain. My advice is read your state's self-defense laws and make sure you know it and what your everybody in here read your state's self-defense laws. And then also something else I really suggest too is type in so your county that you live in where your prosecutor's elected, look up, Google homeowner shoots burglar, person shot or self-defender shoots guy in parking lot, and see how many times this news stories say and charges are not filed. Because this is the way it typically works across most areas across the United States. And say back when I was a police officer, if there was a shooting that happened and I got there to the scene, me and 50 other cops, if you got somebody that's shot, and the person that did the shooting said, hey, this was in self-defense. What we're going to do then is, because we don't know, this guy's telling me, hey, I shot this dude in self-defense. And if he's smart, he's going to say I was in fear for my life. So I defended myself. Now I don't want to say anything until I speak to my attorney and take me to the hospital. But anyways, what we're going to do then is we're going to start talking to witnesses. Is there video surveillance? We're going to run the guy that did the shooting. We're going to run his background. The guy that's shot, we're going to run his background. If he's alive, we're going to try to get a statement from him. Again, we're going to talk to witnesses. We're going to try to make sure this was an actual self-defense shooting. And I don't remember where I was going with this now. My apologies. So New and Old Survival says, I have been told to stack rounds by doing 2 FMJs, 2 full metal jackets, and 2 hollow points in the magazine in case the attacker is wearing body armor. Thoughts on that? Me personally, from the testing that we've done, and I've not done extensive testing, but as our ballistic vests started getting older, and started getting out of the where they would the manufacturers, whatever, ballistic vests would have an expiration date on them, and so as they got to the expiration date, then they would retire those vests, give that officer a brand new vest. But anyways, we would take those old vests that were 5-10 years old, however old they were, and we would take them to the range and we would shoot into them and to see how they was holding up. And they stopped full metal jackets. They still stopped hollow points. Obviously, hollow points they would stop, but I mean, they would stop most handgun rounds up until you got into the really, and obviously rifle rounds they wouldn't stop because they were soft body armor. But new and old survival. The point of that was, if you're shooting 9mm, more than likely the ballistic vest is going to stop the 9mm FMJs and also the 9mm hollow point rounds, or 40 caliber, or 45 caliber, or whatever. So, and here's the other thing too, brother. I'll tell you this: if you got your rounds stacked differently, when you actually have to pull that trigger, your blood pressure going to be through the roof, your heart rate's going to be through the roof, your mind's going to be racing. You will not, almost for certainly, you will not be able to really think, am I in my FMJs or am I in my hollow points? You know, or I've shot this many rounds, my next one's going to be a full metal jacket instead of a hollow point. I never could understand cops that would load their shotguns. The last round would be a deer slug, and before that, or they would stagger them. I was like, man, you got to point that gun and shoot at somebody. You're not going to be keeping track of what's next in your gun. You might think you're going to keep track, but when that moment of truth comes, you're not going to be able to keep track. If you're able to keep track of something in new and old survival, I'm not talking to you on this one. I'm talking to these cops I used to work with. I was like, if you think that if you are in that state of mind that you can keep track of your rounds, you are not in fear for your life. You're not in true fear for your life. The homesteading prepper asks, what is legal defense against unlawful imprisonment? What is legal defense against unlawful imprisonment? So, most states, so you need to look up you guys are going to hear me say this over and over again tonight. You need to look up your laws on self-defense in your state. Now, so you're asking against unlawful imprisonment. Are you talking about a bad guy that's broken into your house and he's holding you hostage in your house? Or are you talking about where cops are arresting you and you feel like that it's a unlawful arrest? So, in most places, in most states, if you have a strange guy breaks into your house and he's holding you hostage in your house, in most areas, it would be legal to use deadly force against him because he's obviously there not to bake you a birthday cake. Why is he holding you hostage there? It's reasonable to believe he's going to create more harm, deadly harm to you. If you are out in the parking lot and a cop approaches you and says there was a complaint made against you or whatever that is, if he goes to arrest you, so what he is going to do when he arrests you is he's going to take you to jail. He's not going to kill you. So what would legal or what would reasonable force? So when you can somewhat foresee that outcome, will a lot of times dictate the amount of force that you can use. So if my neighbor, let's say me and my neighbor get into an argument and he's like, Craig, I'm going to come over. I said my name. He said, ethical preparedness. I'm going to come over there and I'm going to punch you in the eye. Well, I can't shoot him because I know I've got a fairly good idea he's not going to kill me. He just wants to black my eye. All right. So let's say that I was shopping, and let's say that somebody made a false complaint against me, and let's say I don't go to Walmart, but let's say I was in Walmart, and somebody said, hey, he shoplifted, and I didn't shoplift, but the cops arrived, and for whatever reason they believe I really did shoplift, and now they're going to make an arrest, and I feel like this is a invalid arrest, unlawful arrest, an illegal arrest. Well, I know that cop is not going to shoot me for this charge of shoplifting. He's going to take me to jail, so I can't shoot that cop for an illegal arrest. if I decide I'm going to fight him, then I'm going to have to prove that he knew he was doing a unlawful arrest. And so my suggestion is, if you feel like you're getting illegally or unlawfully arrested, contest it verbally, don't fight it. And then once you get out of jail, sue their butts off. And again, like I said earlier, people forget this. Everybody hears in the news, oh, natural immunity. No, that's what I got after I got the COVID. What do they call that with cops? Come on, somebody help me out here. Whatever the immunity is called. You read about that in the newspaper. The reality is when we do a bad action and we get sued, the police department gets listed on that lawsuit, and that individual cop gets listed on that lawsuit. So, if they really do something bad, they do get held. A lot of times they do get held responsible for their actions. Now, this is going to depend from place to place. This is why I don't like big, super large liberal cities, because there's too many people to pass the buck off to. I'd much rather be in an area where if one of the local cops tick you off, that you can go and actually meet with the chief of police or the town marshal or whatever you have, or the actual sheriff. But you get into a really big city and there's too many people to pass the buck off to, and people do get held less responsible for their actions. Mr. Harold Lozana asks, what was the last firearm you bought? And he says, I picked up a shadow system last month and can't recommend them enough if you're a Glock guy. So the last gun I bought was a Sig Sauer. I think it was the P320. It's a mid-sized 9mm. I carried a Glock for 20 years. I love Glocks. I mean, the one good thing about Glocks is you pull that trigger, they do go boom. I don't know anything about the shadow system. I'm completely ignorant to that. So AJR asks, what's the best lethal legal weapon? Well, that's going to really change on where you live at. So, I mean, if you live in Hawaii, I think only the criminals can have guns over there. Is that that's kind of a joke there, but so it really is going to vary where you live at. Now, so in my area, I can own anything without a tax stamp. I can own anything but a fully automatic rifle. And then with a tax stamp or whatever the federal stupid law is, then I can even have a fully automatic rifle. So if you are allowed to, if it's legal in your area to have guns, then lethal weapon right now in today's technology is a firearm. Jay Arthur's asked, what is your favorite training ammo? Hey, so you've changed your YouTube number handle a little bit. Are you my prepping partner with underneath a different handle than what you had a couple of weeks ago? So if you're asking me what my favorite training ammo is, it's whatever's being sold at the store at a decent price that you and I have went to and bought cases of at a time. If you're not my prepping partner, I don't really have a favorite training ammo, as long as they're just one of the more known brands that you know is not going to blow up your gun or something like that. So it's training ammo. I'm more working on draw and presentation and trying to get all that stuff down. Hawkeye says 31 years ago, the last time he was in Puerto Rico, it was hot and crowded too. Racing Machine says, please give us your thoughts on carrying at home both a primary and secondary pistol plus mags in a tactical holster. Thank you. I guess stop and try to think of the question there. So carrying it like at home, like in my house. A lot of times inside my house, I have my gun on me. I don't tonight. It's in the safe right there behind me. If I leave out of my front door, and even like mowing my lawn, I have my pistol on me. I do carry on my side. If I only carry one gun, I don't carry a backup gun. Even when I was a cop, I didn't carry a backup gun. I usually carried a backup pull dagger that was back here. If you're willing to carry a backup gun and extra mags, I go for it. If you can comfortably do it, and that makes you feel better. There's the old saying goes, nobody that's ever been in a gunfight ever said, I wish I had less ammo at the end of that gunfight. Mr. Harold Lasagna said a pistol is not an end-all be-all. It's a means to get yourself to a better firearm. Yeah, I mean, that was always my mindset in my police action shooting. After I fired my 8 rounds, I started heading to my trunk to get my rifle out. I've always kind of had that your pistol is a means to get you to your rifle. The homesteading prepper says that the judge said I used excessive force. And I'm sorry, and I know you asked a question earlier that said what's the for imprisonment. You said false imprisonment, but I wasn't certain on what the situation there was. Who was doing the imprisonment? Was it so let's say if my cousin is holding me against the wall and not letting me leave, it would be hard for me to justify cracking his skull open or breaking his arm or something like that. But if it's a total stranger doing it to me, somebody broke into my house and they're holding me against the wall, then that puts in a whole different perspective there in what would be allowed, justified to use. So with you saying the judge said you used excessive force, now it was just the judge said that? Did you have a bench trial, or did you have a jury trial and a jury rule on that too? So that's even more questions to ask there. How Lestat Zapata, again, I'm sorry if I butchered your name. How tedious is it to retrieve your firearm after an incident? I had one seized during an unlawful entry and taken as evidence years ago. After the case was dismissed, they wouldn't release it. So that is very dependent. And if you were Lestat, if you were found to be justified in your shooting, it's absolute malarkey if they've not released your firearm back to you yet. Here is what I have found. In big liberal cities, it's harder to get your firearm back after a justified shooting than in more smaller conservative areas. The reality is once that prosecutor in your area has said, this was a justified shooting, I am not filing charges, once that is signed off on, then there's not going to be a court case for your gun to be needed as evidence. And then if they wanted to sue you, if the dead bad guy or whoever wanted to sue you civilly, I said dead bad guy, if the dead bad guy's family, or if the bad guy survived the shooting and he wants to sue, if somebody wanted to sue you civilly, well, then they should have started that lawsuit before the prosecutor signed off saying it was a legitimate justified shooting, no criminal charges would be filed. So here's kind of, again, what I found. You get into big, large liberal city and you can't even make it up to the floor where they do the firearms, where they have their firearms section at. And then the people don't answer their phones and they take 6 months to return to a call. This is complaints I've heard from other people. In my police action shooting, now, of course, the gun I used would belong to the police department, but it was released. It was like 3 or 4 weeks later that the firearm I used was released. That the prosecutor, because we had witnesses and everybody was like, yeah, he came out pointing his gun at the cops and the cops shot him. So prosecutor was like, there's nothing here, and so he's like, we're not filing charges. So It was like 3 weeks later, our guns got released back to us. However, a friend of mine that's a cop got involved in a police action shooting off duty, but it was a police action shooting, but it was off duty. He got involved in a police action shooting, and it was 3 years before he got his gun back. You know, so he was another police officer. Anyway, so that my buddy got involved in the police action shooting in the liberal city. I got involved in a police action shooting in a more conservative area, 3 weeks, 3 years. So, Mr. Zapata, if I'm mispronouncing your name, my apologies. What I like to see is I'd like to see more cities get sued over that. Here's my honest belief. If I take something from you and I say, oh, I'm going to give it back, even though I'm saying I'm going to give it back, if I don't give it back, I'm not giving it back. Well, that if the government does that, that violates the Fourth Amendment. So I'd like to see some of these big liberal cities that do that hold on to people's guns and haven't filed the charges to get sued. So I'd love to see that. So RW asks, even though I have a CCW permit, concealed carry weapons permit, what is the best way to carry, open or concealed or both? And so the ultimate answer to that is both. I typically, when I am out in public, I typically carry concealed. I typically do not open carry when I am out and about in public. For me, I like to have the element of surprise. There's good arguments on both sides. So you open carry, you're less likely to be targeted. But I do like to have that element of surprise on me. I just don't want people noticing me. I want everybody to think that if something's going on, or I just want somebody, if somebody's planning on doing something that they don't know, that I would be a danger to them. Because, if I have my family with me or something like that, I want to draw fire towards me. And so now I do. So there was one cop I knew. This is like 20 years ago. He got killed, and this is how old it was. This was before cell phones, and he was on a payphone inside of a restaurant. And these guys did not know he was in there. They came in to rob the place, saw him and saw his gun, and they just shot him. So he was there on the payphone, and these dudes come running again. He surprised them as much as they surprised him. But anyways, he was on the payphone inside this restaurant, and they saw his gun, and they shot him because he was going to be a threat to them. They did not expect him to be there. So I like that element of surprise. I like to be able to act when I want to act. Do cops automatically assume guilt? No. So Rusty Staubs asked, do cops automatically assume guilt? So the one thing you got to understand about cops is just like a gas station. Say a gas station has 10 employees there. You're going to have some employees that's going to be butt heads. You're going to have some employees that's really cool. So I will say this. If there was 10 cops, there was like that one cop that the other 9 didn't like. That would be like, man, don't even come to my scene because you're butthead. You get people riled up. You're rude. When you're a super young cop and you're a young dude, and you think you can take on the world, sometimes it's fun to get into a fight. Then after you get older, you get a little bit more mature, get a couple years on, and you get hurt a couple times, and you're like, man, I don't want to get any more fights. Even if I win that fight, I'm still going to hurt the next day. And so cops learn very quickly that it's better to de-escalate than to turn somebody into a resistor. So if you've got 10 cops, there's going to be 9 of the 10 that's going to be like, let's just chill this dude out so we can get him, let's get his drunk butt taken to jail or what have you, and we can go on to our next thing. We got lunch waiting for us. And then you got that one dude that's is just a butthead. So just like if you got 10 teachers, you're going to have one of those teachers going to be a butthead. If you got 10 plumbers, you're going to have that one's a butthead. And so what you will have, though, is cops will not all of the time, but if somebody calls up and says that dude pointed a gun at me, the cop is going to be like, that dude has that person, that caller had a reason to make that call. And so we can't automatically assume guilt because we have to have probable cause to make that arrest. And while we have to have probable cause to make that arrest, that judge, not the judge, the prosecutor is going to want beyond a reasonable doubt. Even though we only have to reach probable cause, that prosecutor still wants us to reach beyond a reasonable doubt because that's what he has to meet to win that case in court. So you just automatically assume guilt and you make a malarkey arrest, then the report goes to your probable cause goes to your probable cause affidavit goes to the prosecutor's office. He goes, this is a malarkey arrest. He refuses to file charges. Guess what? You have opened yourself up for a wrongful arrest lawsuit. Kyle Smith asks, how do I feel about blacks? I don't know, same as anybody else. So, black people or scary black rifles? I'm just teasing you, Kyle Smith. How do I feel about them? I don't know, no different than anybody else. So a lot of people think that cops are racists. Now, if you get down in Kentucky, and I'm not picking on Kentucky, let's say any of these really small southern towns, are you going to run into racist cops? Probably will. I mean, you got some county dude that's never even seen a black person in his life or seen 3 black people in his life. But here's what people forget. In that area, the cop is going to be racist. The teachers are going to be racist. The plumbers are going to be racist. The electricians are going to be racist. Everybody's going to be racist in that area. All right. So I'll tell you, Kyle, I'll ask you this. How do you feel about white ex-cops? Deal? Bad Bob asks, IKY have the castle law? So I'm thinking he's asking if Kentucky has the castle law. So somebody knows it. Somebody's from Kentucky and knows that for certain, asking the question. Mr. Harold Lasagna says, I can't stand micro compacts because it might, he said, it might be perfect for somebody else, but it's different strokes for different folks. And that is 100% the truth. That's why I carry a mid-sized. I will admit, at 50 years of age, I'm getting fat. It's not as easy to carry that full-size pistol anymore like I did for years. But when I got involved in my shooting, I had that baby Glock with the 8-round magazine in it. And trying to control that little gun under that duress, and it wasn't like this dude was only 3 feet away from me, okay? I will never carry another baby Glock or subcompact gun again. My buddy, I've got several police officer buddies that were involved in police action shootings, but another buddy of mine, he had a baby Glock or it may not have been a baby Glock, but it was a subcompact gun when he got involved in his shooting, and he also will never carry a subcompact gun again. So even when we go to weddings, we will have at least a mid-size on underneath our suit jackets or something like that. But after that, I will never, ever, ever carry a subcompact handgun again, because underneath that duress and trying to fire that little bitty gun, it's just hard to articulate it. But for me, I will never carry a subcompact gun again. (223) DMR, thank you. You're welcome. I appreciate that. Kyle Smith asks, I missed what you said, blacks for your tongue? Townge? So I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. Bad Bob says, I really appreciate this channel. Thank you. I appreciate that. Evan Wirtz asks, how do you remove rifling from a barrel? I honestly don't know. That's way beyond. How often is a cop's gut Raccoon Eyes asked, how often is a cop's gut instinct correct? At the beginning of your career, it's incorrect quite a bit. Further into your career, it starts becoming correct a lot more. And there's the bad guys will do what we call verbal or non-verbal cues more than what they know. We used to call this the felony rub, is when you'd stop you get a call like, hey, we got some dude that's 3 o'clock in the morning hanging out behind this business. We think he's getting ready to break into this business. So you get behind that business and you're like, hey, you know, what you doing here is 3 o'clock. This is private property. People aren't normally back behind businesses at 3 o'clock in the morning unless they're wanting to break into someplace. And as you're talking to them and they remove that baseball cap and they rub their head, that's just a release of energy. When they're looking around a lot because they're looking for places to run. Another big one is they raise up their shirt and rub their belly. I don't know what it was about raising the shirt, but again, we call those the felony rub. But you'd have a lot of signs that would start telling you on your gut instinct, you know, that things were about to go sideways or about to go bad. So I don't know what, folks, I just want to make sure. It looks like that Melanie has had to kind of do some policing or cleaning up in the comment section. So, folks, I just ask that everybody keeps their comments friendly. If you hey, by all means, if you disagree, but we want to do it in a constructive way so that everybody is hearing a side of a story and they can make that their own formed decision, if that makes any sense. Jesse Denton. Oh, by the way, Melanie, thank you. If somebody's calling names or just being flat out rude and mean, by all means, do what you got to do. Folks, if you disagree with somebody, let's say Jay Arthurs says, hey, I don't like cops. Cops have always been rude and mean to me. I would respond back with like, well, you know, hey, so you've had some experiences with, sounds like you found most of the bad cops in your area. I'm not going to turn and say, well, you idiot. Maybe if you wasn't so stupid, you wouldn't be drawing the cops' attention. So it's just kind of an example there. So if you guys have a disagreement on something, try to do it. We're not really being rude and hateful to each other. It's not going to get anywhere. Let the actual rude and hateful person let them be rude and hateful, and then hopefully they get taken care of in the comment section. Jesse Denton asks, is it reasonable to pocket carry without one round in the chamber until I get a holster? So what he's asking is, hey, I don't have a holster yet. Is it safe for me to carry it one in the pocket without one in the chamber? So I think the deal is though if he goes to draw it from his pocket, he doesn't accidentally put his finger while his hand is inside of his pocket getting that gun out. Man, I never even thought of that before. If somebody else wants to answer on that, if they've ever had experience with that, I have never carried a gun in my pocket. I take that back. When I was really young, I think I had a Derringer in my pocket one time because all I had at that time, whatever, was a Derringer. And I'm talking, this is like 30 years ago now or something like that. But anyways, I've never pocket carried. I can see your, if I was going to have to pull my gun completely out of my pocket, like my front pants pocket, I could see you, and I could see you not wanting to have one in the pipe in case you accidentally pull that trigger. If it's wintertime, I would probably carry it in my coat pocket with one in the pipe because I could have my hands in my coat pocket as I walk down the street or walk to my car or whatever. So that's a good question. I'm sorry, I can't give you a better answer. I would be making an ignorant guess if I tried to. Zurin1 asks, what would you say is the best weapon for self-defense if one does not have access to guns? So if they are legal in your state, I love tasers. Now, here's the deal. Tasers have a low effective rate. They have a high rate of where they don't operate correctly. It takes with tasers. Now, I'm not talking about a stun gun where you physically got to hit somebody with it. I'm talking about a taser where it actually shoots out the 2 darts. And in most states, I think tasers are legal in most states. Go to Taser International. Well, now they're actually Axon, AXON. But here's the deal is, so you want something that obviously you can carry outside of your house. So walking around public with a crossbow, probably not going to work for you. So a taser, they give you that advantage of distance. So with the taser, those barbs come out. Now, it takes both barbs to hit the bad guy for it to affect him. If only one barb hits him and one flies by him, it's not going to affect him. It's just going to make him mad. Or here's something that's happened quite a bit is you got a big fold in the clothing, and one barb hits him and sticks into his skin, and the other barb sticks in that clothing. It's not going to work unless he does something to make that clothing tight, and then it makes contact with him. So I should back this up. As long as it's legal in your area, I would never, like as a police officer, if somebody had, like that dude that pointed a gun at me, there's no way I was going to use my taser. I mean, deadly force means deadly force time. In your case here, or at least with the question you're asking here, if somebody does not have access to a gun, and then I would use a taser. Taser's not actually a substitute for deadly force, but if I couldn't use a gun, then I'd at least try to use a taser because I like that you got some distance there. Also, too, I was a police officer when tasers first came out, and before the taser, fights were regular. And then after we got the taser, and I'd go to arrest somebody that was belligerent and fighting or what have you. Those 3 o'clock in the morning bar fights, I hated those types of runs. Anyways, because everybody's drunk, everybody's ticked off, everybody's ready to fight, and they want to fight more, and you're going there telling them they got to go home, and now they want to fight you. But anyways, once we got those tasers, and somebody that was drunk and belligerent say, hey, turn around, put your hands behind your back, you're going to jail. And they'd say, you're going to have to fight me. I'd take that taser out and just point it at him, put that laser on him. And I'd say, turn around or you're going to get tased. And that dropped down the amount of fights big time. But what I found though is, and luckily the bad guys didn't realize this, is that it seems like tasers do not work more than they actually work. Tasers have a pretty high failure rate just because it's got to work perfect. And I'm a taser instructor. I'm certified to certify police officers with the taser, or it's actually the conducted energy weapon is what it's actually called. But if you got that person standing perfectly still and they're not moving, yeah, you get good hits all day long. But once you get somebody moving, they got thicker clothing on, that taser effectiveness plummets. And with tasers, if you deploy that taser and those barbs hit that bad guy and you're hearing that loud, that taser's making a loud tack, 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 tack noise, that means you've got a bad connection, and all that's doing is just ticking that bad guy off and not affecting him. That's another reason why tasers are not a substitute for deadly force, because there's too high of a failure rate with them. If you got a bad guy charging at you with a knife or something like that, there's too big of a chance your taser's not going to work. But so Jesse, in your case, or whoever's case that's asking if they don't have I said Jesse, but it was Zurin1, my apologies, that asked if one does not have access to guns. That's what I would go to. So sorry I took 10 minutes to answer that question. If I couldn't have a gun, I'd go to a taser. Just because you have the distance with taser. Tips for removing light rust on guns. If somebody else can answer that, I do. I get a Brillo pad, just the green regular Brillo pad, just rub it till it's gone, not hard enough where it scratches the barrel, and then oil the heck out of it after that. But somebody else that's better at something like that, let me know. Hey, what did Kyle Smith do to get timed out? And guys, I had the messages. The messages here just jumped on me, so I was trying to keep up, and they just really jumped up on me. So there's probably going to be a lot of stuff I miss. 2A self-defense law. I see that you're on here. I saw that you made a comment, but it looks like, but my screen jumped on me. I missed it. I'd like to. 2A self-defense law. He knows a lot. I mean, I've not agreed with everything that he said, but he's also from a different state than I am, so we probably got a little bit of a different outlook on the use of deadly force. But come on with some questions on the self-defense. You know, like, when is it legal for me to? This is my situation, or what should I do in this situation? RW asks, how do you feel about Smith & Wesson M&P Shield models? I don't have I've only shot them once or twice. My issue is I carried a Glock for 20 years as a police officer. That's what was issued to me. And then that's what I ended up buying as my off-duty guns, because that's what I was new and familiar with. And I just don't have enough experience to give an intelligent thing on the M&P Shield. I'm sorry, if I did, I would, but I'm ignorant to them. Suburban Hillbilly says he's going to rewatch later. Y'all have a good night. Sir, you have yourself a good night, too. Evan Wirtz says felons can buy back and cap. I think he means black and cap. I think he's talking about the gunpowder guns, the black powder guns, whatever is, I think, what he's... he says felons can buy back and cap dummy, ditch the taser. So I don't know if he's calling me a dummy or somebody else a dummy. I'm not for certain on. So here's the deal. You've got two laws there. You've got your state law and you've got your federal law. In my state, a felon can have a handgun in their house. They just can't carry a handgun out in public. But federal law, a felon can't have that handgun in their house. So you'll really want to look that up. Evan Wirtz, if you were calling somebody a dummy, what does their state law say? Do you know what their state law says? So that's just something to think about there. You got to know both your state's law and what the federal law is. I don't know what the law is. It comes down to this. When I was a police officer, and I can say this now, the only people that I arrested that had guns were violent felons, not just felons, but violent felons. They were gang members and people like that. They were the only people that I cared about having weapons. You know, if they were just some Joe Schmo on his way home from work and he had a handgun and no permit, I didn't care. He ain't hurting nobody. As far as I'm concerned, that was his right to do so. But when a person is a violent felon, committing violent felonies, crimes against people, they need to be in jail. Evan, you asked what the thoughts on USS Liberty. I don't know. I'm sorry. If you can articulate, is that a boat? Is that a ship? I'm seriously, I'm completely ignorant. I don't understand the question. Hey, if somebody can give Marcus P. top recommendations for a weapon-mounted light and handheld light, thanks in advance. If somebody can give better information than me, I have always carried the Streamlight. That was that's handheld. That's about this tall. Runs about like $150. Well, underneath Biden economics. Thank you. I really can't talk. I promise. Underneath Bidenomics, they're probably $200 a flashlight now. But anyways, I always did that handheld flashlight. I never had weapon-mounted flashlight. The main reason was because for the longest time, my police department didn't allow it. The weapon-mounted lights, which was stupid on their part, but that was, hey. Anyways, so I never got into the habit of weapon-mounted lights. I've always thought, though, that if I had a weapon-mounted light, that I would like it. I think they've got the holsters out there that work with the lights that as you draw your weapon, it automatically turns the light on. I don't know, but there would be times you don't want to do that either, so never mind. So if anybody can let Marcus P. know what a good weapon-mounted light is, let him know down. That's going to know better than me. Hawkeye says, I'm sending you an email with my cell number. Give me a call when you can. Make sure you send it to the ethical.preparedness at protonmail.com. I think it was what it is. Kyle Smith asks if he's unbanned. Kyle, what'd you do to get banned or kicked off for a few minutes? I didn't see. I'm missing 80% of the comments. So Evan Wirtz says cap and ball non-regulated in every state, not a firearm. Will ship to your door. So I guess if you can't, so obviously you never, just like me, don't automatically say take what I say as the gospel, as the 11th commandment. Evan is saying that cap and ball are non-regulated in every state, not a firearm. So it's non-regulated in every state. Is it non-regulated by the feds too? Probably not, according to your statement, if they'll ship it from like Kentucky to your house. So everybody look, if you're a felon, you can't have a normal firearm, check that out. Check out what Evan is saying. He's saying that you can. So look it up. Make your do your own research. Make sure you know your state's law. Make sure you know federal law. That way you don't get any trouble. Waholo Opsari asked 22 long rifle for self-defense. Me personally, I wouldn't. Not as a first choice. If I had nothing, absolutely nothing else, then I would. But as a first choice, no, I would not do 22 long rifle for self-defense. I mean, you do need penetration. You do, besides penetration, you've also got what you need is that stopping power, that knock. There's really no such thing as knockdown power until you start shooting like a big 50 caliber. But with handgun rounds, okay, here's a big thing. Give me just a second here to collect my thoughts. Handgun rounds are notorious at being bad, stopping bad guys immediately in their tracks, dropping them straight in their tracks. Unless you get that perfect shot into that central nervous system that just automatically drops them. It's handgun rounds. I've always liked to say that handgun rounds are good mind changers. If I'm a bad guy and I'm charging at you with a knife and you start shooting me, chances are I'm not going to drop right then and there. But what I am going to say is, as your rounds are hitting me, is I'm going to say, this is bad for my health. Me charging at him with this knife in my hand is not good for me. So I am going to take off and head the other way. And that's what you want, is now I've stopped my attack on you. But you still, at least with 9 millimeters and working your way up, at least you hit and bone. It's doing a lot better to stop them. All right. So the only way I would do 22 long rifle for self-defense would be if I actually had no other choice. So Kyle Smith says Israel sunk the USS Liberty. I have not. When did that happen? So this is the first I've heard of Israel sinking the USS Liberty. Did this happen after I started? Well, I mean, I had dinner with my family. We don't have our electronics on when we eat dinner. So I ate dinner and I pretty much came straight to do this. So if somebody can fill me in more or fill us in, if they can. Okay, so Kyle Smith said they fired on the USS Liberty. So it's very unusual for the Israel to shoot at one of our boats, because we've always been pretty good friends. So Bizza Rizza Gizza, what's up, brother? How you doing? So when we was talking about earlier, where I did a series, you need to check out Bizza's series that he did, and I think you just started back up again, didn't you? So check out for Bizza Rizza Gizza to post again, and he'll let you know the SHTF scenario series that he did. And so it was very suck you in and take up a lot of your time. Leland Brand, and I hope I'm pronouncing your first name. I'll just say Mr. Brand. Oh, come on. His comment jumped. I was getting ready to answer his comment. He asked, the question is, if you confront an active shooter, you shoot an active shooter, how do you distinguish yourself from the suspect when the cops arrive? And dude, brother, that is a tough one. Here's what I was taught. About the only safe person to have a gun in their hand at an incident that's going berserk crazy like that is actual uniformed cops. When I was first in the police academy, they said, if you are off duty and you get involved in a shooting of some kind, don't have your gun in your hand when those uniformed cops show up, because they get so little information over the radio. They're trying to pay so much attention to what's going on. They're hearing screams. They're hearing this. They're having to this and that, one thing or another. Anybody that is not in uniform and has a gun in their hand, that's going to draw the cops' attention, and the cops will be pointing their guns at them, and that's going to be a heated situation, and one wrong scratch of the ear, pick of your nose, whatever, is going to could result in that cop shooting you. So there was that guy that got shot a couple months ago that shot and killed the active shooter, and he picked up that active shooter's rifle and then ended up getting shot by the cops. And so I don't know the whole story behind that. What was the guy doing with that rifle? Did the cop come around the corner and the guy had just picked it up? You know, would you get called on a guy? I got a guy, you know, the 911 calls start coming in. We got a guy with a rifle shooting everybody. And you respond to that, and you come around the corner. What are you going to do with that dude that's holding a rifle when you get there? You're going to shoot him, you know? I mean, it depends on how he's holding it. I mean, if he's holding it above his head or holding it out here, whatever, you know, but if somebody's regularly holding a rifle, they're probably going to get shot. It's going to be hard to really, for you to understand a situation unless you've responded to a highly volatile event like that. So for me, if I get involved in a shooting off duty, I'm not going to have my gun in my hand when the cop shows up. That's the way it is. Brian Ferguson says he really likes his Olight Balder S weapon mounted light 800 with laser, 800 watts with laser and rechargeable. I've heard nothing but good stuff about Olight. Now, Olight has sent me numerous emails wanting to send me free lights in exchange for doing them on my channel, and I've not done it. I want to, because I've heard nothing but good stuff about Olights, and it'd be really cool to get a free one. But if they give me a free one, then I got to put it on my channel. And the thing is the prepping community is so inundated with flashlight reviews on videos. So that's why I choose not to do one. All right, because and I'm going to be having some reviews that's going to be coming up, but it's stuff that I've had now for a year, stuff that was given to me for free at no cost by these businesses. Wanted me, you know, so I can showcase their stuff on my channel. And so I've had this stuff now for a year now where I've used it regularly. And now after a year's worth of time, I'm now comfortable with saying, hey, you know, this is pretty decent product. 22 DMR says, I feel like a mounted light makes me an easier target. Can be if you keep it on, you know. I say there'd be times that you would want one and times that you wouldn't want it. It wouldn't be, you know what wouldn't be a bad idea is have the weapon mounted light on your gun. So if you decide that situation would be best for you to have it, that's there for you to use it. And if you don't think it'd be a good situation, then don't use it. And if you like the handheld flashlight instead, then you know, that way you can go to what you want. Kyle Smith, I think he was answering why I asked if you got banned for, and you said you talk about blacks and Jews. Were you talking about them in a negative way, or just talking about blacks and Jews just in general? Bad Bob says, I think you should have it on every officer, weapon mounted light. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't think it'd be a bad idea. The one thing you got to think about, though, is, so if you have a police agency that goes, there's a lot more to it than just slapping when you go to a police department. So the first thing, let's say a police department says, okay, every one of our officers now are going to go to weapon mounted light. Then what you're going to have to do as an agency, then you're going to have to buy every one of those officers that new holster that will utilize that weapon mounted light. Then you have to buy the weapon mounted light. Then you have to have a person that's certified to put those weapon mounted lights on. All right. Believe it or not, you can't just hand a light to an officer and say, hey, put this on your gun. I know it's real easy. Just put it on your gun. You got to have a certified person put that gun. It's like we couldn't change our own tires. When we had a flat, I mean, we could change the tire just to get us to the tire repair shop, but we couldn't repair our own tires. We couldn't have a neighbor that lived next door to us replace our brakes on our squad cars. Everybody that works on any of our equipment or gear has to be certified and insured and blah, 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 in case something goes wrong. So then you have to write up an SOP on that weapon mounted light, when it would be used, when it should not be used. Don't use it for horseplay. Check it every so often to make sure it's charged and working. So you wonder why sometimes stuff moves so slow in government. It's because of reasons like, but every step that we did, it was that police departments do is because of some formal lawsuit. So some police department somewhere was like, do whatever you want with your guns. And then some cop did something stupid, like put a hair trigger on his pistol. So every time he just picked the gun up, it went off or whatever. That's not a very good example, but you know what I'm trying to say. So Jell, I don't even want to say the name, Victor, Mr. Victor. Which do you think is better for home defense, a 12-gauge shotgun or an AR-15? Man, that is a tough question. You know, I'll say this. At the police department, all these younger cops was like, oh, just get rid of the 12-gauge shotgun. We got the rifles. We got the rifles. And I was like, I think some of you dudes forget how much damage Daddy's old 12-gauge, Grandpa's old 12-gauge shotgun does to the human body, you know. So, man, that's a tough one. Before my son, once my son got old enough to crawl, before my son got old enough to crawl, I kept a shotgun next to my bed. That was my choice as a home defense weapon. But there's really no distance there, and I kept double-aught bucking them as the load in it. I tell you what, why don't you guys post down there what you think is better, 12 gauge, and then if you post what you think is better, then also comment why you think the 12 gauge is better than the AR, or post why you think the AR is better than the shotgun for home self-defense. For me, I ain't going to laugh at anybody. If a person says, I keep a 12 gauge, I ain't going to laugh at them. If a person sees that they keep a AR for home defense, I ain't going to laugh at them either, you know. So, RW says TLR6 is a good laser light combo. So, for the person that had the weapon mounted light question earlier. So Zurin1 asking, a survival situation, if no one is forced, in a survival situation, if one is forced to live outside of their home due to any persistent danger, what would be the best sources of food and water? So that is a very situationally dependent question. Where are you living at outside of your water? Outside of your home? Do you live in a desert area? Are you in a densely populated city, or are you more out in the countryside? So if you're in a very, very densely populated city, or you're just surrounded by a concrete jungle, then your hot water heaters in your houses, in the schools. I think Praxis Prepper did a video on something like that. That was kind of surprised me too. The different key locks you can get to turn on outdoor faucets or outdoor garden hoses outside of businesses and stuff like that. I'll tell you this. Wild edibles. Typically, while they provide good nutrients, most of the time they won't provide enough calories and stuff to keep you alive. So people that say, hey, I'll scrounge off wild edibles, you're going to die. You'll die of, not you, Zern, one that's asked the question, but people that say, I will scrounge off, I will forage wild edibles after SHTF and the grocery stores go bare, you will die of starvation, because almost certainly you will die of starvation, because wild edibles is good for supplementing with extra vitamins and nutrients. And then I am always worried about, people that say they're going to hunt their food, because the amount of people that's out in the world today, or in the United States today, I've said this in previous videos, that people that back in the Great Depression, there was a lot of animals got hunted almost to extinction. Again, I can't talk, I promise. And that was with the United States having like 1/3 of the population it has today. So if the grocery stores go bare nowadays, the wild game is going to disappear. It's going to be haunted, probably to extinction or near to extinction. And so I don't think that a person's going to be able to rely on shooting rabbits, deer, squirrels, stuff like that. I mean, it'll come down to trying to do deadfalls to catch rats and stuff like that. And then, so rabbit and deer, you won't be able to, within weeks of the grocery stores going bare, they're going to be disappeared. Your wild edibles won't be enough to keep you alive. So I'm a big proponent of learning how to grow your own food and stockpiling food as best as you can. Anita V. Moore says, I was told by a former acquaintance that you could use your bang stick, your gun in Texas, on your property. Just looked it up. It was legal. Just don't be shooting at them as they are running away. So I know Texas has some different laws. And I don't know, because I don't live in Texas, I don't know the full range of them. So I know in Texas you can, so like here in my state, if I go out, if I catch somebody breaking in my house, I'm sorry, not breaking into my house, breaking into my car in my driveway, I cannot shoot them just for breaking into my car. And now if they turn around and start charging at me with a weapon in their hand, then that's a different story. Now I'm not shooting them for breaking into my car. Now I'm shooting at them because they're assaulting me. So I think but so Texas, if you live in Texas, look that up and make sure you know your state's laws. Kyle Smith asks, why would you, as a cop, tell a felon how to get a gun? Whose IFE are you on? Well, A, he just said somebody doesn't have access to a gun, so I don't know if he's a felon or not. B, there's a lot of felons out there that aren't violent felons that I don't have an issue. In my state, they're perfectly legal to own a gun. It's violent people that I don't, violent criminals that I don't want to have a gun. What does IFE stand for? Whose IFE are you on? So my apologies. So Pesky Caller is asking about 444 Magnum or 454 Casull. Those are some pretty big stinking guns. Now, here's the one thing is, they are revolvers, and I will not choose to carry. I would carry a revolver before I carry absolutely nothing. But I won't carry a revolver for self-defense. And I've got a weapon. I've got a video that's coming up about that talks about why revolvers are not ideal for self-defenders. Kyle Smith said, "You're sitting in front of a computer. Are you asking about why I didn't look up the USS Liberty?" Evan Wirth said, "This cop just told felons how to order a gun online." Did I? I don't remember that. These things are jumping on me again. I'm trying to keep up. I'm trying to keep in line here. My apologies. I'm doing the best as I can. Do-de-do-de-do. EDB says, "First time here for a live chat. Good work, sir. NYPD, 25 years retired here." Hey, man. Congratulations to you. After 25 years, you got to retire. I bet. So your retirement day was bittersweet, wasn't it? You were almost in tears. You were, let me guess, you were just looking forward to that day when you could retire. And then that morning when you woke up and you went to that police department that last day, you were probably almost in tears. And then was your heart rate high when you got off from work and went home? Your wife have to come pick you up from the PD because you had to leave your car at the station. That was my last day at the police department. Now, I'm a state level criminal investigator now, so I'm not completely retired. But after 20 years at the police department, I said, I've had enough of this. And so I went to a state level criminal investigator now. But it's nothing. I got a good job now. Is nothing like the police department where those 1 o'clock in the morning call outs and it was rare for me to get a holiday off, but even if I got the holiday off, I had to have my phone on me and it would be ringing off the hook on guys on rape, uniformed guys on getting dispatched on rape calls, child molest calls and stuff like that. That kind of stuff all came to me, the violent sex crimes and stuff like that. So, so EDB, make sure you comment. Hopefully I'll see it. Let me know how your last day was. How long ago did you retire, first of all? How long ago was the 25? Did you retire? So Bad Bob says, just shoot them in the foot. And he's probably making a joke here. I don't know. I don't know what he's saying from before that. But that's, and Bad Bob, I don't think you're actually making the recommendation of shooting somebody in the foot in self-defense. But how many times do we hear family members of criminals that got shot, violent criminals that got shot, that said, well, that self-defender should have shot him in the foot, should have shot him in the shoulder, shot the gun out of his hand, whatever, that kind of stuff. 223 DMR says that we have the Castle Law doctrine there in Missouri, which I think is great. Made by America says not all felons are criminals. So how about this? In my state, up until a few years ago, all theft was a felony. So if a guy at 20 years of age, at 20 years old, if he went to a store and stole a case of beer and got arrested, he got charged with a felony because all theft was felonies. If a cashier at 20 years of age stole $20 from her cash register, she got charged with a felony. So now you take it 10 years later, they've not got in trouble. They've lived clean lives. They've got good jobs. There's no reason they should not be able to carry a firearm or have a firearm. Now, you get somebody that commits a bank robbery, they're gang members, they got gang tattoos, they got thug life tattooed on them, they swastikas tattooed on their neck, and they, done drive-bys, dealing cocaine, dealing heroin. No, those people don't need to. Criminals like that don't need to have firearms. Glocktard, thank you very much. He said, "Good to see you do alive. Hope you are well." I know they just jumped again. Anita Moore said, "Hey, Melanie, as a moderator, please delete Kyle Smith and Evan Wirtz. Just here to cause trouble. Gentlemen, if you guys are causing trouble, please stop it." I'm not able to see everybody's comments here. All right, yeah, I'll take Evan Wirtz. I see where he's spelling out the yeah, take Mr. Wirtz out. Dude, come on, that ain't cool, brother. So EDB said, "We finished up with our last ride to one police plaza, go to the shield desk, set your shield on a pillow, and they kick you out the door." Oh. So oh no, I did not have my wife come and pick me up. I had one of the guys at the agency actually drove me home. But that was weird. When I got home after 20 years of being a full-fledged cop, man, that was so weird. I came home, I was like, oh, and that last day, man, I was just so afraid something was going to happen. I was so afraid I was going to get into another shooting or something. I remember I was on this felony stop on a stolen van, and we all had this dude at gunpoint, and I'm like, God, don't let me get into a police action shooting on my last day at the police department, and I'm getting ready to get this investigator's job on the state level where I'm going to have all holidays off and all weekends off, and that's just, oh my gosh, that was the worst couple of days of my life. I mean, it was so bittersweet, EDB says, "Most fun you can have with your clothes on." Towards the end there, I was so hating working at the police department. The stress level was so high. Man, everything you did was double questioned and looked at underneath the microscope. And those last several years, I hated the police department. But, man, I would say 17 out of those 20, I loved being on the police department and lived for it. Like you said, the most fun you could have with your clothes on. I wouldn't take it back. My experiences I've had, I wouldn't take them back. I've been on autopsies with, having to witness autopsies of infant babies and a lot of other death scenes. You're probably familiar. I've been involved in a police action shooting myself. And then 6 months after that police action shooting, we was fighting a dude outside of a Taco Bell, and he had a gun tucked in his appendix carry here, and it was kind of a rainy, chilly evening, and we're trying to keep him from reaching. It's a good fight, and it was me and another officer, and we was trying to keep him from reaching down to his waist because he kept trying to reach down to his waist, and I'd grab a hold of his hand and get his hand back up in here, and we're on the ground, so he's like on his stomach. As soon as I get his hand up here, he was able to slip out, and he'd start reaching back down there and grab his hand again and get it back up. And this officer's fighting with this hand, and we're trying to get him handcuffed. And finally, I pulled my gun out and stuck it to his head. And I said, "I will blow your effing brains out if you reach for if you reach again." And we was trying to figure out why this dude was fighting so hard. Because this dude was fighting. But anyways, he was out on bond for a drive-by. He'd done a drive-by a month or 2 months earlier, and he was out on bond for it. So he knew when we arrested him that that was gonna violate his bond, and he knew he was gonna do some time on that drive-by shooting. So that's why he fought so hard. But man, that dude does not know how close he came, because I stuck my gun to his head. And I had my finger on the trigger, and I'd just been involved in shooting 6 months before that. And I was like, I am going to go home to my son. This idiot here that keeps trying to go for his gun is not going to put me on that table in the morgue. I've witnessed enough autopsies myself as a detective, and I'm like, I'm not going to die outside this Taco Bell door. When I die, it's going to be doing something fun or of old age, you know, but I'm not going to die outside of a Taco Bell by some thug. But I was just like, I've had it. I was 48 years old at the time, I think, something like that. I'm like, I'm too old for this stuff. I've had enough. And then, so I started looking at higher up investigator spots, and I don't do violent. Well, I've had some death cases, but a couple sexual assaults, but things are a little bit older once they reach me. So I absolutely love it. Clay 2404 says, what are you forced to use self-defense with a modified pistol? So I think his question there is, if you have to shoot a bad guy in self-defense and all you have is a modified pistol, how is that going to affect you legally? And here's the deal. First, know your state's law, self-defense laws, and especially self-defense laws on the use of deadly force. In my state is not going to care if I shot that bad guy or stabbed that bad guy or cracked that bad guy in the head with a baseball bat or took like the old glass ashtrays like you'd see at your grandma's house and beat him over the head with it. The only thing my state is going to care about was it justified for me to use deadly force on him? So if it's a completely justified shooting, and my gun is modified to have lights and the trigger was lighter and it's had an aftermarket trigger, it's going to be hard for the prosecutor to try to unjustify my shooting. Now, what you got to be careful of is stuff that they call shock the conscience. All right. That was something we was always taught, especially in the police academy and then afterwards, is you never want to shock the conscience, especially of the court. So like that one cop that got into that, he shot that dude up in that hotel room. He had that dude on the ground out and was telling him to crawl towards him. Is that the one where the cop had your FUCK apostrophe D on his dust cover? And so that was big time brought up because but even so that shooting there, that was I didn't look into that shooting good enough, but by what little bit I know of it, it sounded like it was a pretty bad. I don't think I heard any cops saying, all my fellow cops all saying that was a good shooting. All right, but anyways, we'll back away from that. If you have a justified shooting, no matter what your gun is, what makes your shooting justified is the actions of that bad guy, and was it reasonable for that bad guy's actions to put you in fear for your life, and then did you use reasonable force to protect yourself? And so in most states, and again, learn your state's laws on self-defense, but in most states, if you are in fear for your life and it's reasonable for you to be in fear for your life, then you can use deadly force to save your life. And so it's not, in a lot of states, it's going to be hard for the prosecutor to say, well, if his gun would have had a factory trigger on it, his shooting would have been legal. But the fact that he put an after factory trigger on that gun makes that shooting illegal. Did I articulate that right? Did I give that example correctly? So, but what if your shooting is not so clear cut? What if your shooting is muddy? you get some of those muddied legal waters, as they would say, then the prosecutor could try to use that stuff to try to paint you or paint your shooting as being an unjustified shooting. So in some states, they allow you to, in a lot of states, you can carry hollow points as self-defense rounds. Some states you can't, so that's, you really want to look up in your area. So this is so kind of my final answer on that is know your law in your state. But I'll say this is that what makes your shooting justified, if using deadly force is legal in your state, what makes your shooting justified is that bad guy's actions against you, as long as his actions made it reasonable for you to be in fear for your life. And so it's hard for a prosecutor to say, well, his shooting would have been legal, but he had this aftermarket trigger on there. If he wouldn't have had that aftermarket trigger, it would have been legal. But since he paid $200 for an aftermarket trigger, that made his gun totally illegal. That made his shooting totally illegal. So hopefully I made sense there. William Marco said he worked in a funeral home. I'm sorry for you, brother. Job I wouldn't have wanted to do. I've actually had the coroner's office call me one time and had me go to a funeral home to take pictures. Just because I was the head coroner himself was wherever, and that funeral home just happened to be a mile or two away from the police department at that time. Melanie, thanks for banning that guy. I didn't know exactly what he was saying. I missed 80% of the comments over here, but I could see where he was spelling out N-I-G-G, and he was just looked like he was just trying to piss people off. So, oops, excuse my language. The person by the name of A-S-C-L-E-P-I-O, last name E-S-C-U-L-A-P-I-O. Oh, it's the same name. Well, anyways, he said, do you recommend carrying a chambered gun? I always carried a chamber gun. I usually carried Glocks. Now I carry the SIG P320. I always carry a chamber gun unless there is some special circumstance, like somebody else, like right now, they don't have a holster, so they carry their gun in their pocket. That would be probably be a good time not to carry a chamber gun, but I carry my gun on a holster right here, regular side holster, just like I did at the police department. And I always carry chamber gun because my experience has been when it is time for you to shoot, that's when split seconds count, and charging that and able to start shooting, that could be a split second that costs you your life. So if I missed any questions, pop them open. Don't be afraid to do like a super chat or something like that. I won't kick you off if you do super chat. I'm trying to save up for a small tractor, utility tractor, or whatever they call them. So I'm looking for a decent used one. Now I'm going to be releasing a video tomorrow night on the channel. That's I haven't decided which video I'm going to release yet. I've got 223 DMR. You have a good night. He says, see you guys later. Stay frosty, everybody. I've got one video I'm trying to upload that YouTube keeps demonetizing it. And, so, off of a typical YouTube video, I put in 12 hours work between filming it, editing it, uploading, blah, 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 blah. So I'm lucky to make $13 or $15 off of a video, so I'm not making any money off the YouTube video unless it makes like 1.5 million views. Then that's you actually get some money off something like that. But when YouTube demonetizes a video, it throttles it. It doesn't promote it nearly as much. And so I actually had one video that YouTube demonetized on the second day that the video was released. For whatever reason, they didn't demonetize it the first day, and the video was doing good. You could see the video graph was just going up and up and up, and then all of a sudden it just went straight sideways. And when I looked at it, it was right when YouTube demonetized it. So I really try not to get my videos demonetized. So if I upload it and YouTube demonetizes it, when I upload a video, I'll set it as like basically private. And then if YouTube demonetizes it before I release it, then I will usually delete the video and re-edit it and see if I can take something out that, I mean, let's face it, YouTube, the people at YouTube, and YouTube, heck with you. You guys are a bunch of bedwetting liberals sometimes. You guys tick me off. How stupid you can be on the stuff that you will demonetize on, you know. So, Melanie, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. I appreciate that. Also appreciate you knocking what's his name off. That was just spamming or causing a bunch of trouble in the chat section over there. Nancy says, Melanie, thanks for moderating. Too, also. He asked, how many guns do I carry? I mean, I only carry one handgun on me. When I'm out in general public, I only carry one handgun on me. I hope that's the question. I hope you were asking me that question, and I hope that was the question you were asking. Bad Bob asks, what's the thoughts on the SIG P365? Which one is that? I don't know which one it is. If anybody else, if it's at least a mid-sized, I like SIGs. I really like SIG Sauers. I don't know if the P365, I don't know which model that is. As long as it's a mid-size or bigger, I'm cool with it. If it's a subcompact gun, me personally, I do not like subcompact guns. I explained that earlier when I got into that police action shooting, trying to control that little bitty subcompact gun while firing under stress was not something I want to re-experience. So a user by the name of YouTube asked, if a police officer asks you to exit your vehicle and you're carrying, should you inform them before getting out? Me personally, I would. I don't know, it's just courtesy. I mean, because the cop doesn't know who you are. But the other question, too, is why is he asking you to exit your vehicle? That's so... Young cops, when they first become cops, they just got out of the police academy, and bad guys are pretty good about disguising themselves. The people that's running drugs, these major drug dealers, they're smart about who they have run their drugs. I'm surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if major drug dealers have women dress up as nuns and have them actually run drugs, you know, so that way if the car gets stopped, the cop thinks it's a car full of nuns. So these younger cops are, you know, like everybody's a potential drug runner, you know. And so you'll see younger cops ask people to step out of their vehicles a little bit quicker, and then the older, more experienced cops start learning how to look more for signs, things that it's out of place. Is anybody doing the felony rub? What's the history on that car before they even approach the car? What time of day is it? Where is it at? Blah, 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 blah. So you got one thing is you got to think, why is the cop even asking you to step out of your car? Because at a typical traffic stop, you pull somebody over for speeding, you typically don't ask them to step out of their car. Now, I knew one cop, and he ended up getting fired just because he was a freaking idiot. But he wanted people to get out. And when he wrote them a ticket, he wanted them to get out of their car and come back into his car. So as he was writing them the ticket, he could talk to them and he could see if alcohol was coming off their breath. He could get a better look to see if their eyes were dilated from, driving and messed up on, driving high and not just driving intoxicated. But the average cop doesn't ask you to get out of your car on a normal traffic stop. Anyways, every traffic stop, my personal choice, living in the state that I live in, which is a very pro-gun state, any traffic stop, I always notify. I also notify them I'm a law enforcement officer too. My thing, but even if I wasn't, I would say, officer, here's my driver's license, here's my registration. Just let you know I've got my gun on me and my permit, And your younger cops, just fresh out of the police academy, be like, oh my gosh, he's got a gun on him. We got to secure that. He might shoot me with it, And of course, us older cops are like, if he's going to shoot you with it, he's not going to freaking tell you he's got it. He's going to wait till you get back to your car and he's going to plug you in the freaking head. Are you an idiot? So the dude that tells you he has a gun is the last dude you got to be worried about, It's the gang member that's sitting there and goes, no, officer, I don't have any weapons in my car. That's the dude that you gotta worry about. So me, even if I wasn't a law enforcement, I am no longer a police officer. I am now a law enforcement officer. I am a state level investigator. Even if I were not a law enforcement officer on a traffic stop, whether I was going to remain in my car or get out, I tell the officer, they let you know, I got my permit and I got my firearm on me. What do you want me to do? There's a big thing on there is I just keep my hand on the steering wheel while I was telling him. And a lot of cops, so in my area, everybody's got a freaking gun, we have to have gun permits in my state, which I don't agree with, but my state is a shall issue permit. And so as long as you don't have a violent felony, they're going to issue you that permit when you apply for it. And so it's like everybody, if you stop 5 cars, 3 out of the 5 cars are going to have guns on them. So in my area, you tell a cop, hey, here's my driver's license registration. Sorry with whatever I was doing that caused you to stop me. Just let you know I got my gun permit, my gun's on me. The cop would usually just say, well, don't reach for it. We won't have a problem. That's kind of the typical stop that goes in my area. But if I lived in New York City, that'd be, well, hey, I wouldn't be in New York City to begin with, let alone be in New York City and have a gun to get stopped by the cops out there. So. So, Dratic Milosevic says, Australian here, is constitutional carry getting a lot of momentum in different states in the United States now? I keep hearing about it on certain channels. Yeah, it is. There's several states that's actually adopted it. And then there's other states where they're trying to push it through and they're getting close. So I wouldn't be surprised, in my state here in several years, it might take 4 years, another 8 years. I wouldn't be surprised if we get constitutional carry in my state. I personally support constitutional carry. I think that our state law on carrying a handgun without a permit or not needing, we shouldn't have to have a permit to carry a gun or any self-defense weapons. My personal belief. I think our law should state that it's perfectly legal to carry a handgun out in public as long as you are not A, intoxicated, B, a convicted violent felon, C, chomo, some stipulations like that. So BELAC, Belak them mighty, Belak the mighty, I think is the word. My apologies if I'm messing up your user handle there. So I'm in a situation where I don't have access to a gun. If somebody breaks him in, can I get out? But I would not be able to warn others in the house. What should I do? So his question was, I'm in a situation, he does not have access to a gun. If somebody breaks in and he can escape and get out of the house, but he would not be able to warn others in the house, what should he do? So his question is, if somebody breaks in, he's not going to have a gun he can defend the other people in the house. He can escape out of the house, but he can't warn anybody else. So it's a very situational dependent question. Are you not going to have access to a gun? Would you be able to defend yourself with a baseball bat? Or not just defend yourself, but the other people in the house. So if that bad guy's breaking in and does not have a gun that you see, can you crack that bad guy's head open with that baseball bat and protect yourself and the other people in the house? If he breaks in, and he's got a firearm, then is the best thing you can do is escape out of that house and call 911 and because if a bad guy's breaking into your house with a gun and you don't have a gun, so the only warning you could give the rest of the people in the house is get yourself shot. So then they're going to get shot too. So what is your best chance then of helping the rest of the people? So I guess that's the best way to answer that question is, what's the different scenarios and what's the best way that you can help the other people in that house? Is dying immediately is not going to help the rest of the people in the house. But if again, since you don't have access to a gun, can you use a baseball bat? Can you use a taser? Can you do things to where people can't? It's very difficult for people to break in the house to begin with. Can you take steps to where it just makes people want to pass by your house? So hopefully I answered that one. Anita V. Moore, she says, good night, be safe. You have a good night too. I don't know how far behind I am on these comments. So Anita, hopefully you didn't say good night 5 minutes ago and I'm just now getting around and you're already asleep and already having sweet dreams. ASCLEPIO. I'm sorry, I'm not even going to try to say your name. You asked Melanie how often I do live programs like this. Not a whole lot. I'm usually, I try to spend as much time with my family. I did 20 years as a police officer. We're working rotating shifts, getting called out in the middle of the night, working every other weekend, working every other holiday. And so before I was too busy to do live programs like this too much. And then now, since I'm at got the new investigator job, now I'm trying to spend more time with my family, make up for lost time. Luckily, my son is only 6, so I didn't miss. He was 5. He just turned 6 when I went to the new agency. Bad Bob says, officer in West Virginia yanks the door open and screams at you. Oh, if you tell them you got a gun? But I'm sure that's not going to be every officer. It's going to be your younger guys. I can remember my very first when I very first became a cop. I was still with my FTO, and we pulled this guy over, and he says, "Okay, this is like your 10th traffic stop. I'm going to be running the license plate back here. You go ahead. You know how to go up and get the driver's license and registration." And get that stuff and come back. So my FTO, my field training officer, the experienced cop, stayed in the front passenger seat of the squad car. Then I went up to the driver and it's like, can I see your license registration? And the driver, you know, got his license registration. He goes, hey, just to let you know, I've got a gun permit. I got my gun on me. And so I was like, he's got a gun on him. I got to do something, you know? So I was like, okay, well, do me a favor and keep your hands locked on your steering wheel like this. And I'm going to take your firearm off of you. So that way you don't shoot me while I'm on the traffic stop. And I dug that firearm off of him and got back there and unloaded it and came back up. I wasn't a big ticket writer, so I probably gave him a warning and did the whole thing where I took his gun apart, took the bullets out. I look back now, I'm like, what was I thinking? But I had been taught yet. You know what I mean? I hadn't developed experience yet. And my parents weren't anti-gun, but they weren't gun nuts either. So they weren't anti-gun, but they didn't preach the Second Amendment or anything like that growing up. So anyways, but that was when I very first became a cop. Then it didn't take me but just a couple of years to, you know, like, hey, the dude that tells you he's got a gun, he ain't going to be the one that's going to shoot you, you know. So anyways, and I don't remember what question now. I got off on that tangent. Oh, I think it was Bad Bob's, where officer in West Virginia yanks the door open and screams at you. So how I did a traffic stop with a gun in the car at the very beginning of my career before I got any experience and any freaking common sense, evidently, to how it was at the last 3/4 of my career was completely different. After about 3 years of being a cop, I pulled somebody over. If they had a NRA sticker on their car, that actually relaxed me, you know, as long as it wasn't like an old, super old NRA sticker that could be from 3 car owners ago. But if somebody had a sticker like that, I knew up front that they were 99.99% chance they were going to be a good, decent person that, yeah, they're almost certainly going to have a gun in the car, but they're going to be the last person that's going to shoot you, you know. So anyways. And somebody has super chatted $20 and it's not telling me the name. And I want to say thank you to who it was. It looks like on the, and I wish it would tell me a little bit easier. It looks like there's some wings in the icon. And I'm sorry, whoever that is, please comment and let me know again so I can give a proper thank you. And especially if you have a question, I want to make sure I answer any questions that you might have. Space Daddy Cyril says, you suggestions on mitigating a potential ambush from inside of a vehicle. I don't understand the question. Do we have any suggestions on mitigating a potential ambush from inside of a vehicle? Are you talking about stopping somebody from carjacking you? Oh, man, that'd be so situationally dependent. I mean, the first thing is if somebody starts attacking my vehicle, punch the gas and take off, unless you live in a super liberal city and it's a bunch of protesters. Then that area try to take you to prison for the rest of your life, even though you were in fear for your life. So the first thing is stay out of those areas. Where you'd have better chances of that. If you can't stay out of those areas, you know, locking your doors, being aware of your surroundings. When I'm in the car, like when I get in the car and I put my seatbelt on, I always move my jacket out of the way of my firearm. So if I do got to draw, and that was just something that as 20 years of being a cop, where summertime, you're in your normal uniform, your gun was always open, but in the wintertime, you had to move your coat, your jacket out of the way so you could deploy your weapon quick if you had to. So that's something I still do. So Bitcoin Moses, hey, I like the name. Oh no, it just jumped. Can you recommend a shotgun for home defense? I'm considering one of the shorter bullpup guns or something similar. If anybody wants to comment with some good examples for him of what would be a good, so I've just got the old Remington 870. That is what the police department issued me. That's what I was used to. That's where I know where that safety's at, that I'm going to be able to just do it without having to think about it. That's what works for me. It's got, I couldn't tell you how long the barrel is, but it's not a real super long barrel, so I wouldn't have, not like it's a duck hunting gun where I'd have a hard time going around corners with. So that's just the Remington 870. That's the one, right? You got the Mossberg 500, I think was real popular with cops, and the Remington 870. So I got the Remington. Anyways, I just got the cop shotgun. That's because what I'm used to. The thing is, even with this real super short shotgun, you're still not going to have that much of a spread, because the spread's only going to happen so much as it travels. And I know if you got a shorter shotgun, you're more of a spread you'll have, but the distance between, in most houses, you're not going to have that much of a, I would not think, and I'm no shotgun expert. James Yeager or somebody else would be better ask on this. But I think even if you had like a bullpup handgun that shot the whatever shotgun round, that you're still in the distance of a room, you're not going to have that much spread. And Bitcoin Moses said that Premium Round gave the donation. So Premium Round, thank you very much. Premium Round, if you had a question and I missed it, ask it again to make sure that I get it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe one of these days, a couple of years from now, I might be able to afford that little tractor. So at my bug out location, there was some areas that was mostly like beech trees that were falling down and stuff like that. And so I cleared out a pretty good sized area. And this is what I did not know. And this is a perfect example of a city boy getting property out in the country. I don't live there. That's my bug out. That's my bug out location. Once those trees were gone in this one area, the sticker bushes, the thorn bushes, chest high, just sprung up almost overnight. And so, and I am moving a little bit of dirt here and there, and especially getting some areas where water will run better and run down to the creek. Yada, yada, yada. But anyways, I'm really wanting to get a small utility tractor, something that's got a bucket on the front and that can pull a pull behind bush mower until I can get some trees in this one area reestablished again. And Rude, if you're on here watching this, you know exactly where I'm talking about. Rude is a buddy of mine. That's his nickname, Rude, R-U-D-E. He's not rude. He's a nice guy. He's a solid dude. He's a prepping partner of mine, and he's been at the bug out location many times, and he's going to be one of the people at said bug out location if things ever got that bad. But I think he's watching tonight. I'm not certain. Bad Bob, how can we donate to the channel tomorrow? Thanks. You know, I appreciate it, just the thought of it. I don't even really know. If you go to my YouTube on the main page, you can become like a channel member for like $1 a month. But I haven't made any exclusives for members only. Yeah, I don't know. Don't worry about it, brother. I appreciate the thought anyways. Space Daddy Cereal says, anybody have any suggestions on vest in the $250 to $350 range? Boy, I tell you what, folks, if somebody's got some suggestions for him, Space Daddy, I was going to say this. Hopefully you are looking for rifle plates at minimum. I mean, so I used to, for years, I carried a soft body armor. And then the last, I'd say 5 or 6 years of being at the police department, I switched to rifle plates. And so I had the vest and And I actually had rifle plates. I bought those rifle plates out of my own pocket. Now, here's the deal. The more you spend on those rifle plates, generally, unless somebody else can give him a better suggestion than me, the cheaper you are on them, those heavier those plates are going to be. The more you spend on them, then the lighter those plates are going to be. And you got to think, man, if things ever get ugly that you got to wear those rifle plates, you might be having to wear them for a long time. So that's just really something to take into account. So me personally, I would buy rifle plates. I would not buy just soft body armor. And then I would buy rifle plates that has that anti-spalling on them. And then, man, the plates, from kind of what I've priced, the plates that are really lightweight and really good, they run about $400 per plate, like $400 for the front plate, $400 for the back plate. Now, also, too, when I priced these were at a police store, so they could probably be found cheaper elsewhere. So, I mean, if somebody's got some better suggestions for him than I do, but I'm like, there are so many rifles out there. To me, it almost seems like soft body armor would be a waste of time now. More of a feel-good thing than what it, chances are, there's just too high of a chance of getting shot with a rifle nowadays. And then, I would go for those higher end plates just for, it's one of those things of buy once, cry once. And I might even like buy the one plate and then save up for a couple more months to buy the second plate. I don't know. If somebody's got a better option down there that'd be cheap and then still wouldn't break his back, and then Space Daddy cereal, if you can clarify if you're looking for soft body armor, that would be all you would need, or both, or what have you. So okay, Premium Round. Thank you very much, Premium Round. I really appreciate that. He asks, is carrying more than one magazine, like carrying 2 or more magazines, does that go against you in self-defense? And he's from Houston, Texas. What is Houston, one of those real liberal cities in Texas? I know, I don't know if it is or not. I know there's a couple of larger cities there. You got like the rest of Texas is like pretty solid if conservative, and then you got like those real liberal cities. So that's concern number one. Your prosecutor that's in Houston is going to be there's chances that he's going to be completely different than the prosecutors outside in the counties outside Houston. So here, I kind of said this earlier, and I'll use this again. And I think Texas has, I don't know Texas state's law, the state of Texas, I don't know their laws on self-defense. But it's my understanding that the state of Texas has pretty good self-defense laws. So in most states, what the courts are going to care about is, were you justified in shooting that bad guy? Was that bad guy's actions enough for it to be reasonable for you to be in fear for your life, therefore make it justified for you to use deadly force against that bad guy? Now, so let's say you've got just your gun and your one magazine in that gun, and you've got a couple more spare mags somewhere on you, and that bad guy charges at you with a knife and you shoot that bad guy. So could that prosecutor actually say, well, your shooting would have been justified if you only had the one magazine on, but the fact that you had 2 more magazines, your shooting's not justified anymore. So that's one way to really look at it. It's going to be hard for if you've done a justified shooting, it's going to be hard for the prosecutor to use that against you. I mean, and also too, cops, how many magazines do they typically carry on them? So, cops typically usually 3 or more magazines. Now, I know that's part of their uniform, yada, 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 but still, in their police action shootings, when they get reviewed, that stuff never gets brought up. Well, you had 36 rounds on you, or whatever the amount of round count was. So, but anything, if you had a muddy shooting, a shooting that wasn't so clear cut, maybe you got into it with your neighbor, and they're in Houston. And I don't know what your guys' prosecutor's like in that county that Houston's in. Maybe he's a screaming liberal, or maybe he's a real pro-gun, pro-self-defense, or he's pro-self-defense or what have you. I don't know. But let's say you've got a real anti-gun person in there. He can try anything to try to paint you to look bad in front of that jury. So if it's not illegal to carry 3 magazines and your self-defense weapon, the prosecutor can't charge you with that, but he might try to say, well, he got into it with his neighbor. He was really hoping something. He even had 3 magazines on him. He could even bring up, if you did training before. Well, he was just looking to get in shooting. He attended an whatever training class last year. He ate McDonald's yesterday even, so they can just try to bring up anything. And sometimes these prosecutors or defense attorneys will bring up some stupid stuff to try to make people look bad. But if you got a decent attorney, yourself, they know how to mitigate this stuff. So I don't let stuff sweat me like that. Now, like that one cop that shot that dude up in that hotel that he heading pro now, and that cop had your FUCK''D on his dust cover. That's stuff that you don't want. That's the kind of stuff that prosecutors will use against you, because that stuff like that does shock the conscience. Washburn Billy says, I have miles of fishing line and tons of hooks, but please do not mistake the importance of water purification before worrying about fishing. I think you're spot on about that. Because what is it, 3 days without water? And if you drink tainted water and you start getting the diarrhea, and then you're going to dehydrate even faster and kill yourself real fast. The one thing, though, and this is something I still yet to learn, because I bought some fishing line 10 years back, and then a couple of years ago checked on them, and they're all pretty much degraded and breaking real easily. So I need to replace fishing line. I don't plan on fishing after SHTF as a sole way to provide food, but it's always good to have different ways to supplement. So if anybody knows any fishing line that you can buy that will last 20 or 30 years and not degrade, let me know. It's something that doesn't cost $8 bazillion either. So Bad Bob said to Space Daddy that asked about where you could buy some police stuff, check out Galls, Galls. I bought stuff from Galls back when I was a uniform cop. They got pretty good stuff, pretty good, decent pricing. And I think they'll sell a lot of gear to non-police officers. I think the only time they don't sell to sworn police is stuff that actually says the word police on there, or red and blue lights, or lights for cars, just some things like that. But as far as duty, because, there's private security that will buy from Galls too. So as long as it doesn't say police or something like that. And Premium Round, thanks again for the next $5 super chat. I do appreciate that. It all adds up. I don't screw off my money. That totally came out the wrong way. I don't spend my money loosely. I don't waste my money. But I am, like I said, I'm saving up, and every penny, every dollar counts. King Baldwin IV. Good evening, sir. He says, I have a number of 3+ carrier plates with build-up layers. I got mine from AR 500 Armor here in Arizona. King Baldwin IV, if you don't mind, the gentleman said he was looking for him for around $400, I think it was, $350, $400. If you let him know what your price was and how much the weight would be, like would that start to weigh down on him after a couple hours? So I'm starting to see where a braided line, like spider wire, that's okay. I remember spider wire. That's some pretty pricey stuff. But if you just buy once and cry once, I guess would be a saying. And then Washburn Billy saying that Power Pro is a line that will last a long time after SHTF. I'll have to check them out too. Oh, Anna, how are you? Yeah, Anna, you're only like 2 freaking hours late, 2.5 hours late. Where you been at all night? Anna, I had thought so Anna said that she hate that she's late, that she did not know that I was going to be doing a live stream. And I started thinking I wanted to do a live stream tonight earlier in the day, but I had a lot of stuff that was going on, so I wasn't for certain if I was going to do it. So I didn't want to say I was going to do one just in case I didn't. Excuse me. Awake Online says, how can anybody not love this guy? I appreciate your candor and how you present it. You're just you. Take it or leave it. I can get behind that. Thanks. I appreciate that. That's one of the things with my channel is, I mean, I know I wear this fake beard and mustache just because there's a lot of nutcases out there. But I do try to be very open on my channel and very transparent, and just give good information to people because when I first started really getting into prepping and seeing self-defense videos and that stuff, I just seen so much bad information out there. It's just like, Lord have mercy. So I like Good Morning Venezuela said, buy once, cry once or twice when your wife finds out. That's a good one. I like it. So King Baldwin answered, the weight is 10 pounds per plate for steel, but it is affordable. So that's if that's 10 pounds per plate, that's 10 pounds on the front, 10 pounds on the back. Now, of course, that'd be in a vest that's being supported by your shoulders, but that will start weighing down on you after a while. So if you think there's any chances you're going to have to do patrols, some of it's going to depend on how old you are. Are you 20 years old, 25 years old? It's not going to bother you that much to have that vest on with those plates and humping all day long while you do patrols or whatever you got to do to keep yourself safe, you and your community safe, whatever it is. You get older and a 10-pound plate, 20 pounds of plates on you becomes a whole different story. So for anybody that's reading this, because I'm sure the gentleman that initially asked the question already knows this, but if you get plates, you wear them. Wear them around the house. Wear them all day long. See how it feels. Just so you just kind of get used to them. And I just remember I went for a jog this last summer on like one of the hottest days of the year, and I was in clothing that, t-shirt and stuff like that. And I was just thinking, man, if I had rifle plates on me right now, I think I would be probably passing out because, I mean, it was just freaking hot. Now, of course, I'm in my early 50s now, so it's a big difference for me than a 23-year-old. So just some things to think about. And Shadow Dragon, I thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do. So again, I'm saving up money for a utility tractor. Hopefully get that one day so I can use that as my bug out location. So buy once, cry twice if your wife finds out. God love my wife because she doesn't let me charge anything or finance anything. So everything that I want to buy. Now, if my personally owned vehicle broke down tomorrow, yes, she would let me finance a new car, or not a new brand new car, but a new or used dependable car. But as far as anything else, she doesn't let me. So, like, I really want a Jeep Wrangler. She's like, well, when you can go buy cash, when you can pay cash for your Jeep Wrangler, by all means do it, but you can't finance it. So God love her for doing this, because it's kept me out of debt. I have no credit card bills. Everything I have is paid for in cash. But the bad thing is like that tractor, I got to save up. I got to buy it. So, and she's right. I'm glad that she keeps me in line like that. There's a reason why I call her my sergeant. So let's see here. Thoughts on future blackouts that might last longer than a month? So Shadow Dragon asked that question. Man, that's a good question. So what do I think the chances of a blackout lasting longer than a month? Countrywide, I don't think there's that big of a chance. Nothing for me to keep awake on. I mean, I think even with this Russia and Ukraine thing, when you look at the different variables, the way it could play out, I don't see nukes ever getting thrown over that situation. So I just brought up the nukes thing because then that's where your EMPs could come that can knock out stuff. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if here in several years, the way our government keeps spending money, that we don't end up having to do what they call brownouts, because, just like Venezuela's got to shut down the electricity for certain areas because they can't produce enough, or it's so expensive, or yada, yada, yada. So if anybody else has any thoughts on future blackouts that might last longer than a month, my personal belief is I don't foresee anything like that happening in the anytime near future with what's going on in the world stage right now. But man, I do think we're going to be in for some economic hurt times here. I'm talking like, give me a second. Like Great Depression level. I think here it might take a couple of years. It's not going to be tomorrow, but it might take 3, 4, 5, 6 years. But man, if even that long. But I think we're going to be in for some real Great Depression era type economic hurts coming on. And I think the one thing that's going to save us is most of the world isn't going to be in the same boat as us too. And a lot of it's due to our response to this COVID-19, or over response to it, and giving out all this free money and this and that. So anyways, so if anybody else has a better answer than I do, chances are somebody does. Type him in down for Shadow Dragon. I want to make sure he gets a good answer. But again, his question was thoughts on a future blackouts that might last longer than a month. I'm trying to get caught up here. You guys have done some good talking back and forth, so I'm trying to speed through, and I'm trying to make sure I answer any questions here. Okay, Premium Round asked, again, thank you very much. How much is the tractor repair? Well, I'm not getting it repaired. I'm saving up to buy one. So I'm trying to get, I've got about $2,000 saved up now. And so I'm shooting for 5,000. And then once I get 5,000, then kind of from what I've priced, I should be able to find a pretty good shape, reasonable shape tractor for about 5,000. Again, utility tractor with a bucket on the front and the ability to pull a bush hog, brush cutter behind it. Now, once I get the tractor, then I'm going to have to save up for the brush cutter, unless I get lucky and get them both. But it seems about $5,000 I should be able to at least put me in the ballpark of it. Now, I might find one for 6,000 and talk them down to 5,000. Or, you know, I might, if I have 5,000 and it costs 6,000, then my wife would probably allow me to borrow 1,000 from our personal shared savings account, and then I'd have to repay that. So one of the ways that I make money off is I give a lot of firearms training, and I'm certified to teach emergency vehicle operations, firearms, use of force, taser, and some other subjects like that. So I'll have a lot of smaller police agencies that will pay me to come to their agency for the day. And it's like $300 for the day. I don't charge very much, but so $300 here, and then a month later, $300 there, and then sometimes 2 weeks later, $300 there. So about every 3 months, I seem like I can get about a couple thousand saved up. Washburn Billis says several years is coming in several days. I'm not going to disagree with you. I don't think it's a big chance it's going to, crash, a complete crash where we're like depression level era. Excuse me. I don't think that's going to happen in just a couple of days, but I'm not going to tell you it's not either, because they are being dumb with the money. And then Awake Online says statistically it is inevitable. You're right. CPT Restless Steven says check Purple Wave for tractor. What is Purple Wave? Is that a website? I honestly don't know. Corsair trainers, good morning or good evening. So if you guys have any questions on any, type scenarios of, would I get charged? How easily for me is to get charged with brandishing? Just other, just a lot of questions like that. Should I drag the body back in the house if I shoot a bad guy and I shoot a bad guy in my house and he runs out? Should I drag his body? Just questions like that. I get a lot of questions like that. So give me just 1 second. And everybody, just if you didn't know, I do vape. I used to smoke cigarettes. I smoked cigarettes for 20 years. I am a nicotine addict. And so after 2 hours and 53 minutes, I got to hit my vape machine. I'm sorry. If this bothers anybody, sorry. Go to a channel where the dude doesn't vape. So what questions does everybody have? The last things that's showing on my screen right now is Corsair Trainer saying hi back to Anna Lee. Okay, now I'm starting to pop some stuff up. So Shadow Dragon says, what are your thoughts on COVID variants? A new one every 6 months doesn't seem natural. What are my thoughts on it? And I actually think that these variants are natural. I mean, I think when I say this, let me articulate this. I am no virologist, immunologist, doctor. Not that bright of a guy. I mean, I was a cop for 20 years. How smart can I be if I was a cop instead of a firefighter, right? So, but kind of what I looked up and researched on respiratory illnesses. Well, by the way, I do think this was made in and this is going to get, YouTube's going to ban me now for this. I do think it was made, I believe there's a high possibility, without ever, as a detective, with knowing the fact that I'm never going to be able to get the evidence myself, I think there's a high possibility it was a man-made virus and made there in China, and then it was released. Now, whether that was on accident or that was on purpose, that's something we'll probably never know, especially with how the CCP hides things. Anyways, but respiratory viruses, they do mutate a lot. That's just what they do. It's how they survive. Now, they do typically mutate to being more, where you can catch it easier, more infectious, but then less deadly, less viral, whatever the word is. So I think what it's doing is its natural course, because it's brand new to our body. Our bodies don't recognize it. What I do disagree with people is that I disagree with the people that say you have to get vaccinated or that you should get vaccinated. I'm not an anti-vaccine person. I made the choice not to get vaccinated myself, but my mom, who is 80 something years old and has type 2 diabetes, she asked me if I thought she should get vaccinated. And for me, it was like, well, this is risk versus benefit, at her age. And of course, with her age, she was able to get vaccinated fairly soon into this all happening. And so at that time, it was more deadly for her to catch the virus because of her comorbidities, than for her to get the vaccine. So I told her, well, Mom, it's your choice. But if I was in your shoes, I would probably if I was 80 years old and had type 2 diabetes, I would probably get the vaccine. But being at that time in my late 40s, now early 50s, I was like, I ain't getting the vaccine. And so I caught the COVID a little bit over a year ago. And my wife and my son just caught it just a couple weeks ago. And I tried like heck to catch it from my wife. YouTube's definitely going to ban me now. You guys won't see me on YouTube after tonight, probably. But I tried like heck to catch it. I was kissing my wife goodnight. I was hugging her goodnight. I slept next to her in bed. I snuggled with her on the couch while she was sick and coughing. And I tested negative. The numerous times I got tested, I kept testing negative. And I think is that my natural immunity. And I kind of wonder this too, is I've had several major exposures that seem to happen about every 3 or 4 months, where I'd have somebody with me in my car for like 3 hours. And then that night they would test positive for COVID. And then I just kind of wondered if every exposure I had was kind of like a natural booster for me. Because each time I had a natural exposure, I would test myself about 3 times over the course of the next 2 weeks. And I kept testing negative. So anyways, I think the COVID variants it's a natural thing that those respiratory viruses do. I think that a lot of the lockdowner type people that want to do lockdowns and want to pay people to stay home, I think they want to scare us on these new variants as they come out. I also kind of look back on what the Spanish flu or the flu of 1918, however you want to call it, did. That first year wasn't so bad. The second year was a whammer. And then the third year kind of petered out. And then the fourth year, nobody even thought about it again. And so it kind of seems like it's happened that same way with COVID, or with COVID-19 or whatever, the pandemic. And it seems like this Delta variant got a lot of people sick, and was pretty young, healthy people. Well, they didn't die and they didn't keel over, none of that stuff. It kicked their butts pretty good for several days or up to a week or what have you. And then your older people, there was a lot of older people that died, and people that had comorbid, blah, blah, all that stuff. But I think that the people overreacted on this big time. When it first started hitting and we was just getting information from China, which what can you believe from China and Italy, because it kicked Italy's butt pretty good. We were seeing news stories out of Italy where people were being left dead in their apartments for several days to a couple weeks because there wasn't enough space in the funeral homes. When we had that kind of information, I was totally okay with, hey, yeah, let's lock everything down, and instead of having this, can we get it like this? And then once we get more information in, then we can make a better informed decision. And then once we did that, 2 weeks to flatten the curve, and then turn into 2 months, 2 years now, which is exactly what some of these globalists type want. Ina Lee Brown asks, how bad is it if I don't try to save the bad guy I just shot? So I'll tell you this. Here's something a lot of people don't think about, and I don't remember if I've released this video yet, or if I have already released it, and I kind of touched on it. When you point a gun at somebody and pull that trigger, not only do you have that fear that you were about to die happening in you, then you also have that freak out mode that you just had to point your gun and now you're pulling that trigger. You'll have that freak out mode as you're pulling that trigger, and you will have that freak out mode after you finish pulling that trigger. I'm talking from personal experience here, okay? Also, too, your brain can only take in so much information, and you can only make so many decisions underneath high stress before your brain just says, I'm done. I'm not making any more decisions tonight. I'm done. I'm baked. I'm done. So after my shooting, you could have asked me what 2 + 2 was, and I would have sit there and go, crap, I don't know, because I've got the audio of our police action shooting, our radio traffic. And right after the shooting, you hear me and my beat partner keying up saying, control, shots fired, start medics, have him step it up, he's bleeding out bad. And then after about 2 or 3 minutes into it, it sounds like we're almost about to fall asleep. Control, we need an evidence technician here. I got a gun here. I need an evidence technician. You can just hear us. We're starting to crash. So Anna Lee, my point is after we shot this dude and he dropped his gun, and then he eventually went down and then went unconscious, and we started seeing the blood coming out of him, we froze. We did not know what to do. We knew what to do, but we had so much brain overload. Our brain shut down and said, you're not making any more decisions. You're going to be lucky if you can walk from here over to there. So I'm laughing. It's not a funny situation, but you got to know when to laugh at. You know what I mean? You just got to know how to handle this kind of stuff, because you can either let it eat you up, or you can have a good humor about it and learn from it. And so anyways, the chances of you, the chances of you actually shooting a bad guy and then saying, I am not helping that dirty son of a gun because he just tried to kill me or he just broke into my house. The chances of you actually making that decision of saying you're not going to help him, it's a pretty slim chance that you even make that decision. So would a prosecutor try to use that against you? Probably not. And even if he tried to, an easy defense is, I was in brain overload. And I'll tell you what, there's plenty of studies out there that talk about this brain overload and fact that they don't, you hear in my channel all the time, don't give a detailed statement until you've had at least 2 nights of sleep. That is, if you and your attorney decide to give a detailed statement. So I'll completely admit it. After mine and my beat partner shooting, the dude was collapsed on the ground. His eyes rolled backwards. He fell back on the ground. Blood was going everywhere. We was just froze. We did not know what to do. And luckily, this shooting happened in a neighborhood, and a neighbor popped her head out the door. And I don't remember what she said. She either said she was a ex-combat medic or emergency room nurse. She had something to do with the emergency medicine. All I remember, she was like, "Do you guys need help?" And we were like, "Yes!" So she come running over. And then about that time, another cop showed up, and he pulled out a tourniquet, and we got a tourniquet on him. Not me or my beat partner. We were just froze. I mean, we were just brain overloaded. We were done. We were fried. We were cooked. Mentally, we were done. And that's just, you got a dude points a gun at you and pulls the trigger. His gun didn't go off. I didn't know that. Witnesses told me his gun wasn't going off because my gun was going off. But I didn't hear my own gunshots. Man, this stuff just happens so fast. So, Anna Lee, you don't help a dude after you shot him, and I don't think you have to worry. Like I said earlier, well, you weren't here earlier, I said you don't want to shock the conscience. So if you shoot a bad guy and it doesn't kill him, now obviously you know that if you shoot him again just to make sure he's dead, then that'll get you in some legal hot water. But you shoot a bad guy and you don't kill him, but it was an incapacitating shot. I mean, he's down on the ground. He's not attacking you no more. And he starts yelling out for help. And he's like, "Okay, I need an ambulance. Call 911. And then if you go, "Screw you, I ain't calling 911, then that would be where it might end up hurting you legally. All right. But you shoot a bad guy and somebody else ends up calling 911 and you hold him at gunpoint until you hear the sirens, and then you get your gun safe right before the cops come in or show up. I don't think you have anything to worry about. But as I always stress, attorneys, so the local law enforcement, the local prosecutor might say, "Anna Lee Brown, that was a good shooting. That guy was a scumbag, and you were completely justified in that shooting. Good job," pat you on the back. But then you turn around and have a civil attorney turn around and sue you and try to use that, that you didn't, well, she waited 3 minutes to call for an ambulance instead of doing it within 2 minutes. I've seen attorneys pull all kinds of stupid stuff out of their behinds trying to, make people look stupid, look bad in front of a jury. Washburn Billy says, "Is a red dot a good thing, or is an iron sight's better because batteries die?" So I will completely admit I have very little experience with red dots, especially on pistol. I've got red dots on a lot of my rifles, but I got them where I can co-witness. So if my batteries do die on my red dots, I've still got my iron sights. So I will always have iron sights on my guns, because as a prepper, batteries run out, and I think there's some sights out there that absorb the light. I think they're like super outrageous. But anyways, so I don't have the money for those things. So I always have iron sights. Yeah, and I don't have any of the red dots on my pistol. I'd like to eventually one of these days, but I've never even shot with them. My guns have always been department issued, and my off-duty guns always mirrored my department issued guns, and so we didn't get fancy stuff like red dots and stuff like that. We always had iron sights. CPT Restless Steven said, "Question on state to state laws on brandishing. The diversity of laws is maddening." It can be. So I wrestle with that at times. The one thing that we got to remember is that, where did this question go? I highlighted it. There we go. It is manning that one state you shoot somebody and the state law says that was a good shooting. You justified shooting. Adios. You have a good day. Live your life. You do that same shooting in a different state and they're throwing you in prison for the rest of your life. So one part is, and that kind of also goes with brandishing. So in my state, they wouldn't call it brandishing. They'd call it pointing a firearm. Or they could also tack on a intimidation charge on it too, because whether you're saying I'm going to kill you, whether you say I'm going to kill you or you're pointing a gun, you're saying with that weapon I'm going to kill you. So it's intimidation either way. So anyways, you know, so in my state, if you can legally justify it, it's perfectly legal to display your firearm and point it at somebody as long as it's reasonable to do so. It's reasonable to point your gun at a criminal, a violent criminal, and not shoot him. Again, as long as it's reasonable for you to do so. But then you can get in some other states and, you know, stuff can get real funky real fast. So John Johnson, you're getting your compact nursing license. That allows you to work. That gives you a nursing license in a lot of different states, right? Oh, Anna Lee Brown, also kind of your question. The question you asked earlier about would you get in trouble or could that cause you a legal issue for not trying to help your bad guy? That's another thing, too, that a prosecutor or an attorney would have a hard time arguing over is, are you trained to help somebody? Do you have the proper training? Do you have the proper PPE, personal protection equipment? Could you even help them? You know, or is the best thing you can do is call 911 and ask for an ambulance? But, you know, you don't want to get their blood on them. I mean, bad guys aren't known for being clean people that lead clean lifestyles. The chances of you getting a bloodborne pathogen from them are pretty high. I mean, you'd hate to shoot somebody in self-defense and save your life that way and then end up catching hepatitis or HIV or something else from them. So Washburn Billy, he says the variants will be endless to keep you in a mask and then a cage. Viruses don't mutate up, but I'm just a dumb guy too. So because I said that earlier, I'm just a dumb guy. But most are hornswoggled into this. So I think you're going to see in your more conservative states on that. I think you're going to see some real pushback as these viruses mutate down, like it appears they're doing right now. But, you know, one thing I want to point out here is I don't believe this virus naturally jumped from a bat or whatever to a human. I do think this virus was man-made and made in that Wuhan place. And, I mean, come on. I mean, if it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, it's a freaking duck, right? You got this novel virus that comes out within just a couple of blocks or a couple of miles of this world-renowned virus place, whatever it's called. I'm getting tired, folks. Excuse me. The old ticker's not, or the old brain's not as fast as it used to be. And so, I mean, come on, it's a spade is a spade. But anyways, so there's a chance it could, because there's a high likelihood that it was man-made, engineered, however you want to say it. It could start mutating up too. Who knows? But usually these things mutate down. I think you're going to start seeing real pushback in some in in some of the more conservative states on this. And you already are, places like Florida and stuff like that, and Texas. And then my state, even with Omicron, they were just like, no mask, we ain't doing no shutdowns. And that was the state level, though. But anyway, so I think there's going to be some pushbacks. I think you're getting your liberal areas be like, no, let's still do the lockdowns. Oh, we need more. 2 masks. Let's get a whole box of masks on our face. But that'll just, I don't think it'll be countrywide like that. And I think people that vote or live in areas where they vote in people like that will suffer the consequences. Awake Online said, you are so right. So right. Same thing happened in our family. After having it, didn't catch it from others in the family who had it after us. Yeah, so Awake Online. So I had it a little bit over a year ago. And then 6 months went by. And then I had a major exposure where I was next to somebody for like 3 hours where they were in the car with me, handing stuff to each other, windows rolled up. By all means, I should have caught it. And so over the course of a couple of weeks, I tested 3 or 4 times, tested negative each time. And then a couple of months goes by, and then I had my nephew, my 10-year-old nephew, in the car with me for 3 hours, hour, 20-minute drive there. He helped me put together a bounce house not a bounce house, but a trampoline at the bug out location for my 6-year-old. And he spent 3 hours in the car with me, handing me stuff. He was even sniffling and had a runny nose. He was saying, oh, it's just allergies. And so I was just like, whatever, I don't care. And so then that night, he started actually feeling bad. And then the next morning, he tested tested positive for COVID. And then again, over that course of a couple of weeks, tested myself 2 or 3 times over those couple of weeks, and nothing. And then now every 3 months, I go get my antibodies tested done. I can go to a local pharmacy, and for $25, they'll prick my finger like a blood glucose reader thing, drop my blood in a thing, and it'll tell me if I have the antibodies or not. And so for over a year now, as soon as my blood hits that little sample dish, as soon as it wicks up, it turns to a dark, deep red, showing I've got strong antibodies. I don't know this, but I personally I have suspicion that every time I have an exposure, that it's like a natural booster, just like those people that get the vaccines, get those booster shots. I think a major exposure gives me a natural booster, that when I have a major exposure, the antibodies and the long-term B and T cells that I have in me, I still have them in me to where they fight it off, and then it produces even more antibodies. That's my suspicion. But I'm no immunologist or doctorologist or smart guyologist or anything like that. Glocktard says, budget more tracker money for unknown repairs too. I completely agree with you. I just got to save it up there. So once I get it, then as long as it's, a couple $100 there or something like that, my wife would allow me to use that. But the initial big cost of it, the wife is makes me pay cash for that kind of stuff. Anna says that she's had the COVID twice, that you think you had the Omicron a few weeks ago. Anna, I think actually you just been drinking too much and you got a hangover. I'm just teasing you. I'm completely teasing you. So a coworker, his wife actually caught it 3 months apart. So it's going to vary from person to person. Friend of mine, he did have it confirmed twice, but it was 19 months apart for his. My coworker, his wife, she caught it 3 months apart. I mean, these were positive cases, positive tests. So, I mean, there's a good high likelihood that it was actually COVID and not a false positive. There's always that chance. But it's going to vary from person to person. Like, if a person chooses to get the vaccine, if you got 2 people that get the vaccine on the same day, one person would be good for a year with that vaccine, while another person might only be good for 6 months, just because their immune system's going to be different. Now, one thing me and my wife do is we do regularly take vitamin D and the K12 or whatever that is that's supposed to go with it. Joshua Bones said, did you hear Dr. Fauci was saying people might have to get a 4th shot? You know what? If I was 80, 90 years old and I had asthma and I had diabetes, I would get the vaccine. I would get those boosters. But being my age, Dr. Fauci can, well, how can I put this nicely? I will never invite Dr. Fauci to my house. I don't listen to Dr. Fauci. I'll tell you what. This is why I don't listen to Dr. Fauci. When COVID first started hitting overseas, I was watching it. I was really watching it. And I looked up a study, and I can't find it now, but I looked up a study that was done on N95 masks on respiratory viruses. And this included the coronavirus. Now, I know COVID-19 is COVID-19, but it's part of that coronavirus family. So coronaviruses were included in the study that was done before COVID-19 ever escaped the Wuhan lab or came out of the Wuhan lab. And that study found that if properly worn and properly donning and doffing was done, that it had like a 65 or 70% effective rate at blocking respiratory viruses. And that's because while respiratory viruses were smaller than the holes, the filtration in your mask, that a lot of times these viruses were connected to a piece of spittle. It was even small to be floating around in the air, but still the mask would stop this piece of spittle that would stop the virus. So I, being a police officer at that time, I started buying these masks before they disappeared out of the store shelves. And Dr. Fauci got on the TV and was like, masks are worthless. They don't work. Don't buy them. And that's when I immediately lost all faith in him, because I was like, no. This guy is a, is he immunologist or a virologist, whatever he is. I'm like, he knows that these N95 masks would be, 65, 75, 70% effective in stopping somebody from catching the COVID. But he also knows that it would only be that effective if they properly take it off and then they properly store it for a week while that virus dies, and they wear a new mask every day and they do proper. So he knew that the average person, even if they had an N95, when they came out of the grocery store, they would just take it off, stick it in their coat, their shirt pocket or whatever, and then put it back on. Well, that is worthless then. But he at least should have worded it that way. I would have had respect for him if he would have said, look, please don't buy the N95. Save those for our medical workers. They need them. I would have respected him if he would have said that, but he freaking lied to us. He said they weren't useful. And what he did was he lied by omission. And so I was like, yeah, I ain't going to listen to anything else he says. I can't trust him on this. I ain't going to trust him on anything else, Washburn Billy says that the tests are a lie as well, but I'm new here and I don't want to wear out my welcome. Washburn Billy, hey, as long as it's not said in a rude way, you speak your mind, brother. As long as you don't resort to name calling or call somebody an idiot. I mean, Fauci, you can call him an idiot. Now, as long as you don't personally attack somebody, you say what you feel. I have, as a law enforcement officer and 20-year cop, I have people that comment all the time on my channel like, hey, I don't trust cops. I don't think I want to watch your channel. I'm like, hey, that's your, and I'll read their comment. I'll reply to it. But then the people that get on there, you jack-booted pig thug gang member wearing uniform, those are the people I just delete. I'm like, I ain't got time to waste for them. So Washburn Billy, you speak your mind, brother. Here's the deal. I am a human. Therefore, I am not going to be right 100% of the time. I tell my wife I'm always right, but I understand I am human. The way I learn is by getting information from here, getting information from there, and putting it together and using that to make my own informed decision. And so I do think that there are a lot of false positive tests. And if you really start reading into them, if you really start reading into them, from my understanding, they can get too sensitive, I guess, and you'll start getting your false positives. John Johnson says that none of my patients are even sick via positive result. How long has that been like that, John? How long have your patients, none of them been sick, even of testing positive, like say during the Delta time? And I'm not asking that in a judging way. I'm asking that as an honest, what's been your experience? Then John Johnson said, is this dude even seeing what I'm saying? So as I see a comment, I read it out loud. Zurin1 says exactly. Vaccines should never be mandated. I completely agree with you on that. And if a person has a health condition, only get that vaccine once consulting with their doctor. I completely agree with that. I am not anti-vaccine. I've gotten the flu vaccine a handful of times in my life. If this COVID vaccine was made the old-fashioned way, I would probably be more apt to get it. I was the who was the company? Novavax. Their vaccine was made the old-fashioned way. I probably would have gotten that one if I hadn't already caught it. But once I already caught it, I was like, I don't see any reason to get it now. Now, if I'd not had any exposures over a year's time, then I've been more apt to get it. And then also, too, if I had diabetes or something like that, I'd probably be more apt to get it. But being a halfway healthy 50-year-old male, the chances of me dying from it is so slim that for me, risk versus benefit, I think for me, there's more of a risk of getting the vaccine than not. Washburn Billy says, with permission, I will tell you what I know so not to tank this channel. That's cool, brother. I mean, however you think you need it. If you think it's better that you email it to me, or if you think it's fine that you put it as a comment. Although I just got to warn you, though, I'm missing probably 30%, 50% of the comments. So if you comment with it and I don't see it, I don't read it, it's my apologies. It's hard for me to describe it, but my comments will kind of move, and then all of a sudden they'll kind of jump and fly up on me. And so I'm missing a lot of stuff too. Now, when I get a super chat at the top of my chat box that does not move, it'll light up and give me a notification. So most of the time I catch those. So Awake Online says the first time he got it, he was like, this ain't nothing. So for me, I coughed one night for like 3 hours. That was it. I never caught a fever. I had the cold chills that would come on and off for like 5 or 10 minutes at a time for a couple of nights. But for me, man, I slept. I slept and slept and slept. And I had real super achy legs. Felt like somebody worked my legs over with a baseball bat. So I actually, once I recovered from it after like 2 weeks, because I slept for 2 weeks straight, I had no body aches, because I mean, I didn't do nothing for 2 weeks. So it's like, once I recovered, I was like, all right, I'm ready to take on the world. I have no body aches, no nothing. I feel great. So I told my wife, I was like, man, this would be cool to actually catch about 3 times a year, because you catch up on your sleep. You get so well rested. That was my experience, though, as a 49-year-old, healthy, no diabetes, no nothing else like that. But if I was 80, 70 or 80, and I had diabetes and some other stuff like that, it'd have been a different story. I probably would have got the stand for truth. The Second Amendment defends all of our rights. I completely agree with you. That's the ability of people to fight back is what keeps the government in check. So I don't want to go too far into it, but I had some meetings with some attorneys today. And one of the attorneys asked me why I didn't ask for more in a subpoena that I had served. And I said, because it wasn't going to help my investigation. It wasn't, I don't want to use that word. I didn't need it for my investigation. And so I said, I don't do fishing expeditions. And, I'm not going to ask for something that somebody, because this place is their attorney's just going to deny it. They're going to say, we're not going to turn it over to you. We'll turn this and this over to you because it's obvious evidence, but we're not going to turn X over to you because there's no reason to. And I would agree with them on that. And a judge would throw it out. And so then I said, isn't there an amendment against that? Is it the first or second, or is it the fifth? No, it's the Fourth Amendment. So Awake Online says, "Will Miss Anna, you're welcome at our front porch anytime. We'll leave the light on for you." I will say this: Anna Lee Brown is a awesome, super cool, awesome possum person. And King Baldwin IV, and his comment just jumped up because some other comments happened. He's a cool dude too. So if you ever watch one of my videos and you go down in the comment section, if King Baldwin IV leaves a comment, read it, because he leaves some really good, intelligent, well thought out comments. Wake Online said he slept so much too. Anna Lee Brown says, yeah, the leg pain was so horrible. Anna, did your leg hurt because of the COVID, or was because you was kicking your husband? I'm just teasing her. So a person with, and this is right underneath Anna Lee's comment where she says, Awake Online, laugh out loud, I meant pure, sure, it's a trial run. There's a person underneath that, it looks like a Russian name, and their comment is VU capital N space .FYL. Can somebody advise me, is that to a website? What's the comment? VU capital N space capital FYL. I'm just, so if you're the person that's commenting with that, I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. I don't know what you're trying to say. If somebody could decipher that, or if the original commenter could decipher that. So I am Cosmosis commented with, just moved to South Carolina. I don't have my concealed weapon permit, but does anybody know if I'm allowed to drive with my pistol in the glove box, but not chambered, but loaded with a magazine and be good? Okay, if somebody lives down in South Carolina, if they are good with smartphones or good with looking stuff up, could they look that law up for South Carolina and comment with that, and then tag I am Cosmosis. Or Cosmosis, could you check to see if somebody does that? I will tell you this. I do not know South Carolina law at all. But I would say chances are probably not. I'm not going to tell you no. I'm not going to tell you yes, because I don't know South Carolina law. But I can tell you the way the law typically works. And in some states where if you have a concealed permit, that means you can carry it on your person or in your glove box or within reach of you out in public. That's generally a lot of states that say if you have a gun permit, you can carry your gun out in public. Then those same laws that they say, well, if you don't have a gun, then the way you can transport that gun to say, if you don't have a gun permit, but you're going to go to the range, then you can transport that gun in your car if you, it's unloaded, which typically means no rounds in the magazine, and obviously so no magazine with rounds in it in the gun. So unloaded doesn't mean, typically won't mean that you just don't have one in the pipe, one in the chamber. So if you don't have your gun permit and you're going to be driving with your pistol in your car, I personally, what I would do without knowing the law is I would have that gun in a lockbox, and I would have no ammo in that lockbox and that ammo someplace else in the car. That's what personally I would do. Well, personally, what I would do is I would look up the state law to see what the law is on transporting a weapon inside your car without a gun permit. That's what I would do. So I am Cosmosis then asked, if so, what situation would allow me to access my pistol and use for self-defense? If I'm not able to get out of my car and or drive off is where I'd reach for it and use it. So I think I am Cosmosis is asking is he doesn't have his gun permit, and it sounds like in his state that it has to be unloaded. So he's wanting to carry it in a way that he can access it quickly, and still remaining within the law of the carrying it or transporting it in the car. My guess, and I don't know South Carolina law, but typically when they write these laws that say you have to have a gun permit to carry it, but if you don't have a gun permit and you want to transport it, and then you got to transport it in this way, typically they write those laws so that the gun can't be quickly accessed. So like in my state, your gun has to be in a container, and it can't be within reach of the driver, and it can't have ammunition with it. So, and the funny thing is my state's law just says container. So if you read it, you think, okay, well, it needs to be in a gun box, right? But when you know how court goes and how defense attorneys go, a container is a container. So a Rubbermaid or Ziploc bag or a container is a container. It doesn't articulate what a container is, but what it does is, so I've always, when people ever ask that question for my state, I've always said, look, if you want to be safe, if you don't have a gun permit and you want to be safe and I would put that gun in a box, have that gun in your trunk, and then have your ammunition up in your glove box. That's what I would do if I did not have a gun permit and I was taking my gun to the range. But so here's the deal. They can word these laws when they come up with a law like, okay, this is what you got to do to transport your gun in your car if you don't have a gun permit. The lawmakers can word this law and try to think of every little angle that it can be done. And then they finally make this law that's 50 pages long, on how to transport your gun in your car, you get a good attorney, and he's going to find every little loophole that those lawmakers didn't think of. And that's how these court decisions end up coming down. And that's why juries a lot of times are so, can be so important too. And of course, you guys all know about jury nullification too, right? If I got called to serve on a jury and somebody got arrested and charged because they didn't have the vaccine, even if that was a law, I would vote not guilty, and I would stick to my guns. If there's bullshit, pardon my language, I don't normally curse. If there's baloney laws on the books and somebody actually gets arrested and charged, you can say not guilty. And we've seen that before, jury nullification. And guess what? Prosecutors will only file charges on what they know juries will convict on. Let me give you a perfect example. This dude came out of his house, walked to the sidewalk, then pointed the gun at me, and then started pulling the trigger. Now, I didn't see him pulling the trigger. As soon as he pointed his gun at me, I pulled my gun and started firing. Witnesses said he was doing like this with his gun, and it just wasn't going off. I didn't know that because all I saw was the barrel of his gun pointed at me, and then I was like, okay, it's time to rock and roll. The prosecutor's office charged him with carrying a handgun without a permit. The only reason why they charged him with that is because he went to the sidewalk. If he'd stayed in his front yard and pointed his gun at me, they wouldn't have charged him with carrying a handgun without a permit. Because in my state, you only have to have a permit to carry a handgun off your property. But luckily for me, he at least went to the sidewalk, which put him in a public place. And then they charged him with pointing a firearm. They did not charge him with ag assault. They did not charge him with attempted murder or anything like that. Even though he pointed a gun at me and pulled the trigger, he only got charged with carrying a handgun without a permit and pointing a handgun. Like I said, even though he pointed that gun at me and pulled the trigger, it just didn't happen to go boom. I asked the prosecutor, I was like, and dude, like I had a dude point a gun at me and pull the trigger. Why are you not charging him with attempted murder? And he was like, the gun didn't go off. And he said, to be honest with you, he said, if the gun would have went off and didn't hit you, I still wouldn't go with attempted murder. He goes, I'd only go with attempted murder if the bullet actually hit you and put you in danger of you dying. And you just didn't die. Now, if you died, I would have charged him with murder. If you got hit, but it wasn't a life-threatening wound, then I would have charged him with attempted murder. Or what? If I would have died, he would have charged him with murder. If he had shot me and it was life-threatening, then he would have charged him with attempted murder. If he had shot me and it was not life-threatening, then he would have charged that bad guy with aggravated assault. And I was like, why, dude? I mean, he pointed a gun at me and pulled the trigger, and he goes, juries won't convict on it. They would have convicted him. So that's the thing. We got to remember how powerful juries are. And this is a conservative area. Ebor Millie asks, best unconventional non-gun weapon, enhanced CS grenade in the car to toss in the back seat if you get jacked. CS as in CS gas. Yeah, that's true. Affects you and the bad guy, but King Baldwin said thanks. Is that for the compliment I paid for you earlier, King Baldwin the Fourth? If so, I'll expect that $5 in my mailbox for that compliment tomorrow. Just joking. I'm just joking, brother. ReeseReport.com is another good info source. Washburn Willie, can you tell me what it's a good info source for? Since I've read it out, and if I see your comment down below again, I'll read it out what you're saying, that it's a good information, source for information. And my apologies if you posted earlier of why it is and I missed it. You're very welcome, Anna. Is it Anna or is it Anna? I hope I'm not getting it wrong. But she's awesome. I like her. She's cool beans. Hey, Washburn Billy, you have a good night. I just saw your message. Be blessed. I got to turn in. Joshua says, give me a pair of cargo pants with 500 rounds of 22 caliber, lots of persuaders. I mean, you can't argue with that. I mean, would you rather have 500 rounds of 22 ammo or 20 rounds or 50 rounds of 223? You know, you got to watch your situation. I mean, I'd rather have 5,000 rounds of 22 than 100 rounds of 223. So it's just something, you know. Now, would I rather have 1,000 rounds of 223? I'd rather have 1,000 rounds of 223 over 500 rounds of 22 or whatever. I'd rather have 1,000 rounds of 223 over 1,500 rounds of 22 long rifle. How about that? But Joshua from Grand Prairie, Texas. Welcome, brother. Joshua, you're saying your hands. You're talking about how I talk with my hands so much. If you are, I mean, it's okay. Give me constructive criticism. I welcome it. But here's the deal. Here's why I talk with my hands so much. For 20 years, I dealt with suspicious people. I'm talking guys behind businesses at 3 o'clock in the morning, guys casing cars, casing houses in the middle of the day. A lot of suspicious people I had to approach. Then as a detective, going up and knocking on suspects' doors. So I learned to talk with my hands up like this. This is why I talk with my hands so much. This is a very quick to be able to defend yourself with your hands up here. This is non-threatening, but if I've got to react to block or do whatever I got to do, I can do it. So after 20 years, I still talk with my hands a lot. I'll probably be 80 years old, 90 years old in the nursing home going, nurse, so can I have my pudding? So yeah, my humor's not that good. So hopefully. And Elise said, I never shut up, man. But if you tie my hands behind my back, I can't talk. You know, and so one of the, I haven't released it yet, but I shot a YouTube video for YouTube. And I was, you know, I'm like, man, I get so many people that mention about how I move my hands so much when I talk. So I tucked one hand in my pocket while I shot the video, and I still moved this hand like it was, you know, like normal. So it didn't help any. So the person with the looks like a Russian name, they are typing that VOR.ONG. Again, so sir, either please explain what you're typing there or quit, because I don't know what it means. I don't think anybody else knows what it means. Anna Lee Brown, you're a moderator. You can block him. But let's give him a chance to see if he explains himself first. But I'm with you. I'm thinking he's probably going to be, it's either a troll or a thing towards a scam or something. So person with the Russian name, either state really fast what you're explain really fast, or you're going to get blocked in like within 1 minute. So whose eyes wide shut? Who you asking if they'd consider an extramarital affair? But I am married. If you're asking me, I am married. I don't cheat on my wife. If you're asking somebody else if they consider an extramarital affair, then they can answer that question. But then also too, eyes wide shut. Are you a guy or a girl? So, but anyways, I am happily married. I don't screw around. I don't screw around on my wife. Well, we'll see if eyes wide shut was joking or not, or just be if she's being honestly flirtatious, I'm fine with it. But if it's somebody that's, so I'm answering Anna. She asked if eyes wide shut needs to be timed out. If they're a legitimate person being flirtatious, I'm cool with that. I'm fine with that. But if they're somebody that's trying to get us to go to some porn website or something, well, so anyways. So Ebor Millie asks, is anybody a fan of brass knuckles? I like how they conceal over a knife, but it looks bad in court. I've never used brass knuckles. I don't think one of the things I don't like, but well, yeah, I just don't have enough experience with them. And I don't know if brass knuckles are illegal. It's going to be different from state to state. And eyes wide shut, just joking. Everyone's so serious, just thought I'd add some humor. Eyes wide shut, that's fine. Don't worry about your humor. I'm good with humor. I've been a cop for 20 years. The darker the humor, the better. Just one of the things is on these live chats, I guess there's so many scammers that come on. You never know if sometimes something like that would raise a red flag and make them think it's a scammer. So if you're joking, don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. That's why I said, hey, let's give it a minute and not act so quickly. You're from Australia, huh? What part of Australia? Queensland, Australia. Okay. Yeah, I wonder what time it is. It's midnight 47 here. So that's my cop side coming out because I can't say 12:47 a.m. It's noon, it's noon 30, it's midnight 30. So that's something that I picked up on. So 3:45 p.m. there in Australia. So 15 hours ahead of us because it's Thursday. Well, it's early Friday morning for us. So you guys got it pretty rough over there in Australia right now. Don't they have the COVID lockdowns and laws over there pretty bad? Eyes wide shut. From my understanding, kind of from what I've been reading, I guess it might be different from. Do you guys have provinces over there? I'm not certain what you guys have over there. My apologies, my ignorance. It's my kind of from what I've been reading, there's been some areas over there in Australia where they've been talking about locking people up that's refusing to get the vaccine or they have tested positive or whatever. I know this. I've been hearing a lot of American cops blow some grief to Australian cops saying, if you actually do that, you don't need to be a police officer. Eyes wide shut said, yep, we're 15 hours ahead. Does anybody want the lottery results? If you could tell me what Bitcoin is doing. So Glocktard asked, would you laugh if you pulled over a car and the armed driver asked you to also keep your gun in the holster to make them feel safe? You know what? It would be the way they asked it. So I never ever said that. I never said, well, if you keep your gun in your holster, then we'll be fine. I never said that. I just like, okay. Because I knew, somebody tells me they got a gun, they're obviously not going to shoot me. So I'd say, all right. Now, actually, what I would do, though, is in my state, when we would run a driver's license, it would tell us if they had a gun permit or not. And so if I ran somebody and it showed they had a valid gun permit, I would go back up to the car and I would ask them, here's your driver's license registration back. Do you have a gun permit? And they would say yes. Then I would ask them, do you have a gun in the car? And if they said no, then I would say, why do you have a gun permit and you are not carrying a life-saving tool with you? So I would give people grief about not having the a gun in the car. King Baldwin IV says he has to turn in. He says everybody has a good night. He private messaged me earlier, says that he's got to go to Walmart tomorrow and buy. I was going to try to crack some kind of a joke to embarrass King Baldwin, but I can't think of anything funny. I think maybe his wife is telling him he better get to bed right now or she's going to beat him up. That's what I suspect. But King Baldwin, I'm just joking with you. You have a good night, buddy. So to answer Glocktard, to answer your question, if somebody said, hey man, just keep your gun in your hand, your gun in your holster, so I feel fine, is if they had said it in a joking way, I would find it humorous. So there's been a few times where people said something humorous as soon as I approached the car, and I can't think of anything right offhand. I just remember it happening, and good humor is good humor. Bill Carson says the best way they learned was to subtract 12 from the time to convert. Yep. If it says 2,400 hours, you minus 12, and that gives you 12. If it's 1,500 hours, you minus 12 to get your 3 p.m. So Anna Lee Brown says, they say you're supposed to give your permit with your license. Is that the right thing to do if they don't ask if you are carrying? So Anna, that is going to vary from state to state. And here in Indiana, I do not believe, and folks, I just slipped up there. I don't normally say what state I live in just for OpSec reasons, but I live in the state of Indiana. I believe here in the state of Indiana that they are not required to tell the police on a traffic stop that they have a firearm on them or they have a permit. I do know here in Indiana that we are not actually allowed to ask for their permit unless they are committing some kind of an offense. So like if somebody is walking down the street with a handgun on their hip in open plain sight, we cannot stop that person and ask them for their gun permit. They have to be committing some kind of offense first before we can ask them for their gun permit. And I do not believe that they are required to, here in this state, to on a traffic stop to say, here's my license, registration. By the way, I have a gun in my car. It's just, I guess you call it. And, you know, you get outside of the liberal areas. Is my screen working good? It was locking up on my side. You get outside of the liberal areas and you get outside the liberal areas and you get like some of your more experienced cops, a person with a permit puts that cop more at ease because they know that that person's not going to have any violent felonies and stuff like that in the background. Awake Online says, I have a question that, I have a question that perhaps only you can help me with. Brother, ask it. And as long as I see your question, I will do my best to answer it. Glocktard asks, what's the biggest thing during a traffic stop that I could do to help you trust me? So I'm a human and cops are humans. And so all humans have different things that they like. It's like at night, you know what? Here's the thing with a lot of cops. It's the hands that kill you. Most of it, unless somebody's freaking Bruce Lee, it's the hands that kill you. So seeing the hands and being as relaxed as possibly can. So seeing somebody's hands and them being relaxed was the things that put me the most at ease on a traffic stop. So if I pulled some dude over and once I got up to the car, his hands was on the steering wheel and he was like, what can I do for you? And I say, where's your license registration? And they say, hey, the license is in my wallet. Do you want me to get it? I'd be like, yeah. So just being able to, somebody just showing me their hands and just being somewhat, relaxed as they can be, did a lot for me. Ebor Millie says that Ohio law says that you must tell the officer in a timely manner that you are carrying a stopped in or out of a vehicle. That means literally immediately or you're in jeopardy before giving the license. Yeah, and I don't agree with that law, but I at least like how they say in a timely manner, because then that leaves open for interpretation. And that leaves, so if a cop did slap a charge on you because you didn't tell him within 0.2 seconds, that's going to leave a lot of interpretation up for your attorney to get that case thrown out. So I do like it when, I don't like that law, but I do like it when states write in as soon as reasonable, when they write stuff like that in, or within a timely manner. So if the cop's asking you questions and doesn't give you the chance to tell him because you're too busy answering his questions, then that gives you a good defense, So now, Anna, let me ask you this. You said that your ex had a sheriff, well, I'm guessing a sheriff's deputy, follow him around a Meyer one day because he was open carrying on his hip the whole way through Meyer. Were you there when that happened? Because the reason why I say that was one time I was in my squad car and I had to get more of those notepads. So I was going to the store and there was this car in front of me that kept turning the same turns I was going. And then this car turned into the parking lot in the same store that I was going to get some more notepads for my uniform pocket that, where you write stuff down on. And anyways, I didn't even think anything about it. I was just driving to the store. I was thinking, okay, I need to get more notepads. I got this report waiting. I still got to do. I got this, blah, 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 blah. And we both pulled up and parked, and she got out of her car. She went, ah! And it was like, what the heck's wrong with you? You know? And she was like, I thought you were going to pull me over. You was behind me for the past 6 turns. I was like, no, I just got to come in here and get notepads. I wasn't paying no attention to you. And so I just, you know, I don't know anything about your ex. There's probably a reason why he's your ex. Did he fluff stuff up? Not fluff's not the word. Did he exaggerate things? Was this cop shopping in there too? Or did the cop literally just walk behind him and stop every time he stopped? And then why? Because, you know, you live here in the same state I do. You know, freaking, I mean, every time you go to the store, you see several people open carrying in the store. So that's too common for cops. So did something happen before that? Did he get in an argument with cashier? Did there something lead up to there? Because there's too many people open carrying and not enough cops for every cop to just be following somebody around. So something tells me there's more to that than what your ex is telling you, than what your ex told you. That's my suspicion, but I will preface this with this. I was not there. That cop could have been a butthead because there's, like I said, every 10 cops, there's always that one butthead that the other 9 cops don't even like. So I don't know, but I'm suspicious on that your ex probably didn't tell you something. Eyes wide shut. I see you. Take care, everybody. You guys, think smart, stay safe. You have a good night too. Well, no, it's middle of the day for you. You have a good rest of your day. Okay. Awake Online asks, so he hates shopping, so he takes a few beers, his wife drives to the store, and then he has a few beers when they go to the store. So his wife is driving. So he asks, will I go to jail if an officer who's single pulls us over? Okay, and so I saw where somebody told me to scroll down. So give me just a second on the scrolling down. I want to try to answer this question really fast. That's going to vary from state to state. So, like in my state, it is not illegal to be intoxicated and be in the passenger seat. In my state, to be arrested for public intoxication, you have to be intoxicated, you have to be in a public place, and you have to be being a nuisance or a danger to yourself or to other people. So that was purposely written so that people that are getting designated drivers where the passenger cannot get arrested. All right. If they're just having a few beers, got a buzz going on, they're perfectly fine. So you want to check that out on your state to make sure, because it's going to vary from state to state. While it would be very difficult for you to get arrested in my state for having a few beers while your wife is driving to the store, it would be next to impossible to get arrested as a passenger in my state. You better check out the laws in your state. Now, I'll tell you this, you get some young cop just out of the police academy, and if your state law is public intoxication, a person can be arrested if they got the odor of a alcoholic beverage coming from their person. You get some young, especially like those state troopers, dudes. That's where I would worry, but you're probably fine. But look up your state law. CPT Restless Steven. Yes, that word I was trying to look for earlier was qualified immunity. So Anna Lee says, here in Indiana, you cannot have an open container. So yes, she is right on that. So here's the deal: is the way the law is written in this state is it can't really be in reach of the driver. It can't be readily accessible for the driver, but it's a ticketable offense. It's not an arrestable offense. So how about this? Here's an example. Let's say I get in my car, I start my car, and I got a cold beer in my hand, and I drive down the street, and I pop that top, and I actually drink half that cold beer, and a cop pulls me over, and I'm driving, and I got that cold beer, but all I've had was about 3 or 4 drinks of that. He can only ticket me because it's driving with an open container and with a blood alcohol content with a 0.07 or below is not operating a vehicle while intoxicated. It's arrestable to drive with a BAC of 0.08 or above. Having an open container is only a ticket, like a speeding ticket or something. Now that cop will take your beer as evidence, pour it out, and have the beer can show up in court with it. But so that's mine and Anna's state. So Nate F in my state says, in my state, we don't have to legally tell a cop that we have a firearm, but what if they ask, should you lie and say no? The alternative is saying, I don't want to answer, which doesn't seem good. You know, I'm kind of torn on that. Is it, if you're not doing anything. So a lot of cops like to ask about weapons in the car just for personal safety reasons. Because it's just, hey, I'm on this traffic stop, kind of get your license registration. You got anything in the car that's going to hurt me, you know? One part, though, if you ain't doing anything wrong, it's none of his business if you do. On one hand, you know, on the other hand, too. I would say it's not good to lie to a cop, because then anything you tell him after that, he's not going to believe it. So, man, I'm also getting tired too, and I'm not thinking with my best, straightest head. You know, an alternative, which is close to I don't want to answer, is, do I have to tell you that? You know, so I don't know. Me personally, cop asked me, do I got a gun in the car? And say, yep. And you know, and I'm also an off-duty law enforcement officer, or I've got my gun permit. So Anna Lee put, sweetie EP, I love you. Thank you, Anna. You're so sweet. I got a ride home. I got arrested for PI. That's short for public intoxication 20 years ago. Yes. 20 years ago, in the state of Indiana, to make a public intoxication arrest, a person only had to have the odor commonly associated with an alcoholic beverage coming from their breath and be in a public place, and being in the passenger seat in a car on a public roadway was considered a public place. And the only cops I ever seen arrest for that were those younger, stupid, dumb cops, the young, dumb ones that hadn't got experience and matured some. Most of the time when I seen people get arrested for PI while they were a passenger in the car was when they ran their mouth. I'll tell you this, over my 20 years of being a cop, most people talked themselves into jail. Most people talked their way. And I'm not saying that's what that happened with you, Anna, because I did see, you know, a young cop stop a car. The driver was drunk, the passenger was drunk, and he arrested the driver for drunk driving and arrested the passenger for PI. And I never agreed with that. It was perfectly legal at the time. The prosecutor's office would always drop the charges on the passenger. Once the passenger sobered up, they'd release him from jail, and the passenger always got the charges released. But anyways, yeah, 20 years ago, you get somebody running their mouth at you, calling you a retard and idiot and getting in your face, and you smelled that beer on their breath, and you hooked them for PI because you took care of that problem real fast, because there was a reason why you were there to begin with. You didn't go and look for that person. Somebody called 911 because there was disturbance, and then when you get there and try to calm everybody down, and that drunk person get up in your face and start yelling at you, and you was out in a parking lot or something like that, they went to jail. Just because, and they went to jail not for the charge said public intoxication. The real charge was felony stupidity. So that's most people that went to jail for PI was because they talked their way into it. Anna Lee Brown, when you keep saying your ex, did you and your husband split up, or you talk about your ex before your husband? And it might be a few minutes before I see the comment. So Amber Marie's commented, I'm a curvy girl, and no matter what clock position I use for CCW at Prince, even in baggy clothes, what would you suggest? I have a Shield 9mm. So if anybody else can help out with this, I mean, it sounds like she's already kind of gone with a smaller, maybe mid-sized gun. I'll tell you what, one of the things I found is I print pretty regularly, not real bad printing, but man, the amount of people that carry cell phones and all kinds of stuff on their shirts, and you start getting those little square prints, most people don't pay attention to it. Most people don't. So I don't worry myself. I don't stress over a little bit of printing. But if anybody else wants to give some good tips to her, especially females, because I don't have breasts and all that stuff. I'm working on it though. It's like, as I'm in my 50s. So if somebody else can give her some tips on that. So obviously I would never, as I said earlier, I will never carry a subcompact gun after my shooting. I will never have a subcompact gun. Try to shoot a subcompact gun underneath a stressful time like a shooting again. Those little subcompact guns don't absorb the shock as well. And so they got a little bit more of a snap while you're trying to keep that gun lined up, keep your sights lined up. That was one thing. The other thing is just that small frame in your hand. It was just, now part of that too was 40 plus hours a week. That's just on the job. I carried the full size. And then that one day I had that little baby Glock. And so I also got into a shooting using a gun that I rarely carried, which ended up being that baby Glock. So maybe it would be different if that's all I carried and all I trained with was that baby Glock. But that was one thing I did notice was that it had a little bit more of a snap because there's not as much volume. There's not as much weight to absorb that shock when you shoot. So anyways, Poos Bust, PUSSBUST asks, how many rounds do I carry in my 9mm daily? It's at full capacity. I don't know the answer to that right offhand. I should. I think it's 19 rounds. I think my magazine holds 18. My gosh, I hope I'm not messing this up. It's like 18 or 19 rounds, I think. I don't, and I will fully admit this, I don't carry a second magazine. I think it's a good idea. It's just that I just don't. But my magazine is fully loaded. I put it up to my gun, I charge it, then I remove my magazine, then I replace that round that's now in my chamber up in there. So I carry full magazine and then one in the chamber. But I don't carry backup magazines. I think it's a very good idea. I should, but I never got in the habit of it. And that's my bad. If I ever, like I said earlier, nobody has ever gotten in a gunfight and said, I wish I had fewer rounds. So I don't remember now, but somebody told me to scroll down, and I've not seen anything that's really jumping out. So if you can say what it was that I was missing. Because one of the things is my comments here, my comment box that's over here will I can scroll down, and all of a sudden it just shoots like 20 or 30 messages later, and then I got to kind of scroll up, and then as I scroll up the an honest American asked, the cop normally asks me, I search the vehicle. I say, no, I fought for my rights as a grunt Marine, so I don't feel like giving them up and I never had a problem. I agree with you. As I seen younger cops that would ask everybody, do you have anything in the vehicle I need to know about? And they would say no. And then they would say, do you care if I look? And a lot of people would say, well, yeah, go ahead. But in my state, the courts actually started. So let's say that cop had no reason to ask to search the vehicle, but asked, and the person gave permission. And then if the cop did find a gun or drugs and no permit for the gun and made the arrest, the courts actually started throwing that out in mine and Anna state. And what the court said was that as a police officer, you have to have some articulable reason to ask to search the vehicle. You have to have some articulable reason to search that vehicle. You have to see some kind of sign that. Now, you could ask about weapons. The courts did say we could ask about weapons because weapons could harm us. So we were perfectly fine to say, can I see your license, your registration? Legally, we could do this. I didn't, unless they were gangbangers, or if they had swastikas or thug life tattoo, whatever, bleeding colors or something like that, then I would ask about weapons. But if I did a traffic stop and they, you approached the car and you could tell they were a working person on their way home, I didn't ask them for their, if they had weapons in the car or not. I just, hey, I stopped you for whatever reason, and slow it down, have a good day, adios. I never wrote speeding tickets either because I speed, so I'm not gonna write speeding tickets. If I wrote a speeding ticket because somebody got like 60 miles per hour in a 35 zone or something like that, something where I could say, dude, you've been speeding if you were on the interstate. But anyway, so anonymous American, if the cop has no reason to search your car and he asks if he can search it, I'd say the same thing too. No, there's no. We don't do searches in this country unless there's a reason to. So I completely agree with you on that. Look, I mean, I was a regular cop for 20 years. I'm still in law enforcement now. And government's got to be kept in check. Zurin1 says he's got to go. They got to go. Have a good night. You have a good night too. Oh, Anna Lee, I see here where you said you guys split up. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully, hopefully everything works out good. Hopefully it ends up being a good. Oh, you guys have been split up for a year now. Bill Carson, you good night too. Hopefully, I've said this before. Lady Raven is asking if she missed something. Keystone Grip says, does printing negate the concealed element of CCW? Are you talking about legally? Or are you talking about just where you have it concealed where other people don't know you have it? So are you talking about, does it negate it legally, or does it negate just the fact that you're concealing? And I would say it depends on how much it's printing. Now, first thing on the legal part, look up your own state's laws on what it says. But typically state laws say, concealing is when something covers it. It doesn't go into the full, it covers it and it does not show any kind of an outline. It typically just says concealment is when your firearm is covered by something such as a piece of clothing. And then I kind of mentioned earlier is, I typically print a little bit when I conceal. I always conceal carry. But I typically print a little bit. I mean, it doesn't do the outline of my gun, but you can tell there's something underneath my shirt on my hip. But like I said earlier, so many people carry cell phones on their hips and other things that I've found that most people, 99 out of 100 people, don't pay any attention and don't even notice it. Now, cops will. I mean, we're trained to look for stuff like that, but that's, we only care about stuff like that when we're called on a run. So if I got called on a suspicious person behind a business, then I was looking to see if there was any printing or something like that, because then that's a different story. But, the amount of times I was in grocery stores taking a theft report or something like that, and customers walking by and I could see they got guns underneath their jackets, I don't care. I mean, because, a lot of it's just going to depend on where you live at, because in my state, there's a ton of people with gun permits, concealed with gun permits in my area. Anonymous American says, knowing your rights and being honest and respectful goes a long way. Boom, exactly. And I've been having a video I've been wanting to do for a long time that says it talks about that, which is, how to assert your rights but do it in a respectful way. So because, I mean, these young cops do need to be trained. These young cops come out of the academy. They want to arrest. They want to make all the arrests they can. They will do stupid stuff until they mature. And how do you mature? You mature by experience. It's experiences that mature you. And so I've seen these young cops, license, registration. Do you have a gun in your car? Do you have any weapons in your car? Any drugs in your car? Do you care if I take a look? And ask that. And that's what the courts call fishing expeditions. And so we do need people to say, sir, no offense, but no, I don't want you looking at my car. I'm on my way home from work. I'm not stopping looking for being stopped, search and seizure here. No offense, but, and, I think with the police action shootings that's happened, that's been on the news over the past several years, if you notice, most of them, not all of them, but most of them have a common denominator, which is that there's a violent fight leading up to that police action shooting. And there's a lot of people out there that was like, the cop can't arrest me. That's an illegal arrest. I can legally fight it, and blah, blah, blah. And I always tell people, it's like, if you think that you're being illegally arrested, verbally protest the arrest, but then if you are being illegally arrested, then you're gonna win thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars when you get released from jail. So the one thing I do like about this state or about this country, it takes like 4 layers to find somebody guilty of a crime. The cop witnesses the offense. The cop makes the arrest. He takes the person to jail. He presents a probable cause affidavit. The prosecutor reviews that probable cause affidavit and decides if charges are warranted or not. If the prosecutor says, no, that was not a good arrest, that prosecutor drops the charges right then and there. Then that opens that cop up for a lawsuit where he is individually listed on that lawsuit. So if the cop says charges need to be filed, and then the prosecutor says charges need to be filed, then the judge still has to agree and say, okay, charges are warranted here. All right. So there's 3 people right there. And then if the judge says that charges are good to be filed, then an actual court date, and usually with a different judge, gets made in the future. And if it's went that far, almost for certain that judge is going to say, yeah, charges are good. But so then the court trial happens. If the person takes a bench trial, opts for a bench trial, then that judge makes the decision if the guy's guilty or not. The person opts for a jury trial, then you've got that jury of 12 people. So, I mean, that's quite a lot of steps for once somebody gets arrested for those charges to actually stay on them and for a conviction. So I do like that about this country. I know our legal system isn't perfect, but it's pretty darn good. There are a lot more guilty people that get away than there are innocent people that go to jail. So Bill Carson says the Supreme Court ruled you must comply with an arrest even if it was false bad because you can fight it in court, and that's his understanding. That's kind of my understanding too. So if it's an arrest done in the course of their duty, here's the issue is that most people don't know the law like they think they know. The amount of people that's called me that after they got arrested and said, hey, the cop didn't read me my rights, the charge is going to be dropped, right? I'm like, did the cop question you? No, no, we didn't have to read your rights. That's just a simple example. Most people don't know the law and how they can be arrested, when they have to identify, when they actually don't have to identify, yada, yada, yada. And so the deal is that when people decide that it's a bad arrest and they're going to fight it, most of the time it's a legal arrest. And so not only do they get the original charges, then they also get the additional charges of resisting law enforcement or resisting arrest, and then whatever injuries they sustain in that fight. And like I started saying back a few minutes ago, a lot of these controversial police action shootings, there was usually a violent incident leading up to that police action shooting. It was these people not these people resisting the officers trying to make this arrest. And I've always said, comply and sue. That's my thing. I mean, so a good friend of mine, he's been a cop for 20 something years now too. When he was a teenager, a late teens, maybe early 20s, a couple of years before he became a cop, him and his new girlfriend rented a hotel room that had a hot tub in it. And so him and his new girlfriend is in this hot tub, butt naked, and the door to the hotel room gets kicked in, and the SWAT team comes in, holds him at gunpoint, and does the whole felony stop, get up, stand up, hands up, step out, prone out, and he's butt naked. And they prone him out and handcuff him. Well, what it was is just hours before, a big time drug dealer with a warrant was in that room. And so the cops was after that drug dealer that was in that room 2 hours before he was. And so once they realized he wasn't the drug dealer, they said, sorry for the embarrassment. And they left. And he was like, yeah, okay, it was a mix up. And he was like, man, and this is a cop, now several years later, he's a cop. And he was like, man, if I'd known now, if I knew then what I'd know now, he goes, I would have gotten thousands and thousands of dollars out of that. So I always say comply and sue. If it's a bad arrest, I mean, let's look at the Bundys, how the prosecutors and the feds try to ring them through, and the judge dropped most of the charges, if I'm correct, So a lot of judges that I've dealt with, they've been pretty good and impartial judges. I'll give them this. Most judges that I've dealt with have been good and impartial. They don't automatically run with what the cops say. They obviously don't automatically run with what the bad guy or the suspect says or the accused person. And I knew one judge, and I have nothing but utmost respect for this judge, but I've seen him tear into some cops over bad arrest reports and stuff like that. So Nate F asks, if you carry pepper spray as well as a handgun, when should you use the spray instead? Okay. So, and then Joe D below that says, bro, you're supposed to be answering self-defense question. Nobody gives an F about all of that. So, the title does say asks your self-defense questions. So I'll get back to that, Joe D. So for Nate F, he asked, if you carry pepper spray as well as a handgun, when should you use the pepper spray instead? My first answer is learn your state's laws on self-defense first. I will tell you what many states that have self-defense laws that allow you to use deadly force to defend yourself against an attack that could result in your death, the way typically self-defense laws read, which is you use the level of force that is reasonable for that moment in time, in essence. If a guy is charging at me with a knife, then pepper spray is not a reasonable. Using a gun or a lethal weapon is what's reasonable at that moment in time. So, because you carry a gun and also a pepper spray, in most states, again, read and learn your own state's laws, but in most states, they are not going to require you to try to use that pepper spray before going to deadly force if you are facing a deadly threat to your life. I hope I'm articulating this correctly. I will also say this, and this is coming up in a video. It's either recently released or coming up real soon. I have used pepper spray many times throughout my career, and I can tell you this: many times pepper spray takes a few moments to a few minutes to fully kick in. It's not often that you pepper spray somebody and their eyes immediately shut where they can't open them, and where it takes their breath away enough that they can't inhale that oxygen to continue their assault. And in self-defense time, a few moments is a lifetime. A bad guy can stab you a lot of times in just a few seconds. I mean, we've seen the stabbings on videos where it's and they just poke them 20 a few seconds. So that if somebody's charging at me with a knife or pulling a gun on me, I am not going to use pepper spray. I'm going to use what's going to give me the best chance of survival, which is my firearm, because that's what's going to have the best chance of stopping that attack the quickest. So Again, know your state's laws on self-defense, but most states where it is legal for you to use deadly force, if it is reasonable to use deadly force to stop a deadly attack against you, most states are not going to require you to try to use that pepper spray first. All right. Now, if I carry a firearm and pepper spray and a guy comes up and starts yelling at me in a grocery store parking lot and he pushes me, that's when I would use the pepper spray. All right. In lieu of the gun. But then if he got me down on the ground and was on top of me and doing like a ground and pound where my head was bouncing off the asphalt, that's when I would go to the firearm. So you just got to be able to articulate. You just got to make sure that your level of force was reasonable for what you were facing. So, but then, you know, Nate F., I don't know anything about you. What's your age? What's your weight? What's your health? You know, a 90-year-old guy getting pushed down by a 20-year-old thug is a complete different story than me getting pushed by a 20-year-old, you know. So right now I would have to resort to the pepper spray, being at 50 years of age and having mobility and stuff like that. But then 40 years down the road, when I'm 90, if I make it that long, it could be a different story for me. Then, you know, maybe I could go to the firearm instead of the pepper spray. So anyways, hopefully I answered that question. And folks, so the comments over here jumped quite a bit fast on me again. So and you know what? And here's and so Ebor Millie said use the pepper spray or use the spray instead when somebody throws hands and they're not of larger stature. And so pepper spray and taser kind of fall on the same level of force. If you are justified in pushing back or punching or tackling somebody, that's typically when it's justified to pepper spray or taser somebody. But with taser, you also got to kind of keep into mind secondary injuries. So if somebody's just in your face and yelling at you and they're not swinging at you or anything, but maybe they're standing next to a ledge and you taser them and then they fall over that ledge and they fall to their death, then you could have some issues there. So that's something to kind of think about with tasers. Is the courts have always kind of said is you got to think about, because that locks people up and they fall. So when somebody gets tasered, they're locked up. And so as they fall, they can't put their arms out to catch themselves. So when somebody gets tasered, a lot of times they'll fall like a 2x4. So we've always been kind of cautioned about, if you got somebody that stole maybe a $2 candy bar and now they ran from you, so all they're wanted for their crime is stealing a $2 candy bar and now running from you, maybe tasing them on over asphalt isn't the best idea. You know, if somebody's climbed up into a tree, maybe tasing them while they're up in that tree is not the best idea. Now, if you got a homicide suspect that's up in that tree, hey, you do what you got to do to get him down out of that tree, but he's wanted for homicide. But you get, you know, like a shoplifter or somebody, and they ran up a tree. That's, you know, you got to think of those secondary injuries. Anna Lee Brown, I don't know of any pepper spray that's not legal, that's not illegal, that is illegal. As far as I know, all pepper spray is legal here in the state of Indiana. And what was Nate F's question? Oh, okay. So I already answered that. So yeah, Anna Lee, I don't know. So read your state's laws. Like in New York, can't you get arrested for pepper spray? Something stupid like that. Some of those states are so stupid. It's so stupid. They really put extra burdens on the good guys. And every time you put a burden on a good guy, you're giving the bad guy an upper leg against the good guy. Anna Lee Brown asks, question, I have a small lockpick set that I keep in my purse that a literal locksmith friend gave to me. Should I maybe possibly not keep it in your purse? I don't see why not. I mean, your only worry would be with the locksmith, it's not illegal to have it. So if the cops ever caught you finally doing that moonshine out in your garage, just joking with you, the only time, so if you got arrested and they did a search incident to arrest and they found the lock pick set in your purse, somebody might ask you, what do you got this for? Because it is an unusual thing. And if you just because I freaking like practicing picking locks, or I keep locking myself out of the house, so I got this or whatever, so if you want to carry it in your purse, I would say carry it in your purse. Yes, Anna Lee Brown, Miranda rights is only for questioning. So interesting story about Miranda. Miranda, and I don't remember, he had a Spanish name. This was back in the 50s or the 60s or whatever. He was a suspect in a rape, and a violent rape. I don't remember if it was a murder or not, but it was a violent sexual assault. They brought him in. They hammered him with questioning. He told them where the evidence was, admitted to it. And then he was found guilty. And then his attorneys argued, I think in appeals court or whatever, that, hey, he had a Fifth Amendment right. He didn't know it. The cop should have told him that. And so his conviction got overturned. Well, then they was able to get more witnesses to come forward. And then they were actually able to win. And I don't know, they was able to do it without doing that whole second jeopardy or double jeopardy thing or whatever. Anyway, so he gets out of prison, and then by now all the cops are carrying those Miranda rights. It's actually called advisive rights, but everybody calls it Miranda rights, in their pocket. So the cops would have him sign their Miranda cards. That would actually be pretty cool to be one of those actually signed Miranda cards. So anyways, then my understanding is he got into a fight and a guy stabbed him to death, and the cops went to question the guy that killed him. The guy was like, I ain't telling you cops nothing. I'm invoking my Miranda rights. And they didn't have enough evidence to, so the guy it was just funny the way it kind of came full circle. But one of the things I found, so, I did investigations for a long time. And when I bring a suspect in for questioning, now when I brought a suspect in for questioning, I just didn't call any just dude off the street and bring him in for. I brought him in for questioning because they were on video surveillance, so there were multiple witnesses that stated they committed this offense. There was good evidence there before I would call somebody to the police department to interview them. And one of the things I found is that when that person sat down, if you automatically started saying you have the right to remain silent, anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law, you have the right to speak to an attorney at any time. If you immediately started off with that, people would freak out and they'd be like, okay, I ain't freaking talking to you, cop. All right. So Miranda requires questioning and custody, and not just questioning, but incriminating questions and custody. So what I would typically do, because if I started off with, with a good solid suspect, if I started off with Miranda, that would freak them out, and they would, I ain't talking, and they would say, I want my attorney. So because Miranda requires custody and incriminating questions, as soon as the suspect sat down, I would say, look, you are not under arrest. You don't have to talk to me. You can get up at any time and leave, and there's the door. And I would always make sure I did not sit between the suspect and the door, so he could actually get up and leave at any time. And that I did a lot better. Suspects would be more willing to talk at that point. And usually the way that I would get them is, let's say that this credit card was used fraudulently for $5,000 at a store at 7 o'clock on the west side of town. Then I would ask the suspect, well, where were you at last night at 7 p.m.? And then they would say, well, I was at home watching TV. Well, then I'd get historic cell site locations on a cell phone and show him at that store at 7 p.m. when that stolen credit card was used, and show that he was not at home like he said he was. Now, that's not enough by itself, because he could always loan his phone to somebody else who went to the store. But that video surveillance would, the video surveillance is never perfectly clear. You're pretty certain it's the dude, but you're not 100% certain, but you're like 90% certain it's him. So between that and his cell phone placing him there, and just different stuff like that. So Ebor Millie says they call it burglary tools in your purse if you're found stealing. So let's say, so he's got a point there, but Anna Lee having it in her purse doesn't have anything to worry about. But if she got caught in a burglary, then if she actually was caught inside of a store after hours, that could end up becoming evidence. But she would have to be caught actually in that process of that burglary to begin with. So like, how about this? A lot of burglars use crowbars and stuff to pry doors open. So a dude can walk down the street with a crowbar all day long, as long as he's not threatening people with it. But there's nothing illegal about walking down the street with a crowbar. But I catch a dude in somebody's house and he's got a crowbar and there's forced entry. That's evidence there. That's evidence of how he forced entry. Evidence number one is he's inside this house that's being burglarized. But evidence two, he's holding a crowbar and he's inside this house that's burglarized. Because you catch this dude inside this house, well, a couple months later in court, his defense attorney is going to be trying to say, oh, no, he didn't burglarize the house. He was just walking down the street, saw the door open, and he went in there to go check on the inhabitants, So this, when I talk about, some people are like, why do you collect these different things of evidence? Is because you guys would be shocked at the different things that these defense attorneys come up with. Puss Bus asks, how do I feel about RMR on pistols? What do you think is the drawbacks? I can't get over the amount of fuzz or dust that accumulates. Am I doing something wrong? What's RMR? Somebody help me out here. I'm sorry. I'm drawing a blank on RMR. An honest American says, I've been asked by cops why I carry things. I say every situation requires a tool. I'd rather have the tool than not. Yep. Oh, man, the comments just jumped on me again. Folks, if I miss a question, ask it a second time. An honest American, you say you've been searched by the cops and they always miss your handcuff key hidden in your belt. Dude, I got to ask you, why do you get searched by the cops so much? It's been as 20 years as a police officer, people that's just walking down the street, just going to work or going out to lunch, don't get searched by the cops. People that get searched by the cops is on traffic stops where there's drugs inside the car. They get found behind businesses at 1 o'clock in the morning. They're walking down the street looking into cars. They're casing houses. They're doing something. So, dude, so Anonymous America, why are you getting searched by the cops so much? I'm not saying, don't get me wrong, I'm not accusing you of anything. You could have a job that, you know, you get some people that work jobs where they got to report early in the morning, and so somebody else sees. So don't get me wrong. And folks, if my screen's locking up, my apologies. Now, Ebor Millie said gel pepper spray is nice. Ebor Millie says gel pepper spray is nice because you don't accidentally assault somebody that's nearby your attacker. So pluses and minuses to gel or foam pepper spray. A lot of cops quit carrying them because they would hit the bad guys and it'd get in the bad guy's face, and the bad guys would come up and just automatically throw it back. Part of it is just automatically getting it off of them. But, so that was something to think about there. Anna Lee, you said you need a handcuff key. I'd go to Galls, GALLS.com. They got some pretty good, nice ones. They're about that big, probably run you about $20, or at least the last time I looked, they were running about $20. I've had my handcuff key for 20 years, and I've got a bunch of small ones that come with the handcuffs. The little generic one come with the handcuffs. Those little small ones would be good for hiding on you. Anna Lee's talking about my jerry-rigged shelf here. Yeah. It's just kind of slapped up there. Hey, Anna or somebody, would you block that Chloe Phelps that's doing the VOR.red? Now, Anonymous America has a good point here. Not all pepper spray is legal in municipal cities. Check city municipality laws first. So it's kind of my understanding that, like, and I could be wrong on this, but pepper spray is illegal in New York City itself. And I could be wrong here. And this could be a difference between New York, the state of New York, and my state. But in my state, cities can make ordinances, they can make infractions, but they can't make criminal law. So in my state, if my state says it is legal to carry it, or if my state says it's not illegal to carry a gun in a park, then the city can't make it a criminal law to carry that gun in the park, in a city park. But then they can say, well, it's against ordinance. So then if a person carrying a gun in a city park and they get stopped by a cop, that cop cannot arrest them because that is an ordinance and not a state law. So therefore, the most that cop can do to them is tell them to leave that park with that gun, and they can write them a ticket, the same as like a speeding ticket, a fine. But is it different in New York? That I don't know, because I don't know nothing about New York state law. Does New York state law say that cities can make criminal law? That I don't know. So But he, anonymous American is right. Check your local laws. Anything I say in here, don't take it as the 10th or the 11th Amendment. Don't take it as set in stone. That's why you keep hearing me repeat over and over again, check your local laws. Now, I'll tell you what, most other states will say generally in their laws, but you got to make sure you're responsible for knowing your area's local laws. Nate F said, I didn't ask about pepper spray from a legal point, but from a moral one. Let's say I don't want to shoot someone. I'm talking about situations where I'll be safe using spray instead of shooting. Oh, okay. Hey, Nate, thanks for articulating that. Yeah, most definitely. If you can use pepper spray in lieu of deadly force, then by all means do it. So most state laws will say what's reasonable. All right. And so if I can pepper spray somebody in lieu of shooting them, then that's what I will do. And that's, of course, that's what I did for 20 years in my career. But I mean, if somebody's threatening me with a gun, that's not the time for pepper spray or a taser. If somebody's charging at me with a knife, within, if they're can hit me with that knife and they're close enough with that knife and they're showing they're gonna hit me with that knife, then that's not the time for pepper spray for me. All right. But if I can use pepper spray in lieu of shooting somebody, most definitely, because getting involved in a shooting is not fun. It's the worst day of your life. And so Ebor Millie, he articulated, he clarified, he's talking about pistol red dot RMR. Ebor, I have no experience with red dots on pistols. I don't know what. So if anybody else wants to answer his, you might want to repost or recomment with your question. And if somebody else wants to read it and answer, if they got a better answer than me, if I remember right, you were getting a lot of dust on your red dot site, and you were asking about how to mitigate that. I don't remember now. I'm sorry, brother. Man, hopefully somebody else can answer his question. I hate for questions to go unanswered. Anna Lee, when she got arrested 20 years ago, that's when she got searched by the cops and they stole her cigarettes. The one time that you really need a cigarette. So I would always, if I transported somebody to jail, well, so a lot of times we had a jail wagon. And so if a person was being cool, I always let them smoke a cigarette right outside of the jail before going in, or try to get them a cigarette before the jail wagon got there. And if the jail wagon got there, if they were only halfway done with their cigarette, I'd ask the jail wagon, like, hey, come in. Can he finish the last half of his cigarette? He's being cool, DB, you said you didn't mean to offend with the location question. I just thought you were a South Carolina native. Was that for me or for somebody else? If it was for me, you didn't offend me. No, I live in Indiana. I've never lived in South Carolina. I got to live here in Indiana. Somebody's got to keep an eye on Anna Lee Brown. So as long as Anna's living in Indiana, I have to live here. So Anna said that they don't let you have your cigarettes back when you get out of jail the next morning. So that's probably going to vary from county to county, jail to jail, because each jail is ran by the sheriff, the elected sheriff in that county. And so that's probably going to vary from jail to jail. So seemed like to me that we put everybody's belongings in a plastic bag, and that plastic bag got handed back to them when they got released out of jail. They got put into a plastic bag that had a sealable top. So we would do what's called search incident to arrest. We'd open up that pack of cigarettes, make sure it didn't have any drugs or anything like that in there. Throw that pack of cigarettes and their lighter in that plastic bag, seal it. We'd hand them off to the jailer. Then their property would get handed to the property person, and they would check out the bag. And I'm sure they probably put it over some kind of an X-ray thing to make sure there was no weapons in it or what have you. And then my understanding, when they got out of jail the next morning, they just got handed their bag back and they walked out. I know that because, I mean, I would see people walking out of the jail as I was bringing somebody in, and they'd be walking out with that plastic Ziploc bag. Not Ziploc. It's where it's got the tape, and you peel the tape off and then fold it closed. DB says that the comment was for me. No, I've never been a South Carolina native. I've always lived in the state that I live in. And I did a video talking about the Palmetto State Armory. I'm an affiliate with the Palmetto State Armory. But I've never said anything about being part of them or living in that state. But that is also one reason why usually once a year I'll do what's called like a transparency video. It'll be called like transparency video, or it'll be called like 10 things you didn't know about ethical preparedness or something like that. And what I will do is I'll try to say certain things just to try to remain transparent, like, hey, I live in a regular subdivision. I do got a bug out location out in the middle of the country, but I do live in a subdivision like most other people do. I live in a regular neighborhood like most other people do. I've been a cop for 20 years. I never worked in a big, the big city cop where you're getting into vehicle pursuits and fights and stuff like that every night, and stuff like that. So I always try to be pretty transparent in my videos as best as I can, while still retain some protection for me and my family. So most people on my channel are pretty good, but the one thing that I just have to keep cognizant of is, there's a lot of people out there that hate cops. And when I first started my channel, I debated on whether if I was going to reveal that I was a police officer or not. But as a lot of my videos kind of dealt with self-defense and self-defense laws, along with prepping and stuff like that too, I was like, okay, well, I kind of need to reveal that I am a law enforcement, because it gives more credence to what I say. If you're watching it, if you want to learn about fishing and you click on a YouTube video and some dude's just sitting in his living room and he's talking about fishing, you're not going to watch it very long. But if you click on a YouTube video and a guy's in a bass boat and he's holding a fishing pole and he says, I've been fishing for 20 years. I fished in tournaments. And now today I'm going to teach you about fishing. Now you're going to actually listen to what the guy says. So that's why a lot of times when I do go to my range, that's when I'll film videos. That way, I got the targets behind me. I'll wear my vest. I mean, it's always good to train with your vest on too. While I'm there, I'll shoot some videos. Part of it is I am there. I do actually shoot. Part of it is, I don't want to call it theatrics or props, but it helps to say, and of course with me, and then also saying I've been a police officer for 20 years and I've been involved in a police action shooting, so that all kind of lends credence to what I'm saying. So anyways, kind of going back to the whole OpSec thing, I really struggled if I was ever going to say I was a police officer. because there are so many nutcases out there that do hate cops. Now, I'm not worried about somebody recognizing me. I can take care of myself, but what I don't want is somebody recognizing me in public and saying, "Oh, I've seen his videos. I've seen his guns on his videos. I've seen he's got stockpiles of food. He's got stockpiles of ammo," and then following me home. And then not my worst nightmare. It's not them breaking in. It's breaking in when I'm not home and my wife and my young son are only here. That's my worst fear. So that's kind of why I practice at least a little bit of operational security, just protection for my wife, because there are some nutcases out there. J_KER. I was trying to remember your channel so I could rewatch some of your videos. Thanks a bunch for your service. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, hopefully you enjoyed the channel. If you really want to have fun, go back to my first videos I did and see how bad they were, how choppy the editing, and just how bad they were. And then Nate F says, I'm in my mid-20s. I live with my roommates. I'm concerned that it will be difficult to get roommates now that I own guns, especially if I live with women. Should I tell them I'll have guns or secret? That's a tough question to answer without knowing the people. I mean, if you had a better idea of the people that you're going to be living with, then that would answer the question more if you would tell them that you'd have guns or not. If these people are just purely roommates, you're not particularly friends, you're not buddy-buddy, and I'm guessing roommate where you have a room and they have their own separate room, not as in like roommate, like you guys are sleeping together. That's a whole big different story. These roommates, will they have kids that come into the house? Are your roommates responsible enough that they won't let their young kids wander into your room? So that's another variable there. So, I mean, what I do, I have quick access safes in several different rooms, a handgun in each safe, and one next to my bed. So if I was in your shoes, I would probably lean towards, if I really wanted a gun for protection, for home protection, handgun, quick access safe. That way, if you get a nosy roommate or a roommate has a kid, whatever the variables may be, you could be, you're in your mid-20s, your roommates might decide to throw a party. You're at work, your roommate has some friends over. One of the friends has sticky fingers. I've seen that happen. So that's just all variables you'd have to keep in mind. So I'm sorry I couldn't give you a better answer, but that's an answer that would come with knowing more about those people. And then he says, should mention it's a liberal state and a lot of people are afraid of guns, especially women. Telling them I have arms might spook them from living with me. Well, so here's something else too. Here is, I mean, if somebody lives with you, you should be transparent and pretty honest with them too. So do you want somebody that's I think it might be a good idea to say, hey, look, I'm going to have a gun. It's going to be in a safe. Restraining. I'm not an idiot with it, but what you don't want to be is having a gun in your room, and if your roommate ever finds out, that they're going to freak out and move out on you. So Ebor Millie says, do you have any preference about handcuffs? Me personally, I like the hinged cuffs. HINGED, hinged cuffs. I don't like I never cared for the chained cuffs, but I have a lot of experience with handcuffs. In my 20 years, if you had 6 cops, 3 of those 6 cuffs would have hinged cuffs. The other 3 would have chain cuffs. And both handcuffs have their pluses and both have their minuses. So it really comes down to is what is your preference. So anyways, I always preferred hinged cuffs, because if you got the cuff loop on this side, cuff loop on this side, that hinge there, I could always have a little bit better control when I went to handcuff that person. And when people fight you, it's usually when that first handcuff goes on. When you're telling somebody to turn around, put their hands behind their back, and you're getting ready to take them into custody, they're sitting there going, okay, I can't go to jail. I can't go to jail. Or I can't be taken into custody. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? And they're trying to formulate a plan. And then they're trying to think of the best plan as possible. And then so they hesitate. And then you slap that first handcuff on them. That's when they go into freak out mode, and that's when they fight. So me being able to, with those hinge cuffs, to have a good hard hold of those cuffs, if they started to turn that metal in their wrist, you could really crank that to take them down to the ground to finish that arrest. So that was one of my preferences. Negative side of those hinge cuffs, though, they were always just a couple inches, about that much less wider than the chain cuff. So if you had a really big dude, a lot of times you had to use 2 sets of hinge cuffs on a really big guy. So that's, it's kind of a downfall. The ASP brand hinged cuffs, the ASP, Armament Systems and Procedures cuffs, I really like those. But if you had a guy that was, they had the hard plastic double wall ones with the thing that would come around and lock. If you had a real hard fighter, those could torque just enough that it wouldn't come back around and actually lock. But what I really liked about them, those, they had the double locking and stuff like that, and the handcuff key, the hole for the handcuff key on both sides. So no matter how you slap the cuffs on them, you could always reach that double lock, and you could always reach the key port to take the cuffs off when that time came. Nate asks, when should you use a knife in a defense scenario? I have a K-bar TDI law enforcement knife, that small curved one that conceals in your belt on the opposite side of a gun. So when should you use the knife? So a knife is just going to be just like a gun. It's going to be considered a deadly weapon. So if you are in a fight for your life, the attack on your life is violent enough that it's reasonable for you to be in fear for your life, I would use the knife when I couldn't reach the gun. So carrying a gun and the knife is a good idea, because attacks are sudden. You never know when you're going to be pinned up against a wall and you can't reach that gun. But if you can reach that knife, poke them a few times, make them regret their decision, that now they create just a little bit of distance. Now you can draw your weapon and then react accordingly if they start to assault you again. So that's my thing, is knives are on the same level as guns. It's a deadly weapon, and you use your knife when you can't use your gun, when it would be reasonable to do so in accordance with your state's laws. In my state would never say it was legal for you to shoot somebody, but not legal for you to stab them. Or it would have been illegal for you to stab them, but not legal to shoot them. Whether you shoot them or stab them, you had better be legally justified in using deadly force. So hopefully, did that answer your question? So Barry Ellen said if they were a felon, they could be charged for having access. I think that's in response to Nate's F. And so that is something to think about too, is, if any of them have any prior felonies, what's their probation, what's their whatever, So like here in my state, let's say my wife, she's not, but let's say my wife is a felon. I can have guns in this house. She could walk around the house. She could walk around the yard with a gun in her hand. Perfectly legal here in my state. Now, not federal law, but I can tell you this. The feds typically, like who's the alphabet group? ATF. They typically don't go after felons with guns in their homes unless the felon is doing something stupid. Typically, at least from what I've seen. At least from what I've seen. You know what? And I'll go ahead and say this. That dude that pointed his gun at me and pulled the trigger and it didn't go off, he did 10 months. And he got charged with a couple of felonies, convicted of felonies, and he had to do 10 months. You point a gun at a cop and you pull the trigger and the gun doesn't happen to go off, and all you get is 10 months in jail. You think that pissed me off? That pissed me off. All right. So anyways, he does his 10 months and he gets out and he's living back there. And I'll tell you what, you want to know an awkward feeling? When you drive by and you lock eyes with somebody that you shot at. So anyways, that's just awkward. But anyways, but I'd lock eyes with him like, dude, I'll do it again. You know what I mean? If you get stupid, I'll do it again. Anyways, he started posting pictures of himself online holding guns. And so I contacted our prosecutor, the county prosecutor, and I was like, hey, man, look, he's posting on Facebook, Twitter, the tweeter, whatever, the pictures of him holding guns. And the prosecutor said, oh, he's not SVO, severe violent offender. He's just regular felon. He can have guns. He can't get a gun permit. He can't carry a gun out in public, but he can have guns all day long in his house. And I was like, well, crap. So I thought, and then the prosecutor was like, but it's a federal law. He can't have guns even in his house. So I contacted an ATF agent that I worked with quite a bit on some gun store burglaries. And they were said, ATF, federal judge never sign off on will never sign off on a search warrant for his house, even though he's posing with pictures of guns and he's got a felony conviction and he's posing with pictures of guns. Federal judge will never sign off on a search warrant for his house. And they said, if there was video of him shooting a gun, then federal judge would sign off on it, but there's no way we can prove that's not a very realistic looking airsoft gun or BB gun that he's holding in that picture. And I was like, well, son of a gun, this dude points a freaking gun at me, pulls the trigger, does only 10 months. Now he's posing with guns in his hands. And this dude would have all the thug life tattoos and stuff like that all over him. And I'm like, there's not a darn thing I can do. But every time I drive by his house, I'm like, dude, you feel stupid, jump, you know. But anyways, I ain't got to worry about that stuff anymore. Ebor Miller says he's loving the Gauls website. Yeah, I mean, Gauls had a lot of good stuff, and I thought they were pretty reasonable. It's been a long time since I bought from Gauls. So then Nate F asks, yes, I assume that I only use the knife when my gun is gone and they are up and close. How do you defend yourself with it? Any areas to target with them? So, the one thing about self-defense on these violent attacks, the bad guy is not, most of the time, is not going to make easy targets out of himself. These attacks, they're moving and stuff like that. So a lot of times your target is going to be what the bad guy makes available to you. So your chances of getting a good stick into his neck or getting a good stick into his stomach or chest or something like that may not be there. But If your bad guy's attacking you and you start sticking him, he's going to feel that, and he's going to start regretting his decision. And he's going to start, in his mind, he's going to say, I wasn't getting stabbed before I started attacking Nate F. So therefore, I think I'm going to stop attacking Nate so I quit getting stabbed. So if he's attacking you violently enough that you are in fear for your life, and as long as your state law says that you can use deadly force if you are in fear for your life, and it would be reasonable for you to be in fear for your life at that time, neck, eyes, face, anything comes near your face, you're closing your eyes out of protection. He's closing his eyes. He's not able to see targets on you, even if for those split seconds. And then basically whatever target he provides you. Now, as far as Anna Lee Brown said, Elijah Schaefer from Slightly Offensive and You Are Here channels. He has a vid of when he was in Kenosha and a protester aimed a gun at him and fired. Or he pulled the trigger, gun didn't fire, and the guy has no charges. There's a couple of big variables there, Anna. One, that prosecutor there in that county obviously is a screaming liberal. The other thing, too, is the amount of crimes that were committed. They have to start really picking and choosing what charges they would file in that, in where you have riots going on. The other thing, too, is did that prosecutor file any charges against any protesters? I mean, he filed charges against, Kyle Rittenhouse, and I think that prosecutor is a shame. He should be ashamed of himself. But anyways, there's going to be in riots. There's going to be even in conservative areas. There's going to be a lot of crimes committed because there's only so many prosecutors, so much time, so many courts, so many judges, so much jail space that you really got to start picking and choosing what you're going to file charges on when you've got a major riot like that going on. That guy that actually pointed that gun at Kyle Rittenhouse, that pointed his gun and Rittenhouse shot him in the arm, I don't think they even filed charges against him. Now, on the other hand, they probably, because they were going after Kyle Rittenhouse, they probably gave immunity to that dude that had the handgun in his hand. In exchange for you testifying against Kyle Rittenhouse, we won't file the charges against you for you pointing your gun at him for a second. And I don't know what the heck they were even thinking, filing charges on that when the video showed him point the gun at him and then Kyle, shooting him in the arm just a second or two later. I mean, that was obviously, that dude was trying to placate the rioters, thinking that if they filed charges against Kyle Rittenhouse, he was afraid. I think he was afraid that if he didn't file charges, that they would do more rioting. Nate F. asked thoughts on carrying a pocket pistol. Man, dude, I do not like those. I do not like those really small subcompact guns. You might have came afterwards, but I said this earlier in the live stream. In my shooting, I had a baby Glock, and trying to control that little gun and shoot underneath a highly stressful moment like that. Another cop, the buddy of mine that was involved in a police action shooting, he had a baby Glock. When he got involved in his shooting, and both of us today swear we will never ever carry a subcompact gun again. Now, where I would carry a subcompact gun would only be as a backup gun. So if I were to carry one, it would only be as a second gun on me, not my primary gun. I will not carry anything less than a mid-sized gun now after that. Now, Nate asks, a self-defense video I watched instructed you to slash and not to stab. Watch with your knife. Thoughts on that? Or how would you use it? I mean, me, I'd be probably just stabbing. But I am not a knife expert, and I've never taken knife training. So that is a question for knife experts. If anybody's here is a knife expert, you guys chime in, but I am not a knife expert. My experience with knives is very, very limited. Now, I caught buddy of mine. He did take a lot of knife training. He was really big into it, and he always said my first thing he would do would be a slash right across the face, because then the blood would come down, and if the attacker can't see you, then he can't attack you because of the blood in his eyes. But my thought is, if you're justified in hitting him with that knife, cut whether slashing or stabbing, then freaking stab him and stop that, because how long is it going to take for that blood to run down into his eyes? You know what I mean? So start stabbing him and get it over with. So Anna says her stepdaughter and her roommate got shot in the face with her own shotgun by two guys one night in their house and robbed. The trigger guy only got 10 years. See, that is so stupid and ridiculous. And the other guy was out in a year. See, that is just, and that's just dumb. So I don't know what size the SIG P365 is. I can never remember the model numbers to their sizes. Here's the dang thing is, part of it was the gun frame being small for my hands. The other part too is that smaller frame did not absorb the shock as much as your full size gun. So it has more of a snap to it. And for me, shooting under stress with a gun pointed at me, because I mean, on the range, shooting those little baby Glocks was no problem. I mean, hit bullseyes all freaking day long. But when you got somebody pointing a gun at you, suddenly it's a whole different story. That smaller frame not absorbing the shock, making more of a snap, making it a little bit more difficult for me to keep my rear sights and my front sights lined up while I was shooting under extreme stress again, which is while a gun was actually pointed at me. So, I am not telling you not to carry or have a small frame gun. I'm just telling you what my experience is for me. So what a good thing to do is, if I tell you, I've been involved in a shooting and I will never carry a subcompact gun again. You listen to what I say and what my experience was, and then you train more with those subcompact guns and shoot them rapidly and while you're moving and see how well you hit with it, and then use both of that to make your more informed decision. Hopefully that makes sense. And Nate, I appreciate your Nate, I appreciate your situation. You said you're a smaller person, you're skinny, you want to carry fully concealed without printing. I'll tell you what, Nate, before I got in my late 40s and now early 50s and got this extra stomach that I got now, I always carried appendix carry for the longest time when I was off duty. I carried appendix and carried a full-size Glock Model 21 appendix. And I never had problems sitting down. I'm not trying to do any penis jokes or anything like that here, but it never caused an issue for me. And so that's something to think about. Yeah, Anna, shoot me a text or with your question at a later time. I'll be going to bed here in a little bit, and then I got to work tomorrow. Saturday, I'll be going to my bug out location for the day, taking care of some stuff. And Anna, you can text me here. It's up to you. It's whatever you feel comfortable with. I say text me here. You can post it here on the comment here. And does anybody else have any other questions? Am I missing anything? I think I'm down to 19 people now. I think us remaining 19 people have out-partied the other people. Did anybody see how many people was watching at a time? What was my top count? I was too busy trying to pay attention to the comments and didn't really see the numbers up here. So I can see now we're down to 19 people and we're starting to slow down. Slappy Chap asks, is this still a live stream or is it YouTube doing stupid things? It's still a live stream, but I am hosting it, so it's going to be not the best live stream. Arrow Shogun says, I didn't even know you did live streams until now. I don't normally do streams. I decided I wanted to do one tonight as one of the reasons I did not release a video last week, because I spent hours and hours filming and editing 2 different videos. I uploaded them and YouTube automatically demonetized them before I even released them. I mean, so they were uploaded on YouTube, but they weren't released to the public yet. And so I contested the demonetizing of them, and then YouTube did not get around to agreeing that they should be monetized until like Sunday or something like that. So I did not release any videos last week because YouTube, and here's the deal, is I don't make hardly any money off of a video. Unless a video gets like 1 million views or something like that, I typically make $15, $20 off of a video. And that's with putting probably 8 to 10 hours work on that video. And then, so I don't do YouTube videos for the money. All right. But I believe that YouTube throttles videos that they demonetize. And I have actually seen where I had released it. This is a year or so ago, or about 6 months back. I had a video released. It was originally monetized, and then I don't know if somebody reported the video or whatever happened, but on the second day, YouTube demonetized the video on the second day. Well, that first day it was doing good views, and the view count was just going up and up and up. And then all of a sudden, as soon as they demonetized it, the views just shot down, just dropped down. And so when YouTube, my belief is that when YouTube demonetizes a video, they don't put it up as much in the up next or the recommended videos or whatever. They just don't, they just kind of throttle it. And so if I upload a video and YouTube demonetizes it, then what I do is then I contest that and I ask for a manual review. And then sometimes it takes them 2 or 3 days to get around to it, sometimes longer, sometimes within a couple hours, and other times it's 3 or 4 days later. Who knows with stupid YouTube? But anyways, if they keep a video demonetized many times, I will delete it, re-edit it, try to see what their bedwetting liberal selves are got their panties in an uproar about it, and try to take that out and then re-upload it. And it's like one of these days I'm just going to make a video that's going to have nothing but unicorns and rainbows on it, and see if YouTube demonetizes it, automatically demonetizes it or not. That's why I have the BitChute channel. That's why I also have the Rumble channel. I mean, it's the same videos that's on all of them, but eventually YouTube will probably ban me. Or what I hope is that enough people get tired of YouTube and move to the alternate tech sites that don't demonetize you like so much like YouTube does. Well, Turglass, even though you don't carry and you don't have any questions, hopefully welcome. If you do have any questions, feel free to pipe in. Arrow Shogun asked if Arizona has decent bug out locations. I don't know anything about Arizona, so somebody else would have to answer that question. My only fear about Arizona isn't a lot of it dry. So I mean, in a place where if water has to be piped in, I would be extremely hesitant to have a bug out location in an extremely arid place. That's me personally. But I have no experience with living in a desert area, and I could be wrong. Only part of Arizona could be desert area or desert type area, and the rest of it could be green and lush for all I know. All I know is what I see in pictures and on TV. So Slappy Chap, you ask, is this specific to only self-defense? Brother, feel free to ask any questions. Because a lot of my videos are on self-defense and stuff like that, and especially like the legal side, and then how self-defense, use of deadly force affects you mentally, physically, both before, during, and after self-defense shooting. That's what a lot of my videos are on. And so, because that's what a lot of my videos are on, that's what feel free to ask whatever you want. All right. So Nate, I don't know anything. So Nate F asked, what would you recommend if I were to upgrade to a larger gun? I was thinking maybe a Beretta M9 or a Glock 19. So I know I have zero experience with the Beretta M9. I never shot one. It was never, none of my friends ever seemed to have one. I've shot a Glock 19 a lot. And I carried a Glock for 20 years, both on duty and off duty. And with Glocks, I hit a little bit low left. So if I'm aiming here, I'll hit a little bit low left because of the factory trigger pull on the Glock. A little bit low left. Now, if I shoot a range or a qualification course that's a perfect score is 240. I would typically get a 238, 239, and sometimes get a perfect 240. But my shots would still be a little bit low to the left just because of that trigger pull with the Glock factory trigger pulls. I don't care much for the Glock factory trigger pull. And so now I carry the Sig Sauer, and I think it's the P320 which is the mid-sized 9mm. And I love that trigger pull. So the thing is about a Glock is, and I said this earlier in the stream, the good thing about a Glock is every time you pull that bang switch, it always goes boom. So as a police officer, I always had to be cognizant if I got into a fight with somebody and got knocked down into a mud or something like that, and mud got caked into my gun as I got knocked down, but if I pulled that Glock and it would still fire, and it would basically like an AK-47 always shoots no matter how dirty you get it. So the trade-off with carrying the SIG, you know, is that it's got a good trigger pull with it, and so I'm a bit more accurate with the SIG. So and the Glock 19 is a good gun, don't get me wrong. It's a really good gun. So if you and I know nothing about the Beretta M9, so I anything I'd say about that would be ignorant. If anybody else owns a Beretta M9, you can tell them what your thoughts on it, how your preferences on it. If you decided to go with the Glock 19, I'd say good choice. You know, I decided to go with the Sig Sauer P320 just because I like that trigger pull. But Glock is a good gun. I've never even, so Kill 'em Dead ass, I've ever looked into uploading to ROKFIN. I've never even heard of that one before. I'll have to check it out. So as of right now, I've got the, like I mentioned earlier, and you probably heard me say, I've got the BitChute channel and the Rumble channel. And so what I've got to be careful of is that if I get too many accounts, I got to remember to when I upload a video to YouTube, because I mean, let's face it, YouTube has the most foot traffic. I mean, if I release a video and I release it on all 3 channels, if it gets 2,000 views, 1,900 of the views are on YouTube, and then 100 views is on BitChute, and then 5 views is on Rumble. And those numbers probably didn't match up, but I think you understand what I'm saying. And so whenever I upload a video, I have to upload it to these different channels too, and they each take times. It's just when you click upload, it's not like ding, they're uploaded. The whole bar showing it's uploading, and you got to put in the title and the description and the tags, and you got to, so it's going to have to for me to really choose another site, it'll have to really show me that it's a really up and coming site. Somebody asked me, are double taps okay? Isaiah Fox asked, are double taps okay? So, Isaiah, I mentioned this earlier in the live stream. You never want to do what they call shock the conscience of the court. So, double taps, I think, are perfectly fine. If you empty your mag and the bad guy's goes down, and then you reload another mag and empty that mag into that bad guy after he's already down, that's going to be what's going to call shock the conscience. All right. Now, a lot of people train double tap and reassess. Pop, pop. And then if they got to shoot, then they shoot more. I will tell you this from personal experience, and I've said this in other videos already, is when you go to the range, you are training, inadvertently you're training yourself. When you pull that trigger, that makes the gun go boom, that piece of lead comes out, and makes the bad guy regret his decisions of attacking you. So you are training yourself. This is what saves your life. You do this, it goes bang, and it makes the attacker regret his decisions. So even if you train, bang, bang, reassess, bang, bang, reassess, because you actually are training, this is what saves your life. When that moment of time comes and you actually are in fear for your life, your analytical part of your brain goes out the window and your caveman part, your fight or flight part of your brain takes over. And so what you will do is, instead of going bang, bang and reassessing, you're going to go bang, 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 bang until you perceive that that bad guy goes down. Now, here's the issue. The way we make our decisions is we see it. Our body then feeds that vision to our brain. Our brain analyzes it. And then your brain sends that signal to your trigger finger. You can stop pulling the trigger. So when you're sitting there, boom, 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 because you only pull the trigger only if you think you're absolutely going to die, right? So it's not a calm environment where you pull that trigger. And when you start pulling that trigger, your caveman part of your brain's taken over. You've trained yourself that this is what saves your life. So when you think you're about to die, you're going to go boom, 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 boom. You're going to be pumping that. More than likely, you'll be pumping that trigger until you see that bad guy go down. Now, again, so the bad thing is that bad guy drops. You have to see it. That vision gets fed to your brain. Your brain goes, oh, he's down. Now your brain's got to send a signal to your trigger finger. Hey, you can stop pulling the trigger. Well, in that split second time that happens, you pumped off several rounds. So, I said all of that to say is double taps in most situations, if you're justified in shooting them, the process, you're not going to have issues with the fact that you did a double tap, but don't be surprised if you empty most of your mag into that bad guy. It's just natural. It's just the way we react. All right. So a person can train all day long to do one or two controlled shots, but when that moment of time comes, you're probably going to do a mag dump into your bad guy, which is actually evidence that you were in fear for your life, that you were in such fear for your life that your caveman part of your brain took over, your analytical part of your brain went out the window and put you in the fight or flight mode, and you pumped that trigger in a panic. All right. And so that's actually evidence that you were in true fear for your life. And when I got into my shooting, it was not a couple of controlled shots. I shot until I was out of ammo, because there was that little baby Glock, that little 8-round baby Glock. And bad guys typically don't go down. He didn't go down we shot him twice, and he didn't go down for probably 30 or 40 seconds after we quit shooting. He dropped his gun first and then bled out enough that he had enough blood loss that he went down to his knees. After 20 or 30 seconds on his knees, then he actually collapsed down. Anna Lee says, EP Darling, we are going to CZ you yet. What's CZ? C's and Charles, Z's and Zebra. What's that mean? I don't know. Sorry, Anna. Slappy Chap says, honestly, unless you're doing stupid things during questionable times, you shouldn't need to carry a gun unless you're a security guard with a hero complex like John Korea. Let the pros do their job. Slappy Chap, I'm actually going to disagree with you on that. 20 years, I'm going to disagree respectfully, not in a rude way. In my 20 years experience, what I have found is that there's a lot of bad guys out there. Now, 90% of the population is good people, but there are a lot of bad guys out there, and they do go look at people. So even if you live in a good neighborhood and only go to in nice areas and stuff, trouble does find good people. Not always, but I believe that trouble finds good people enough that, if a person's responsible and trains with their gun, they should carry their gun. I carry my gun even while I am mowing my lawn. If I'm outside of my house, my firearm is always on me, because I have just, throughout my career, I have seen enough people where they aren't in a bad neighborhood. They're not in a bad area. They're minding their own business, and trouble just finds them. Remember is bad guys that live in bad neighborhoods know their neighbors don't have any money. So bad guys will go into good neighborhoods, will go into good areas to commit their crimes because that's where the money will be. So, like I said, man, Slappy Chap, I got to disagree with you on that. You never know. You never know. That's one of those things. If it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. That's just asked, what's my preferred defense shotgun? I just got the Remington 870. That's what the police department issued, and so that's what I bought as my personal shotgun. It's not got the real super long barrel on it. I don't know the barrel length on it, but it's not like it doesn't have a real long barrel like a bird gun does, like a bird shotgun does. It's short enough that you can clear corners and stuff, but obviously not be illegal. I don't even know what the length is for what would be considered a sawed-off shotgun, but regular Remington 870 is what I got. I mean, it's a good shotgun. I know where the safety is. I can operate it in my sleep, basically. But 12 gauge and double-aught buck is what I really highly suggest for what you'd carry in there. If you're going to do a slug, you might as well use a rifle. It'll be more accurate, than a slug. Although a slug, that's a big hunk of lead hitting somebody. But it would be nice having a little bit of a spread with the shotgun, with the double-aught buck. Arrow Shogun asks, Arrow Shogun asks, sorry, I'm butchering names. What if you're in fear for another person's life? For example, an attacker charging at somebody else with a deadly weapon. Excuse me. So as I will always say, know your state's laws, research your own state's law to truly answer this question. But I will tell you what most states' laws pretty much say in regards, if it's a state that allows a person to use deadly force, if it's reasonable to use deadly force to defend themselves against a violent attack, it typically says that a person is justified in using deadly force to defend themselves or a third person or another person from a violent and deadly attack that would, likely result in a person's death or permanent dismemberment or something to that effect. Okay, so most states that allow you to use deadly force to protect your life also allows you to use deadly force to protect another person's life. And that's because if a bad guy's starting to try and attack you with a knife, are you allowed to only shoot him if he's trying to stab you? But what if he's trying to stab one of your kids? You might not even have kids, but so they're not going to write that law to say you can only protect a third person if it's your kid. Well, then what if it's your elderly mother? What if it's your neighbor? So most states, if it's illegal for you to use deadly force to protect yourself against a deadly attack, you're usually almost always allowed to protect that third person. So Ebor Millie wrote, a former teacher had the gall to say, I have nothing to worry about when I thought about getting a CCW when I became of age. The robbery happened literally right outside of his house. Sorry, Ebor, I didn't catch if it was you that was robbed or if it was that former teacher that got robbed. But back when I used to smoke cigarettes, so we're going back a decade ago now. Me and another cop used to go to this one little small apartment complex that was really good area. It had a shaded tree and we could park underneath there, and we were out of the roadway. We were on asphalt, but out of the roadway, so we could sit there and smoke, and we wouldn't block traffic. And it was, like I said, it was this little small apartment complex. Well, this one lady had an apartment on the other side of the road, and she was like this Karen type, and she come out complaining to us that the smell of the cigarettes was going into her apartment. And so we quit parking there. Like within 3 days of us quitting parking there to smoke cigarettes, her apartment got burglarized. It was really kind of funny. It was kind of like, as far away as her apartment was, I really had a hard time believing that our cigarette smoke was going into her apartment. It's not like we were right next to her apartment window. We were at this side of the road. There was the whole road going through this apartment complex, and then her apartment, and then you had the grassy area too. I think she just didn't like cops, and I just don't think she liked us being out there. And so she just, do you mind not smoking? And so we like, okay, we'll go someplace else. So we started doing it. And then the apartment manager used to come out and thank us for sitting there, making that one of our favorite spots to go park and just chill out and smoke a cigarette. And then the apartment manager, we saw her one day because doing our regular patrol. She was like, where you guys been at? And they're like, oh, your neighbor up there, or your tenant up there complained that we didn't like us smoking there. So we go to a park now to go to smoke. And she was like, oh, okay. And then like 3 days later, the apartment manager called me and she was like, yeah, that person's apartment just got burglarized. I thought it was kind of funny. If there's any disagreement in the comments, just make sure you keep it civil. All right. It looks like it so far. Guys, I got to let you know my cord to my camera, the cord runs down and it's kind of blocking the comment section. I would move the cord, but then it would move the whole camera too. And the camera is kind of just bound computer screen here. I don't have a camera built into my computer screen. My camera is actually sitting on top. I am not the most technology advanced person. So what other questions do people have? Folks, it is getting almost 3 a.m. my time. I'm going to be wrapping this up pretty soon. You guys have out-partied me. You know what? Let me go over this kind of stuff. Miscellaneous notes on using deadly force. Give warning before using deadly force if you can do so. All right? If you can give warning before you use deadly force, do so. If you can do so. The The use of force, any kind, whether it's punching somebody, tackling somebody, pepper spraying somebody, tasing or shooting, stabbing, whatever, running them over with your car, whatever. The use of force should always be a last resort and never just a convenient option. You shoot somebody only to save a life, never just to take a life. That means if you shoot somebody, it's because you had to shoot them to save your life or somebody else's life. And then if you can, I suggest that you, if you can safely do so, of trying to give first aid to anybody that you have shot. It would help you in court. But like I said earlier in the live stream, don't be surprised if you have brain, where your brain just says, I'm done, I'm not making any more decisions. And you just end up froze there because you're still trying to absorb and decipher and realize and comprehend everything that just occurred. Folks, I'm telling you, you can train and train. You can go to the range. You can shoot with sim rounds. You can get your buddies together and do paintball or airsoft or sim rounds. And you can do stress training where you run and do jumping jacks and push-ups before you shoot and try to recreate that stress. It ain't nothing that you feel when a person is really charging at you with a knife or pointing a gun at you. You can't recreate. I'm going to have a video in the future that talks about this. You cannot recreate that stress that you feel when a person's really pointing guns. You cannot recreate that stress, and that stress is going to affect your accuracy. Nate F asks, if I see somebody be attacked, should I yell at the attacker to stop, or what should the first step be when stepping in to help someone? If you can, tell the attacker to stop. I mean, now if the attacker is actively stabbing that person, well, you know, don't feel like you got to wait to yell voice commands first, you know. Well, I got to tell him to stop and give him a chance to submit and give him the chance to stab that person 20 more times, you know. But, you know, so the whole thing with giving voice commands is if you can, then you should. All right. So that's something I always talk to cops is you pull your gun, give voice commands. Now, if the guy's actively shooting at you, you don't have to stop, drop the weapon, and then return fire. You know, if a bad guy's actively shooting at you, return the fire. Now, I always train, and I suggest it in the videos, is as I'm pulling my weapon, I automatically give those voice commands. So I develop that into the muscle memory, my muscle memory. So when I pull my gun, I'm automatically yelling, drop the weapon, you know, because I'm not going to shoot somebody unless they're going to kill me. And more than likely, most of the time, that's going to be because they got a weapon in their hand. And by saying drop the weapon, then I don't have to, because when you're under that kind of stress, you don't want to be trying to figure out in your head, should I say drop the gun or drop the knife? Just drop the weapon, you know. Okay. 3 different types of gunfights. I did a video on this not too long ago. Who can tell me the 3 different types of gunfights you typically find yourself into? Turglass, you have a good night. You know, Ebor Miller, real quick. Ebor Miller brings up a good point. When you get involved in a deadly situation, sometimes it might be obvious, like a young guy beating up on an old lady. Sometimes it might not be so obvious that who's the attacker and who's the defender. So that's something that if you can assess, you know, before you jump into the middle of something. So if it's like a fight out in a parking lot outside of a bar, I mean, I don't go to bars anymore. I haven't been to bars since I got married. And my wife showed me the error in my ways, and I'm settled down and I'm a homebody now. But fights and stuff like that in the middle in parking lots, I didn't have nothing to do with them because you don't know who was being stupid and who was actually defending themselves. You get involved, wrapped up in the middle of something like that, you can get yourself in a whole lot of trouble. So anyways, just kind of a point there. So Serious or Cerilus for Life says self-defense attacking intervention, question mark. I don't understand your question. I'm sorry. Yeah, now you might, nothing is harder than that first kill. The second isn't a walk in the park either. Get easier. All right, folks, you about done with this? You folks ready to wrap this up? It is 3 o'clock in the morning. Luckily, I only got to work a half day tomorrow. But I still got to take my son to school in the morning. So if you guys want to start saying goodnight to each other, because you all done out-partied me. So Nate F asked, what are the most fun guns to shoot? I have limited experience, but the most interesting was firing an AK-47. Also, I shot a Beretta M9, and it was really accurate and nice. I really enjoy shooting my ARs. I mean, I just really enjoy them. My AK's fun to shoot, too. I also really like shooting my little M1 carbine. That's just a fun little gun to shoot. My cousin, who's in my prepping group, he's got a 50 cal. That's fun to shoot a couple of times, but it's like a boom. So it's fun to shoot a couple of times. Man, I usually end up doing, I say 80% of my shooting is handgun training, because, I mean, I train with my rifles enough to keep, fairly decent with them. I mean, there's going to be dudes out there that's going to blow me away with rifles. And when I say blow me away, I mean, if we were on the range, they would outperform me. But I mean, chances are if I get into another shooting, it's going to be with my handgun. And so that's 80% of my shooting is with my handgun. And I train shooting while I move. So I don't know if you guys seen the last video I put up. That's typically the firearms training that I do. That as I'm moving, as I'm drawing, giving voice commands at the same time, and as soon as I get extended out, then I'm pumping those rounds out, and I shoot while I am moving, because a target, if you're standing still, you're a much easier target for the bad guy to hit you. If you're moving, especially if you're moving and you're putting lead towards him, you're making yourself a very, very difficult target for that bad guy to hit. So Nate F asked, do calibers matter for self-defense, or is it 100% all about shot placement? Talking about something like a 380 ACP versus 9mm versus 45 ACP. Nate, that's a good question, man. I'll tell you this. I would not trust. Okay. Shot placement. This is an important thing to really grasp here. Okay. When a bad guy's charging at you with a knife, or when a bad guy is pointing a gun at you, you don't have that extra split second to get your sights lined up perfect to get that perfect shot placement. All right. When you have a bad guy already committing his assault against you, you got to get that gun up and get rounds off as soon as you get that lined up. All right. So getting that central nervous system, getting that perfect shot, you're not going to, almost for certain, You're not going to have the chance to get your sights lined up perfect to get that perfect shot to stop that guy. So it always, whenever I hear people say it's all about shot placement, put that round directly right here on that bad guy and you'll take him down. Whenever I hear people say that, I'm like, that dude's never been in a shooting before. Because if he's been in a shooting before, he wouldn't be talking some stupid stuff like that. All right. That's a dude that goes out to the range and shoots on a cardboard target and thinks he knows what he's talking about. When you don't have the chance to line up to get that perfect sight, to get rounds into your bad guy, to stop him before he pulls the trigger on his gun or before he reaches you and cuts you up, then caliber does have a lot does come into play there. I prefer the 45, but I do carry a 9mm. I carried off duty. I carried my full size Glock Model 21 45, full size 45 for years off duty because I preferred that over the 40 caliber. And then it was the last couple of years of my career that we went to the 9mm at the police department. The reason I carry the 9mm and I carry the federal HSTs, like they do really, they got good penetration. They really expand out good. So they do a really good job. I just kind of prefer how the 45 shoots better. I mean, I don't know, for me. So whether somebody chooses a 9mm or chooses a 45, I'm not going to sneeze at either one of them. Both of them are pretty good. The one thing that 9mm is, you can usually carry a lot more rounds in the 9mm than you can the 45. So anyways, but a 380, me personally, I would never carry a 380 as a self-defense round. Maybe in a subcompact gun as a backup gun, but never as my primary. Basically, if I was pulling that, it's because my gun jammed on me, malfunctioned on me, or maybe I was wrapped up in such a way I couldn't reach my gun, so I grabbed my backup gun and pump some rounds into their stomach or whatever to create some distance so I can get to my primary gun. So Nate, my opinion, I would never carry a 380 as a primary self-defense gun, and I struggle back and forth between the 9mm and the 45. Obviously, with hollow point rounds in them, and especially with the 9mm, if you're going to choose 9mm over 45, then you really need those really good top of the line self-defense rounds. And not too long before I left the police department, I was on a suicide. Dude stuck had 9mm Hornadays in that gun, and those 9mm Hornet, that 9mm Hornaday did a heck of a job on that dude's head. I mean, his head like, you know, and it was complete fragments that came out the other side. Now it was a what they call a contact. I mean, he actually rested the gun to his head and pulled the trigger because when you have a bullet, when the barrel is touching the head and they fire, all that gas that comes out creates like a star shape trauma on their head. So he had that perfect star shape right over here, and then out here just a nice little good size hole, and then out of the bedroom wall we dug, and it was not hardwood. It was that whatever the it was a soft wall, but anyways, it was just fragments that came out. So that 9mm Hornady did a pretty good job on that dude's head. That dude did the job. Let's put it that way. But anyways, so if you do go with a 9mm, it needs to be a really, really good round if you want to outperform the 45 caliber. That's my opinion. But you get some other dudes out there, they'll tell you a lot more about ammunition than I ever could. But as for the one comment earlier, man, in a real self-defense shooting, I would not count on thinking you're going to get that perfect shot, because bad guys don't sit there and make a target out of themselves for that extra split second for you to get that perfect shot. And you got to think of that whole stress and fight or flight's kicking in. You're losing fine manual dexterity. You're losing fine motor skills. That's all stuff that affects your accuracy. Tony Schrader, you have yourself a good night. Nate F., is it a good idea to carry handcuffs in your car or house? I imagine if you down a bad guy, you would want to restrain him while you wait for the police. So if you shoot a bad guy and he drops down, you probably won't have to handcuff him. Just because, I mean, if you shoot him, if he goes down, I mean, good chance he's not going to die. I mean, if you shoot him with a handgun in self-defense, like 75% of people survive handgun rounds. But he's either going to drop down and be mostly not a threat to you anymore most of the time, or he's going to run away and then bleed out somewhere else down the road. So me, off duty, I don't carry handcuffs on me. So Slappy Chap says he actually preferred the 40 caliber, and he says slow enough to kick less, powerful enough to do the job once. They had a Glock 22. I carried a Glock 22. I didn't care for the 40. I like the 9 or the 45 over the 40. But Slappy Chap, I'm not going to give you grief on that. That's one of those things of, I like Dr. Pepper. Another person says, I like Mr. Pibb. Another person says, I like Pepsi. Another person says, I like Coca-Cola, you know. So I myself did not like the 40 caliber. For me, it was a snap. It had a lot of snap in it. So I did not like the 40. I much prefer either the 9mm or the 45. For me, they shoot smoother. But man, if you shoot the 40 caliber better than a 9 or 45, that's for you. So what do you do when you find yourself in a fight 3 to 6 feet? Try to create the distance as best as possible. Blade your body so you can. When you say a fight, are you talking about a regular fight? Or are you talking about a violent attack where they're that? I mean, when I say violent, I mean like violent, life-threatening attack against you. So, I mean, if it's just a regular fight, then you just got to fight, you know, punch, tackle, whatever you got to do. If they've got a knife, then, you know, try to create your distance, sacrifice something, do your best to create your distance so you can draw your weapon. Awake Online says, as we wrap this up, at the end of this day, I'm darn glad to have shared moments of my life that I'll never get back with the likes of all you. Well, folks, you guys all have a good night. It is now 3:16 Eastern Standard Time. This live stream has lasted 6 hours. It has went by very fast. And I can't believe I've been doing this for 6 hours now. So you guys have a very good night, and I'll talk to you later. And Anna, you have a very good night yourself. You guys have a good night. Goodbye.